Welcome back to Dreamland Encounters. Subscribe and like this video if you like it. We are going to head into some different Men in Black stories. Sit back and relax. Let's begin. Strange visitors. The Tallahassee UFO encounter 4 days after witnessing something extraordinary in the schoolyard. Shirley Cromartie's world changed forever. Two men in dark suits arrived at her home, their pale eyes unblinking and their demeanor unsettling. In May 1965, Shirley was a 32-year-old teacher at Pinewood Elementary, known for her disciplined approach to life. Lesson plans meticulously prepared, church attendance regular, and family time sacred. She was not the type to entertain wild stories or seek attention. That morning, just after daybreak, something unusual happened. While preparing classroom materials near the window, Shirley saw a metallic disc hovering silently above the tree line. For less than a minute, it hung motionless before sliding behind the pine trees, leaving no trace of its presence. During lunch, she casually mentioned the disc to a colleague, describing it as the size of a small car. A fellow teacher smiled politely, dismissing it as a reflection or weather balloon. Embarrassed, Shirley dropped the subject. The Cold War era was filled with talk of rockets, satellites, and unexplained phenomena. UFO headlines existed, but for most, these were background noise stories to be explained away by experts. Shirley had no interest in adding to such speculation. When the men in black suits arrived, something became clear. The true mystery was not the object in the sky, but the strangers who now sought to press her into silence. They questioned her in mechanical tones, already seeming to know the answers. Who were these men? Government agents, or the most peculiar door-to-door salesmen imaginable? Their appearance was deliberate suits ill-fitting, collars buttoned too high for the Florida heat, movements calculated. What would you do if they knocked on your door? A quiet street near the city's edge held a modest home belonging to a woman who would soon find her life unexpectedly disrupted. On May 17th, an evening that started like any other, a knock interrupted her solitude. Two tall men in dark suits stood at her doorway, their faces expressionless and blank. "Miss Crowdy?" one asked, though she had not introduced herself. They entered without invitation, moving with an almost mechanical precision. At her kitchen table, they began an interrogation that felt rehearsed. Their questions were methodical, precise details about a sighting she had almost forgotten. When she asked about their identity, the taller man produced a paper with a crude security stamp. Something felt off. She knew government documents looked different. The men wanted to know everything: the exact time, the angle, the duration, whether there had been sound, if she had taken notes or photographs. The questioning grew more intense. "Have you told anyone?" they asked. When she denied sharing her story, the shorter man leaned forward. "We will trust your discretion," he said, his companion adding a stern warning. "Do not repeat the story should inquiry arise." After 30 minutes, they left as suddenly as they had arrived, sliding into a black sedan that pulled away slowly, its headlights dimmed despite the dark street. That night, sleep eluded Shirley. By morning, she might have dismissed the encounter as a strange dream, but subtle disturbances suggested otherwise. At school, her neatly stacked papers appeared shuffled. A locked drawer sat slightly open. At home, a recipe card and book had been moved from their usual places. Neighbors began noticing a dark sedan parked nearby, two figures inside. When approached, the car would drift away without urgency. Her telephone developed an odd clicking sound. Once, while talking to her sister, Shirley heard her own words echoed back with a half-second delay. The sense of being watched grew, persistent and unsettling. Throughout her teaching career, a sense of unease gradually settled over Shirley. What began as an ordinary day turned into something far more unsettling. A tall man standing at the corridor's end, wearing a heavy suit and staring intently, disappeared when she sought confirmation from the custodian. Reports began to surface. A week later, two inspectors inquired about her at the school office. The secretary denied their visit, but Shirley understood something deeper was happening. Her search for answers led her to local authorities, where she cautiously probed about aircraft sightings and potential investigations. The police desk sergeant confirmed no such division existed. Her discreet inquiries at state offices yielded similar responses. She discovered Project Blue Book, the Air Force's UFO reporting program, but found no record of her encounter. Gradually, Shirley's behavior changed. She became withdrawn, checking streets before bed, leaving the radio on, and closing curtains earlier. Her sister noticed her newfound hesitation when answering phone calls. Students observed less laughter and more guarded moments in her classroom. When a close friend pressed her about the incident, Shirley's response was telling. They weren't police or Air Force, but they knew too much and wanted her silence. After that conversation, she never spoke of it again. The Tallahassee case remained undocumented, leaving behind only the memory of a teacher profoundly affected by mysterious visitors. The pattern was clear: an initial sighting followed by an intimidating visit, and then subtle, unnerving surveillance that left no official trace. Shirley Cromedy carried her story quietly into retirement, never speaking publicly about what she had witnessed. Her experience with the disc above the schoolyard faded into a pattern of silent resignation. When she sought help from authorities, she was met with a denial of any official investigation. The true weight of her encounter lay not in the sighting itself, but in the men who followed shadowy figures, whose voices carried no warmth and whose papers bore no legitimate markings. They seemed to embody an authority that existed nowhere definable. Decades later, fragments of her story would surface in UFO archives, whispered by colleagues and researchers who had caught wind of the teacher from Tallahassee. Her case became another thread in the broader tapestry of mid-1960s encounters, where ordinary citizens witnessed unusual craft, only to be visited by strangers whose presence was more unsettling than the original sighting. Stephen Michalek's experience echoed this pattern. A prospector who had gone into the Falcon Lake wilderness with nothing more than a rock hammer and notebook, he returned burned and injured, his shirt torn in a peculiar grid pattern. The craft he described on a granite outcrop was almost secondary to the aftermath. Two men in dark suits would later arrive at his kitchen table, speaking of his possessions as if they were already claimed: the scorched soil, the radiation-marked fragments. They pressed him with questions sharper than any journalist's, leaving behind a silence heavier than his physical scars. Michalek, a Polish-born mechanic who had immigrated to Canada and settled in Winnipeg, was known for his steady, practical nature. His prospecting was as methodical as his professional work. Weekends found him scouting granite ridges, searching for quartz veins with precision. Those who knew him would never have described him as a dreamer. Some events, it seemed, do not truly end when the object leaves the sky. They conclude only when silence feels safer than truth. A mineral hunt at Falcon Lake in May 1967 turned unexpectedly strange for one man. On May 20th, while working among the rocks, Michalek spotted two sky objects. One vanished quickly, the other descended onto a nearby rocky outcrop. Metallic and disc-shaped, it released a sulfurous odor. A brief hatch opened and closed, followed by a rotating vent that blasted searing heat. His shirt caught fire, leaving precise rectangular burns across his chest in a grid pattern. Dazed and wounded, he fled the clearing, stripping away the burning fabric. Hospital staff documented his injuries, photographing the burns and preserving his damaged shirt. Later, testing revealed radioactive soil from the site, and these details were formally recorded. Weeks after the incident, two mysterious visitors arrived. They knew him immediately, rattling off details about his medical treatment without introduction. One visitor described his chest wounds with uncanny precision, despite Michalek never revealing them. They requested his shirt, soil samples, and collected rocks not as questions, but as expected transactions. When pressed about their origins, their responses were frustratingly vague. Federal, said one. Security, claimed another. Defense, a third insisted. None provided credible identification. Their interrogation focused on whether Michalek had spoken to Americans, planned to publish his account, or made copies of soil test results. Each question carried the unsettling tone of someone already knowing the answers. The shorter visitor produced a plain white card with only a name, lacking any official markings. It seemed more like a theatrical prop than genuine identification. After less than an hour, they departed in a black sedan parked casually at the curb, moving slowly as if certain of a return. Strange disturbances followed. Drawers left open, notebooks subtly shifted, tools mysteriously displaced. His wife fielded phone calls that dissolved into eerie silence. Once, Michalek himself answered to hear his own voice echoed back, metallic and distorted. Neighbors observed the recurring black sedan, always parked with two motionless figures inside. When anyone approached, it would crawl away, only to reappear days later. Evidence slipped away from his grasp. Hospital files once considered routine now bore restricted markings. Access became complicated, delayed, sometimes flatly refused. The shirt from the laboratory remained unreturned. Soil test results came back incomplete, radiation data quietly omitted. The official investigation continued its methodical progress. Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers visited, took statements, and examined the incident site. Department of National Defense analysts reviewed his injuries and soil samples. Their comprehensive reports confirmed the burns, the shirt's condition, and radiation traces. Yet across hundreds of pages, no mention emerged of the two men who had originally requested evidence at his kitchen table. Seeking clarity, Michalak approached various authorities directly. At RCMP offices, he described two plain-clothed men who had demanded evidence from him. Their response was swift and unequivocal. RCMP investigators always work in uniform with proper identification. Whoever visited him was definitively not from their organization. Department of National Defense officials acknowledged their interest in Falcon Lake but dismissed his description of the mysterious men as impossible. Defense investigators, they insisted, never operated in secrecy or without extensive documentation. The Winnipeg Police Service echoed similar denials, stating they had no unit investigating aerial phenomena and no investigators matching his description. Denial followed denial, closing every potential avenue of confirmation. The men remained real yet unclaimed, their knowledge precise, their presence undeniable, but no authority would acknowledge sending them. The encounter's aftermath took a quiet yet severe toll. His health deteriorated with recurring nausea, headaches, and weakness. Burns healed into permanent scars, but unease lingered. He grew increasingly guarded. Reporters received minimal information. Researchers heard only publicly known details. Friends were told even less. At home, he became vigilant, checking windows before sleeping. He instructed his children to reveal nothing about him. Prospecting trips on his sanctuary now carried heavy memories. To one friend, he confided a haunting truth. The machine burned me, but the men, they will not let me heal. The Falcon Lake case endures as Canada's most famous UFO encounter. Its reputation rests on rare physical evidence. Distinctive grid pattern burns, a damaged shirt, radioactive soil, a testament to an unexplained experience that continues to provoke questions. The story involves a pattern deeply woven into some of the most documented encounters in the world. For Michael, the scars were visible, but the silence he carried was far heavier. His experience reflects decades of similar incidents. An encounter in the sky followed by an intrusion on the ground where the object vanishes, but the men remain. Minnesota, mid-1960s, USA. Dr. Richard Oppenheimer was an academic with a methodical mind, trained in precise documentation. While teaching, he became intrigued by the increasing number of UFO reports across the state. Where others might have dismissed these accounts as mere rumors, Oppenheimer sought to understand them systematically. The warning arrived not through conventional means, but through an unexpected intrusion. Two men entered his office without knocking or introducing themselves. Their dark suits seemed untouched by the outside world, their expressions devoid of any warmth. One moved directly to the filing cabinet, his gloved hand tapping the drawer with a quiet, deliberate gesture that spoke volumes. The other man seated himself opposite Oppenheimer's desk, his gaze steady and unblinking. "We need to talk about your interviews," he said, his voice flat and rehearsed. In that moment, Oppenheimer understood the true risk of his research was not academic ridicule, but the attention of men who did not ask, but simply assumed control. Oppenheimer had interviewed witnesses everywhere, in homes, police stations, small-town cafes, farmers describing discs hovering over fields, patrolmen reporting strange lights pacing their cars on empty highways, students sketching glowing shapes against frozen landscapes. He catalogued their words meticulously, creating a comprehensive record of these encounters. Falcon Lake was never just about what descended onto the granite outcrop. It was about what followed afterward. Strangers who demanded everything, claimed nothing, and left the witness carrying an invisible burden. Silent calls, missing files, men who pressed for silence but left no trace of themselves. Minnesota in those years harbored an unexpected wealth of UFO sightings. Vast open skies and rural landscapes offered little cover for what traversed overhead, with report volumes rivaling more famous hotspots like Michigan or Ohio, though rarely gaining national attention. Andrew Oppenheimer methodically collected these reports, building a meticulously organized private archive. He wasn't driven by belief or disbelief, but by a commitment to careful documentation. He studied patterns, consistent shapes, recurring colors, similar maneuvers described by unrelated witnesses. Geographic clusters near lakes and highways intrigued him. His files evolved from a mere curiosity to a potential serious study. Each interview carefully typed, transcripts stapled, sketches precisely folded and chronologically filed. The metal cabinet represented years of patient, quiet labor. When two men arrived, they moved with an unsettling familiarity that immediately felt wrong. One stood by the cabinet, his gloved hand resting on the metal as if already claiming ownership. The other leaned across the desk, speaking without pause. He recited names, farmers, police officers, students, in the exact order Oppenheimer had filed their statements. He quoted verbatim from unpublished interview transcripts Oppenheimer himself had typed. Their demonstration was clear. They knew everything. "We represent security interests," the first man said, his voice flat and emotionless. "No badge, no agency, no further explanation." The second added curtly, "Your research is no longer required." It wasn't a request, it was a directive. When Oppenheimer pressed, asking if they were with the Air Force's Blue Book project, they remained silent, their message already delivered with chilling precision. Two men entered his office, their responses to his questions evasive. "Government," one said. The other, after a momentary pause, replied, "Their vagueness was intentional, the inconsistency deliberate. No specific agency could be identified, no department questioned. They did not raise their voices or make physical contact, yet their silent presence carried more weight than any explicit threat." Oppenheimer understood. His work was to cease. Without a word of goodbye, the men rose, cast a final glance at the filing cabinet, and departed. Their footsteps faded down the hallway. The door closed with a soft click. He remained seated, the room seemingly unchanged but fundamentally transformed. Their intrusion lingered, spreading through his office in subtle, corrosive ways. A week passed. Upon opening his filing cabinet, he discovered select papers missing. The very names spoken aloud had vanished. The lock intact, drawers undisturbed, yet the gaps were unmistakable. Remaining files bore signs of manipulation. A sentence crossed out, a word rewritten in a handwriting that mimicked his own, but imperfectly. One transcript state altered by a single digit, just enough to disrupt his careful chronology, initially attributing the discrepancies to his own mistake. Repeated checks revealed a clear pattern. Selective removal, subtle distortion. His archive had been infiltrated. Papers on his desk inexplicably shifted, drawers left slightly ajar. Returning from lectures, he would find a chair moved, a book pulled from the shelf and reshelved backwards. Nothing overtly threatening, just enough to signal he was no longer alone. His telephone mirrored this pattern. Calls arrived in silence, occasionally faint breathing. Another time, a mechanical hum pulsed before disconnection. At home, the surveillance continued. A dark sedan appeared near his street, lingering for extended periods. Neighbors observed it too. When he stepped outside, the car would roll away slowly, never hurried, always deliberate. Days later, it would return. The message was not shouted or written. It was implied through each small disturbance. His work was under constant watch, control slipping away. Seeking clarity, Oppenheimer quietly contacted officials, the United States Air Force, managing Project Blue Book and investigating UFO reports across Minnesota, responded definitively when he described the two men. Blue Book investigators made their presence known, wearing uniforms and showing proper identification during interviews. They did not rely on anonymous visitors sneaking into private offices. The Minnesota State Police shared a similar stance, explicitly stating they had no involvement in UFO investigations and no plainclothes personnel assigned to such work. Local police brushed off his inquiries, suggesting he might have been the victim of a prank, yet these denials only deepened the mystery. The men who visited him knew far too much to be simple pranksters. They handled his files with remarkable precision, quoting names and phrases never before made public. No agency stepped forward to claim them, creating an unsettling scenario where the encounter seemed to exist in an institutional gray area, tangible enough to leave gaps in documentation, yet so elusive it appeared in no official record. The impact on Oppenheimer was profound and immediate. His behavior changed dramatically. He began securing his office with increasing paranoia, first twice, then 3 times before leaving each night. Despite these precautions, he would return to find unmistakable signs of intrusion. He started meticulously rewriting transcripts, convinced that his original documents were no longer trustworthy. His notebooks became filled with urgent reminders. This is the original. Do not alter. Check against copy. Sleep became a distant luxury. He would lie awake, straining to hear cars slowing on the street outside. Lights burned continuously through the night, not from absent-mindedness, but from a deep-seated unease. Colleagues quickly noticed the transformation. Once open and forthcoming about his research, he now avoided the topic entirely. Academic presentations were declined, witness interviews cancelled. His ambitious project, which had promised to bring clarity to the state's UFO reports, ground to a silent halt. To his students, he appeared distracted and disengaged. When speaking with close friends, he would only acknowledge that the visitors had deeply unsettled him. He never described them in detail, and none was needed. The weight of his silence spoke volumes. Within months, the work was abandoned. His remaining files were boxed and set aside, never to be revisited. The Minnesota encounter left no physical evidence. No burned clothing, no radioactive traces. Its legacy was something more intangible, an interrupted archive, a researcher's silence, a project terminated. In the broader narrative of UFO research, Oppenheimer's case is significant not for dramatic revelations, but for demonstrating the quiet, effective mechanisms of suppression. His visitors were neither skeptics nor journalists, nor official law enforcement. They were something else entirely, unnamed, unclaimed, but undeniably powerful. The night at the Gunter farm in rural Kentucky was like any other. Children asleep, the mother folding laundry at the kitchen table, the father standing on the porch, breathing in the autumn air. The land's familiar silence surrounded them, until it didn't. A car appeared on the gravel lane, moving with deliberate slowness. Its headlights swept across the barn before turning toward the house, then stopping at the porch. Two men in dark suits stepped out, their polished shoes incongruous against the dusty road. Without greeting, they climbed the steps. The father, lantern in hand, started to speak. One of the men cut him off. "We'll need to come inside," and they did. The Gunters were typical rural folk, livestock farmers who lived by the land's rhythms, known for reliability and discretion. Yet something strange had been happening. Unusual lights had begun appearing over their farm, glowing spheres hovering low, pulsing softly, then darting sharply into the tree line. Bright and silent, they defied explanation. Neighbors occasionally mentioned similar sightings, but without much concern. For the Gunters, curiosity grew. One night, the father decided to document what they were seeing. He took photographs, hoping to transform their experience from uncertain memory to tangible evidence. When developed, the slides revealed luminous shapes against darkness, grainy but undeniably present. This documentation would prove significant, though not in the way they expected. What followed was a pattern of intimidation that went beyond simple witness suppression. Even researchers investigating such phenomena found themselves targeted. The message was clear. Some inquiries were not welcome. Pursuit of answers could be swiftly, decisively terminated. They stored the photographs in a small box inside the family trunk, a curiosity tucked away and soon forgotten. Or so they believed. Late summer had brought a clear sky after the rain. Stars scattered sharply above the fields. The children were finishing their chores when one of them noticed something unusual by the tree line. A light brighter than Venus hung steadily overhead, then flickered in a slow, breathing-like pulse. Another light appeared beside it, smaller and quicker than any plane. The father stepped onto the porch, his jaw set with concentration. He knew these county skies well, the usual crop duster sounds, the brief military training flights. But this was different. The mother joined him, silent and watchful, her hand resting on the children's shoulders. When the larger light dipped lower, hovering above the pasture, the father retrieved the family's simple box camera. Bracing himself against the porch post, he raised the viewfinder and clicked. Once, twice, 3 times. The shutter whispered against the open night. The light seemed to shift, as if aware of being observed, then arced sharply upward and vanished into darkness. The family remained still. Developed photographs revealed only grainy frames with faint glowing orbs above the horizon. But it was enough. Proof something had been there. They placed the slides in a cardboard box, slid it into the trunk, and locked it away. That was the last they thought of it until the sedan arrived. The men entered the kitchen as if it were their own. One sat directly in the father's chair, hands folded with deliberate precision. The other moved along the walls, his gaze touching every surface, shelves of dishes, the mantel clock, the family Bible open to a ribboned page. He lingered longest at the trunk. No permissions were asked. No explanations given. The seated man spoke flatly. "Photographs were made here. We will require—" It was not a request. The father stiffened but remained silent. The mother drew her children closer. The second man by the trunk placed his hand flat on the lid, touching it as though confirming something already known. "A small box," he murmured, seemingly to himself. The father felt his chest tighten at the mention of several frames. The kitchen was silent after the visitors left. Their visit had been brief, but weighted with unspoken threats. 2 men, moving with calculated precision, had spent less than an hour in the home, their actions more telling than their sparse words. When they arrived, they carried themselves like official auditors, every movement deliberate. The seated man studied each family member, his gaze lingering uncomfortably on the children until the youngest looked away. His companion drifted through the room, making minute adjustments. A chair nudged slightly, a spoon aligned perfectly, his fingers brushing the Bible's cover before leaving it askew. Their communication was minimal. "These matters will not be discussed further. You understand your responsibility," they said, each statement final and brooking no argument. No names were exchanged, no documents presented, just that cryptic phrase about state security. As they departed, the man who had been seated glanced back, seemingly confirming everything was exactly as they wanted. Their sedan rolled down the gravel lane, headlights sweeping the yard before fading into the distance. The house felt altered, though nothing appeared displaced. Subtle disturbances began shortly after. A week later, the father discovered his box of slides had vanished from the trunk, the lock untouched. Other small changes followed. A recipe card mysteriously misfiled, drawers left partially open, the Bible repositioned. Neighbors noticed a dark sedan idling at the property's edge, its presence intermittent but unsettling. Strange occurrences multiplied. Telephone calls now carried a faint mechanical click, sometimes echoing the family's own words with a delayed spectral quality. The children whispered about a tall, motionless figure glimpsed at dusk, framed in the fading light. When investigated, nothing was ever found. The dogs, typically aggressive, now stood unnaturally still, ears fixed toward the lane without barking, a silent sentinel of unknown threat. Small events pressed on the family's nerves daily. The farm felt invaded, no longer private. Their house no longer felt like their own. Desperate for help, the father turned to familiar channels, the county sheriff's office. Deputies listened briefly, scribbled a few notes, but dismissed the complaints as kids' imagination or slipped locks. Unsatisfied with this response, he escalated his concerns. A detailed letter to the Kentucky State Police yielded nothing. No officers dispatched, no state security division acknowledged. His final attempt reached the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Louisville. Their response was equally dismissive. No role in civilian aerial matters, no record of agents visiting the Gunter property. At every level, denial. No one admitted the mysterious men. No one acknowledged their authority. Yet they had been there, standing in the kitchen, touching the trunk, naming the slides, leaving behind an inexplicable absence. The family adapted quietly. The father added extra nightly checks, moving through the house with a lantern, examining doors, windows, and locks. He relocated the trunk between rooms, knowing the gesture was futile, but unable to stop himself. The mother drew curtains earlier, arranging kitchen items with meticulous precision to detect any disturbance. The children carried their silence to school, staying quiet when classmates mentioned strange lights. Nights were spent listening for tires on gravel. The farm continued functioning, animals fed, crops tended, but each action carried a sense of being watched. Privacy had become a performance, the photographs were gone. But the larger theft was more profound, the certainty that home was truly theirs. No newspapers recorded the Gunter estate, no official file preserves the incident, only memory fragments survive. Retold to researchers years later, the pattern remains clear. Evidence captured, strangers arriving with impossible knowledge, evidence vanishing, silence remaining. This case reveals the rural face of the Men in Black phenomenon, intrusion not into laboratories or offices, but into kitchens and family rooms. Authority without name, control without explanation, with silence as the final product. On October 11, 1973, along the Pascagoula River in Mississippi, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker's lives veered into extraordinary territory. Hickson, a 42-year-old welder, at the local shipyard known for his practical nature, and Parker, a shy 19-year-old new to the shipyard, were fishing together that night when everything changed. The marsh suddenly transformed, bathed in an unnatural bluish glow. Three beings emerged, moving with mechanical precision, their forms unlike anything human. Parker's fear overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. Hickson felt his body seized, muscles paralyzed by an inexplicable force. Moments later, they found themselves back on the riverbank. The craft had vanished. The water remained still, as if nothing had happened. Shaken, they immediately went to the sheriff's office. Deputies secretly recorded their conversation, capturing Hickson's steady voice and Parker's terrified account. Both men were convinced of their experience. But the true mystery unfolded later, in a room where two strangers sat with Hickson. One recited his testimony verbatim, including private details he had never spoken aloud. Another stood silently by the door. Parker remained rigid in the corner, pale and unable to meet anyone's gaze. These men weren't conducting an interview, they were demonstrating that they already knew everything, revealing that some experiences leave marks far deeper than words can describe, and some encounters change everything in an instant. The kitchen became their stage days later. Two men entered as if on cue, one seating himself across from Hickson while the other stood by the door, hands clasped behind his back. Hickson and Parker were already present. Parker tense in the corner, Hickson at the table. The man across from Hickson began speaking in a flat, emotionless tone. At first, Hickson thought it was an interrogation, but then he realized the man was reciting his exact testimony from the sheriff's office. Word for word, without inflection, as if reading from an invisible script. But then the narrative shifted. The speaker revealed details Hickson had never spoken aloud, intimate sensations of paralysis, fragments of light inside the craft, the precise moment Parker collapsed. These were not details any deputy had heard before. "You could not move," the man stated. The younger one fell before the light touched him. Hickson crushed his cigarette, understanding this was no interview. They already knew everything. When Hickson tried to interrupt, seeking names or identities, the speaker continued unbroken. His words circled and repeated, testing Hickson's reactions. The silent man by the door remained fixed on Parker, who sat motionless, his white-knuckled fists a silent admission. No paperwork, no introductions. These men were not gathering information, they were dissecting it. Hickson felt less like a witness and more like a specimen under clinical observation. Their departure was choreographed, jackets smoothed, chairs tucked, movements synchronized. They vanished into a dark sedan that rolled away deliberately, headlights muted. The aftermath was suffocating. Telephone calls clicked strangely. Voices echoed metallically. Hickson heard his own words repeated seconds after speaking. Mail arrived with sliced and resealed envelopes. Newspapers printed statements he never uttered, sentences too polished to be his own. On rural roads, cars tracked his movements with calculated precision. Slowing, stopping. The trailing vehicles mirrored his every action. For Hickson, the river had been terrifying, but this kitchen encounter was far worse. The craft had controlled his body. Now these men were intent on controlling his story. The small Mississippi town simmered with unease. Neighbors began avoiding the family, crossing streets to steer clear. Dark sedans appeared near the house at strange hours, and hushed conversations spread. Men in suits lurked outside, watching. Parker bore the heaviest burden. At just 19, he withdrew completely. Speaking meant risking the return of those mysterious men. He shunned journalists, declined gatherings, and maintained absolute silence, even among friends. His fear wasn't about mockery, but about drawing unwanted attention. Hickson approached things differently. Older and more composed, he spoke sparingly in interviews. Each carefully chosen word carried weight. The memory of his own testimony being coldly recited back to him haunted every statement. Both men had initially cooperated fully. The night of their encounter, they went directly to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Hours of intense questioning followed, with deputies even using a secret recorder. Later, the sheriff would admit that the raw terror captured in their private moments seemed too genuine to be fabricated. Yet when Hickson inquired about the strange visitors, deputies became defensive. They insisted no plainclothes officers had been dispatched. Their office had no such unit. Any visitors claiming authority were not county law enforcement. Attention shifted to the United States Air Force and its Project Blue Book. The Pascagoula incident was logged in their files, but their investigative protocols were rigid. Uniformed investigators, clear identification, and thorough documentation were standard. Hickson was adamant. These men were different. No papers, no names. Moving with an unnatural precision, reporters began pressuring the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI's response was equally definitive. No agents had been sent to Pascagoula, no investigation existed. No case file, no field report, nothing. The contradictions mounted. The sheriff's office acknowledged the witnesses' fear, but denied the visitors. The Air Force confirmed the sighting, but not its aftermath. The FBI claimed complete non-involvement. What remained unaccounted for were the very figures who had most directly confronted the witnesses. The Pascagoula abduction cast a long shadow that went far beyond the riverbank encounter with inhuman beings. For those who lived through it, the deeper story centered on the aftermath, the men who came later, their unsettling presence, and the profound impact on witnesses. Hickson and Parker experienced this differently. Hickson became a reluctant spokesman, speaking publicly but always with extreme caution. He carried himself aware that unseen ears might be listening. Parker, by contrast, was a shy 19-year-old who withdrew completely, avoiding the subject for decades. His silence stemmed not from disbelief, but from fear. Their families bore the weight of this experience too. Hickson's wife remembered disturbed phone calls and strange cars parked outside. Parker's relatives urged him to stay quiet, sensing potential consequences of speaking out. When men would later recite Hickson's testimony back to him word for word, in voices stripped of human cadence, the contradiction left both men stranded. These mysterious visitors seemed to make one truth devastatingly clear. Talking would bring them back. They would appear without warning, like the three men in black suits who stood motionless in the misty Scottish Highlands, watching the O'Brien family farm at dusk. When they knocked, Andrew O'Brien felt unease before even opening the door. Few strangers ever came into the glen and never dressed like this. Inside, their shoes left no trace on the mud-caked floorboards. They carried no warmth, only the stillness of officials who seemed to know more than they were saying. For Hickson, the legacy became a lifetime of cautious openness. For Parker, it meant decades of silence, broken only when he grew old enough to care less about who might be listening. The case is typically remembered for strange beings and a share of secret tape, but its true story lies in the aftermath, how an experience can be stolen, controlled, made to feel no longer one's own. The O'Brien farm was a place of quiet routine, where days flowed with the rhythm of livestock and seasons. Andrew worked the land by necessity, while Margaret kept the household steady, raising two children who knew little beyond their valley. They were practical people, not given to storytelling or wild imagination. That night changed everything. A strange light appeared above the pasture, hanging motionless in the air. No sound, no heat, just an unnatural glow that made the grass beneath shimmer pale. Andrew stared, bewildered. This was no plane, no ordinary lamp. Margaret would later describe it as a flameless light, and the children thought it seemed almost alive. Then, just as suddenly, it slid sideways and vanished into the clouds. The family kept silent, discussing the incident only among themselves. 3 nights later, a black car broke the farmyard stillness. 3 men emerged, their suits too crisp for the countryside, collars buttoned high against the damp. They entered without invitation, moving with absolute certainty. At the kitchen table, they sat with synchronized precision. Their words were clinical, stripped of emotion. The matter was closed, they said. Do not speak of the light. Do not tell neighbors, police, or anyone who might ask. When questioned, they mentioned the Communications Bureau, a name that suggested authority but belonged to no known office. The children, listening from the hallway, would later whisper about how the men moved with an unsettling, rehearsed control. The family was not to speak of what they had seen. The decision, it seemed, had already been made for them. The silence was heavier than the event itself. Margaret remembered their eyes, pale, unblinking, fixed as though measuring her rather than seeing her. When Andrew tried to argue about what he had witnessed, the third man simply leaned forward and delivered his verdict. You will not speak further, he said. Not a threat, but a pronouncement. Their departure was synchronized. Chairs scraping simultaneously, hands smoothing jackets in perfect unison. They stepped into a waiting car and disappeared into the mist, leaving an immediate and palpable change in the household. Strange disruptions followed. Margaret found her sewing box scattered threads everywhere, though nothing was taken. Andrew noticed tools shifted in the shed. A kitchen drawer stood ajar one morning with no family member claiming responsibility. The children spoke of seeing one of the men standing motionless in the yard, watching the windows. Each time Andrew investigated with a lantern, the yard was empty. Yet the children's descriptions remained vivid and consistent. A black car began appearing on the road into the glen, parked at odd hours with no apparent purpose. Whenever neighbors approached, it would roll away slowly, only to reappear days later. Even the telephone seemed compromised. Margaret would lift the receiver to hear a faint hum, her words echoing back metallically, as if another line had joined their conversation. The family's social connections unraveled. Margaret stopped attending gatherings. Andrew ceased visiting the pub. The children were warned never to mention the light again. Andrew sought reassurance from the local constable, but found none. The officer was clear. No plain-clothed investigators had been sent, and no Bureau of Communications existed in Scotland. Hoping for answers, Andrew wrote to the Scottish office. The response mirrored the constable's. No officials had been dispatched. No record of such a bureau existed. Later researchers checked with the Ministry of Defense, which logged UFO reports. The OMOD confirmed regional files, but none related to the specific incident. The O'Brien family's experience with an inexplicable sighting left them trapped in a silent contradiction. They knew details about visitors who seemed to know everything about them, yet no government agency would acknowledge these men's existence. These strangers arrived with an intimidating presence that effectively silenced the entire family. Andrew and Margaret quickly transformed their home into a fortress of secrecy. Curtains were drawn before nightfall, lights burned longer than necessary, and the children learned to avoid windows, haunted by the fear of pale faces watching from outside. The memory became a private wound, never to be discussed openly. Years later, the impact remained profound. Andrew would only admit the sighting with reluctance, refusing to describe the visitors. Margaret remained completely silent. Their children, carrying the weight of this unspoken experience, would only groan when the subject arose, unable to break the imposed silence. This pattern was not unique. A familiar narrative emerged. A family witnesses something unexplained. Mysterious men arrive invoking false authority, and official channels deny any investigation. The O'Briens were left suspended between belief and denial, ultimately retreating into quiet. What lingered was not the strange light over their pasture, but the three synchronized strangers in suits who spoke with an authority that bore no official name. Their visit left no physical trace, only a silence that would endure for decades. The craft vanished, but the psychological impact remained, a testament to the power of intimidation and unspoken threat. In the Brazilian state of Minas, Virginia was a quiet city renowned for its coffee production and gentle landscape. But in January 1996, this tranquil town suddenly became the center of an extraordinary event that would draw international attention. Reports began spreading about a strange crash in the countryside, followed by sightings of small, unusual beings in the streets. 3 young women provided the most vivid account, describing a creature crouched near a wall with brown, oily skin and enormous red eyes. Soldiers reportedly arrived swiftly, taking control of the area. Local residents spoke of military trucks with covered shapes and unusual hospital activity. As journalists and researchers flocked to investigate, the stories multiplied. But this openness was short-lived. Gradually, voices began to fade. Families started withdrawing their testimonies, with some claiming misunderstandings and others falling completely silent. The pattern of silencing was eerily consistent. After nightfall, men would knock on doors, dressed in dark suits and carrying themselves with authoritative presence. They would arrive, sometimes alone, sometimes accompanied by soldiers waiting nearby. These visitors did not ask questions, they gave instructions. One family who had spoken to a local reporter about movements near the crash site experienced this firsthand. Men entered their home, brandishing papers they wouldn't let the family read. They spoke of state security and the critical importance of silence. The father was warned against giving interviews, and the children were directly told to deny what they had witnessed. Within days, the family issued a press retraction. Another case involved a woman whose husband worked at the local hospital. After she casually mentioned unusual military activity in the wards, 2 men appeared at her door. They didn't threaten, but their message was clear. What truly frightened Virginia in 1996 wasn't the mysterious creature, but the men who followed, those silent, imposing figures who systematically erased every trace of the story. Doors that had once been open to journalists were now firmly closed. Where voices had freely spoken, only silence remained. As silence descended on the community, the once vibrant story began to retreat. Witnesses who had eagerly shared their accounts now stepped back, their voices muted. Newspapers that previously printed vivid details started publishing retractions. Locals spoke in hushed tones, even in private settings. Whispers spread about tapped phones and watchful visitors in parked cars. The fear was palpable. Mentioning names could bring unwelcome attention. By February, those who had been vocal in January now refused interviews. Some apologized quietly, claiming mistakes, while others simply turned away without explanation. Evidence began to vanish. Hospital staff who previously hinted at unusual activities stopped responding. Military trucks allegedly moved wreckage, but no official records emerged. Journalists found their file requests denied or endlessly delayed. The Brazilian army acknowledged its presence in Virginia, explaining troop movements as routine exercises unrelated to any extraordinary events. Locals vividly remembered soldiers' uniforms, trucks, and strategic positioning, yet witnesses also described another group, men in suits who operated differently. These visitors arrived after dark, spoke in emotionless tones, and referenced undefined security protocols. The young women who initially claimed to see something extraordinary now withdrew into silence. Their original story remained unretracted, but subsequent interviews revealed minimal details and a clear desire for privacy. The men who arrived seemed to own the town, appearing without explanation and pressuring witnesses to dismiss their experiences as mere imagination. The suppression wasn't aggressive, but a calculated campaign of quiet pressure. The result was a community transformed. Where rumors once flourished, silence now reigned. In the quiet town of Virginia, a strange event unfolded that would reshape the community's very fabric. The incident left behind more questions than answers, with authorities offering a complex dance of acknowledgement and denial. Military presence was openly admitted, yet the core of what witnesses remembered, the pressure to remain silent, was systematically dismissed. The impact went far beyond individual experiences. An entire town's atmosphere transformed. Neighbors grew hesitant to discuss what they had seen. Families lived with the unsettling knowledge that unknown men had entered their homes, spoken with unquestionable authority, and departed without explanation. Young women who first described the encounter gradually withdrew. Their voices grew softer with each passing year. One researcher heard a telling confession: "It is not the being we fear, it is the men who follow." Shops and cafes that once buzzed with speculation fell silent. Conversations became fragmented, whispered, never direct. This was not suppression through ridicule, but through calculated intimidation. Men in suits made discreet visits, offering cryptic instructions. No government branch claimed responsibility. Journalists found closed doors. State authorities remained tight-lipped. The Ministry of Defense acknowledged rumors but dismissed them as mere imagination. Internationally, the case became Brazil's most famous UFO incident. Researchers pointed to crash reports and accounts of strange beings. Yet within Brazil, it was remembered differently, as a story first spoken, then systematically silenced. The legacy was not the event itself, but the profound quiet that followed. The silence itself became the narrative. Families who once spoke freely now understood that discussing their experience invited unwelcome attention. The community learned a stark lesson. Some stories are better left unspoken. The night of November 22, 1987, erupted with an unexpected television hijacking that would haunt Chicago's airwaves. For a fleeting 2 minutes, a distorted figure in a Max Headroom mask seized control of the broadcast, bobbing against a metallic background with a mocking, warped voice. The FCC quickly labeled the incident illegal and bizarre, with most viewers nervously laughing it off as an elaborate prank. But for one local electronics enthusiast, this was far more than entertainment. Part of a tight-knit community fascinated by radio signals and broadcast homologies, he had spent years building custom receivers and mapping frequency patterns. When the Max Headroom intrusion occurred, it became an all-consuming mystery. He meticulously collected VHS recordings, trading with fellow hobbyists and comparing signal disruptions. Each tape was studied intently, the static and distortion becoming as familiar as an old friend. Questions burned in his mind. How had someone overpowered Chicago's transmitters? What sophisticated equipment enabled such precise targeting, first interrupting a news station, then a public television broadcast of Doctor Who? His research did not go unnoticed. Weeks into his investigation, 2 men in black suits appeared at his door. They knew his name, his collection, his gathered recordings. They did not come to ask questions. They came to take. In the end, the mysterious figure behind the broadcast became almost secondary. What remained was the chilling memory of those pale faces, the implied threat, and how an entire town learned that silence could be enforced without a single official admitting responsibility. The true power of the incident lay not in the surreal masked broadcast, but in the unspoken message that followed. Some mysteries are better left unexplored. 2 men in dark, sharply pressed suits arrived on a mild winter day. Their overcoats seemed unnecessarily heavy. They introduced themselves only by name, no titles or agency identification. One carried a thin briefcase while the other remained slightly behind, silent. The researcher had collected tapes that were now the focus of their visit. Without asking questions, the first man stated directly that they needed those tapes. When the researcher asked about their representation, the man simply repeated that the tapes required review. With quiet authority, they stepped inside. At the dining table, they opened the briefcase and withdrew a plain folder. The contents were chilling. Pages documenting his correspondence, complete with his name typed across the top, including addresses of others he had shared tapes with. The implicit message was clear. They knew everything. They instructed him to hand over all VHS recordings of the hijack and his accompanying notes. "This material is not for private study," one said, while the other methodically collected and stacked the tapes into the briefcase. No receipts were issued, no forms signed. Before departing, the taller man fixed him with a steady gaze and delivered a directive, not a threat. "Do not continue." They left as silently as they had arrived, sliding into a dark sedan that rolled away soundlessly, leaving the researcher staring at the empty space where his work had been. The aftermath was swift and devastating. His research group disintegrated instantly. Some members refused to continue, terrified of similar visits. Others completely denied any previous involvement. The collaborative trust that had bound them vanished overnight. Attempting to rebuild, the researcher reached out to friends seeking duplicate tapes. Most refused, offering apologetic but firm rejections. Those who did send materials warned him not to retain them long. Even the surviving evidence felt compromised. A second-generation copy he managed to obtain contained distortions he was certain were not present in the original. He stopped sharing his research after the incident. Pages of his notes vanished from a locked cabinet, drawers left open with papers rearranged, though nothing valuable was taken. The paranoia began to grow. A black car with darkened windows repeatedly parked across from his building. His phone line developed strange clicks at the start of calls, and sometimes his own words echoed back in a metallic, delayed tone. He withdrew from meetings and stopped answering reporters. Years later, he would simply say, "The hijack disturbed me." The Federal Communications Commission launched an immediate investigation into the Max Headroom hijack. They confirmed the intruder used a powerful microwave signal to override broadcasts, describing it as a serious federal crime with potential fines and imprisonment. Despite months of thorough investigation, the FCC never identified a culprit. They interviewed station engineers, traced equipment sales, and tested transmitter security. Officially, the case remains unsolved. When questioned about the men who took the tapes, the FCC denied involvement. Investigators insisted they had not seized materials from private citizens or sent agents to homes. Their work was conducted through station management and engineering staff. Local Chicago police echoed the same response. No official record existed of investigators matching the description. The men in suits seemed to operate outside any public documentation. This contradiction trapped the researcher in uncertainty. If the men were from the FCC, they had lied about their identity. If not, they possessed knowledge and access, suggesting another authority. Either way, their visit existed in a shadowy realm beyond official records. The encounter shattered his confidence. Where he once pursued anomalies with curiosity, he now treated them with deep suspicion. He abandoned hobbyist meetings and stopped corresponding with fellow researchers. His phone number changed twice in a single year. Friends vividly recalled his transformation. One remembered him saying they could come back any time. He was more afraid of them than of prison. Paranoia seeped into his daily life. He drew curtains earlier, carefully checked the street before leaving, and avoided conversations with strangers. Whenever the Max Headroom incident came up in casual conversation, he would visibly tense. The Max Headroom signal hijack remains etched in broadcast history as one of its most infamous unsolved cases. Beyond the surreal imagery and audacious takeover of Chicago airwaves lies a deeper, quieter narrative about information, evidence, and control. A researcher who sought to document the event found himself at the center of something far more complex than a media prank. His testimony, never part of the official FCC record, survives only in fragments shared among colleagues. What makes his account remarkable was not the technical details of the hijack, but the intrusion that followed. Men in suits appeared, taking his tapes and sending a clear message. Their actions connected the broader pattern of intimidation. These figures claimed authority, demanded silence, and left no official trace. For those studying such phenomena, the Chicago case stands out as a singular event. The researcher spoke to a close confidant about more than just lost evidence. The psychological weight of feeling watched was overwhelming. The hijack had revealed the potential of technology, while the subsequent visit demonstrated the power of silence. Someone wanted him to understand they could see everything he had done. In a library in Philadelphia during the early 1980s, Peter Reich experienced a chilling encounter. A pale man in a black suit approached him, his presence unnoticed until he spoke. "You study unidentified flying objects," he stated, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. The broadcast faded, the hijacker was never caught, and the researcher retreated into obscurity. Two mysteries remained. Who hijacked the Chicago airwaves? and who followed to ensure no independent records survived. The truth became another casualty of an event on the edge of explanation. Witnesses, eager to preserve the truth, found themselves confronted by visitors, determined to ensure that truth would not endure. Peter Roich's story became a testament to the shadowy world where information is a weapon and silence is a strategy. Peter Roich was not your typical academic. A professor of humanities and social sciences, his expertise lay in folklore, myth, and how societies weave narratives around the unknown. UFO stories, abductions, and strange beings were his scholarly terrain. Colleagues respected him as a serious researcher, someone who studied and interpreted rather than believed. His life's work centered on mythology, oral traditions, and the extraordinary's role in cultural memory. He wasn't a UFO believer in the sensationalist sense, but a documentarian of belief itself. This made what happened in the university library that ordinary day all the more unsettling. Rochevich had never personally witnessed a UFO. His connection was purely academic, rooted in studying witness accounts and noting cultural similarities. He'd repeatedly encountered descriptions of dark-suited men who appeared after sightings, pale, mechanical, intimidating figures, claiming to be officials without identification. To him, these men were symbolic, figures of suppression woven into modern UFO folklore, until one actually sat beside him. The man's arrival was inexplicable. Peter later realized he'd never seen him enter. One moment the chair was empty, the next it was occupied. Tall, dressed in a black suit with a white shirt buttoned high, the man had unusually pale skin, thin lips, and sharp, unblinking eyes. Leaning forward, he began asking pointed questions directly about Peter. Why did he study unidentified flying objects? What did he hope to discover? Did he believe the witnesses he'd interviewed? In that moment, the mythology Peter had long studied materialized beside him, speaking in clipped, precise tones. Peter Rochevich's world changed after a peculiar encounter in the library. A mysterious man approached him, asking questions in a flat, emotionless tone that felt more like an interrogation than a conversation. When Peter tried to learn the visitor's identity, he was met with silence and an ominous warning. Some things are better left unstudied. The encounter was brief but intense. The man's demeanor suggested he was delivering a clear message. Stop your research. Without warning, he stood up and left, moving with precise, military-like efficiency. By the time Peter looked up, the man had completely vanished. Later, investigations revealed no trace of his visit, no sign-in at the library, no staff member who remembered seeing him. In the days following, Peter couldn't shake the experience. He had long studied the folklore of men in black, but never expected to encounter one himself. His research notes took on a new character. Where he once wrote about theoretical narratives, he now documented a personal encounter. He meticulously recorded the man's mannerisms, his precise language, and his abrupt disappearance. Peter tried to analyze the encounter through his academic lens, attempting to categorize it within existing frameworks of myth and narrative. Yet the more he tried, the less it fit. The experience fundamentally altered his approach to research. He became more cautious, less willing to speak openly about UFOs. His students noticed the change, a newfound hesitation when discussing the subject. Later, he would tell friends, the man was not interested in folklore. He was interested in me. Despite the unsettling encounter, Peter did not file a police report. What could he say? That a mysterious man appeared, asked questions, and then vanished without a trace. He did, however, discreetly investigate whether any government agencies might be interested in UFO researchers. Colleagues suggested various possibilities. The Air Force's Project Blue Book, which had closed in 1969, or the CIA's historical monitoring of UFO activities in the 1950s and 60s. But no official body acknowledged any connection or interest. The encounter remained an unresolved mystery, a personal experience that transformed Peter's academic trajectory and relationship with his research. A university record captured an odd visitor that day. The event hung in an ambiguous space too precise to dismiss as random chance, yet too undocumented to confirm officially. It echoed the liminal territory UFO witnesses often inhabit between memory and denial. For Peter, the impact was not a sudden burst of terror, but a persistent sense of being watched. The stranger's words reverberated, "This subject is not for you." It wasn't physical threat that silenced him, but the chilling sense that his work was being monitored, his movements tracked. His response was gradual withdrawal. Becoming more guarded about UFO discussions, his lectures shifted, emphasizing folklore over hard facts, carefully distancing his personal perspectives from the accounts he studied. In private conversations with colleagues, he revealed his unease. "I now understand what my witnesses experienced," he admitted. "I believed I was safe because I was merely documenting stories, but the stories have their own observers. The academic who once maintained professional distance had become entangled in the very folklore he researched. His experience wasn't mythical, it was terrifyingly real. The Roychevich case stands out distinctly. Typically, men in black encounters follow a sighting, abduction, or physical evidence. Here, research itself was the trigger. The visitor targeted not a witness but a scholar, not to suppress testimony, but to interrupt study. This demonstrated these mysterious figures' broader reach, showing they infiltrate academic circles, pressuring researchers against documenting or analyzing these narratives. Peter Rekovich never completely abandoned his work. He continued writing about folklore, but approached UFO topics with increased caution and scholarly detachment. Rarely did he discuss the library encounter, and when he did, his words were measured and hesitant. His story now serves as a powerful reminder. Men in black are not confined by professional boundaries or geographical limits. Their mission extends beyond silencing witnesses. They seek to suppress those who document and analyze. For Reichovich, the library encounter transformed folklore from academic study into lived experience. The man beside him was no abstract file entry, but a tangible presence delivering a stark message. Some subjects, once studied, begin to study you back. Dreamland encounters. Two guys show up at your door, stone-faced and dressed like they raided a corporate closet. No small talk, no coffee, just questions that make your skin crawl. Are they government agents, aliens playing dress-up, or just men with too much time on their hands? When Shirley Cromedy saw something unusual in the sky that May morning in 1965, she had no idea her quiet life was about to change. At 32, she was a disciplined school teacher at Pinewood Elementary in Tallahassee, Florida. Her world was structured, lesson plans prepared meticulously, Sundays at church, holidays with family. UFOs were just background noise in the Cold War era, headlines and student whispers that experts could always explain away. Just after daybreak, while preparing classroom materials, Shirley spotted something extraordinary. Above the tree line, a metallic disc hovered silently. No sound, no smoke, no visible means of propulsion. For less than a minute, it hung suspended, then glided smoothly behind the pine trees. 4 days later, two men in dark suits appeared on her porch. Their collars were buttoned too high for the Florida heat, their pale eyes unblinking. Inside her kitchen, they interrogated her in mechanical, clipped tones. Shirley quickly realized the true mystery wasn't the object in the sky, but these strange men determined to press her into silence. Who were they? Government agents, or the worst door-to-door salesman in history? They didn't smile, they didn't blink, and somehow they already knew everything she had seen. Hit like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments, what would you do if they knocked on your door? At lunch, she casually told another teacher about the disc, describing its size as comparable to a small car. Her colleague smiled politely, suggesting it was likely a reflection or weather balloon. Shirley, feeling embarrassed, dropped the subject. Unbeknownst to her, someone had overheard the conversation. Within days, the sighting she would have forgotten was no longer hers to dismiss. On May 17th evening, a knock came at her modest home's door on a quiet street near the city's edge. Two tall men stood outside, wearing dark suits despite the heavy Florida heat. Their expressions were fixed and strangely blank. "Miss Crowdy?" one asked. Though she had not introduced herself, they entered without invitation, moving with practiced precision. At her kitchen table, they placed their hands flat against the wood and began their interrogation. One asked about the sighting's exact time, while the other demanded details about the angle, duration, and whether she had taken notes or heard any sounds. Their questioning sequence felt rigid, as if read from a script. When Shirley asked about their identity, the taller man produced a paper with a crude security stamp. No agency, signature, or badge accompanied it. Having worked with state officials before, she knew these documents looked suspicious. Their questions intensified. Photographers, other witnesses, collected objects from the sighting area. Her denials prompted the shorter man to lean forward, his voice steady but strangely strained. "We will trust your discretion," he said. The taller man added, "Do not repeat the story, should inquiry arise." After 30 minutes, they stood, nodded in unison, and walked to a black sedan idling by the curb. The car pulled away slowly. Headlights dimmed on the unlit street. That night, Shirley slept little. By morning, she wondered if she had misread the encounter. Then the disturbances began. Her neatly stacked school papers appeared shuffled. A locked drawer was slightly ajar. At home, a recipe card and small book had moved from their usual places. Nothing was stolen, but she felt an unmistakable trace of another's presence. Neighbors mentioned a dark sedan parked near her house in the evenings, engine idling. 2 figures inside. At first, the strange occurrences seemed minor. Her phone would occasionally produce a faint clicking sound, and once during a call with her sister, Shirley heard her own words echoed back slightly delayed. The operator assured her the line was clear, but something felt off. A sense of being watched grew stronger week by week. One afternoon, as students were leaving, she spotted a tall man at the corridor's end. Dressed in a heavy suit, his posture rigid, he stared directly at her. When she turned to call a colleague, he vanished. The custodian insisted no one had been there. Soon after, a student mentioned 2 inspectors had visited the school office, asking specifically for Shirley. The secretary denied this, but Shirley knew something was happening. These men had returned to ensure her silence. Seeking answers, she visited the local police station and cautiously asked about interviews related to aircraft sightings. The desk sergeant confirmed no such division existed. When she pressed further, he suggested pranksters might be responsible, but she knew these weren't ordinary pranksters. They knew her name and address. She discreetly investigated, learning about Project Blue Book, the Air Force's UFO reporting program. Though Florida files existed from that period, none mentioned her encounter. If these men were military, they'd left no official record. Gradually, Shirley changed. She became withdrawn, closing curtains earlier, leaving the radio on, checking the street before bed. Her sister noticed her hesitation when answering the phone. Students observed her becoming more guarded, less likely to laugh. One student remembered her frequently peering through classroom blinds, seemingly expecting something beyond the playground. When a close friend directly asked about the incident, Shirley's response was quiet but definitive. They weren't police or Air Force, but they knew too much, and they didn't want her talking. The Tallahassee case remained unknown, leaving only the memory of a teacher profoundly unsettled by mysterious visitors. First came the sighting on a modest day. Shirley Cromedy saw something above the schoolyard, a disc that her colleagues quickly dismissed. What followed was more unsettling than the initial observation. 2 men in suits arrived, carrying vague documents and asking mechanical questions. Surveillance crept into her life, subtle intrusions that left no concrete proof but disrupted her daily existence. When she sought official help, authorities denied any knowledge of such investigators. The silence that descended was not disbelief, but a quiet resignation. For Cromedy, the unidentified object overhead was never the core mystery. The true weight of her experience lay in the men who came after, voices without warmth, papers without legitimacy, embodying an authority that seemed to belong nowhere. She carried this memory into retirement, never sharing her story publicly. Only fragments emerged later in UFO archives, pieced together by colleagues and researchers who heard whispers about the teacher from Tallahassee. Today, her case represents another thread in a broader pattern of mid-1960s intimidation. Ordinary citizens who witnessed unusual craft were visited by strangers whose presence felt more haunting than the initial sightings. The lesson was clear. Some events do not end when the object leaves the sky. They conclude when silence feels safer than truth. Stephen Michaelak's experience echoed a similar narrative at Falcon Lake, Manitoba, on May 20, 1967. He had entered the wilderness as a prospector, armed with a rock hammer and notebook. He returned, burned across the chest, his shirt in tatters, bearing injuries no doctor could easily explain. The strangers who followed were more remarkable than the craft he described on the granite outcrop. They came not asking who he was, but demanding what he still possessed. A shirt seared with a perfect grid, soil scraped from a scorched rock, fragments carrying faint radiation traces. 2 men in dark suits sat at his kitchen table, speaking as if these items already belonged to them, as if Michalak had merely been holding them in trust. They pressed him with questions sharper than any journalist, leaving behind a silence heavier than his physical scars. The pattern was unmistakable, though few would have known their names. Michalak was a methodical prospector who had immigrated to Canada and settled in Winnipeg. His professional precision extended to his weekend hobby of scouting granite ridges for quartz veins and mineral samples. Those who knew him recognized his disciplined and polite nature. On May 20, 1967, what began as a routine mineral hunt at Falcon Lake turned extraordinary. While working among the rocks, Michalak witnessed 2 objects in the sky. One quickly vanished while the other descended onto a nearby outcrop. The metallic, disc-shaped object emitted a sulfurous smell. A brief hatch opening was followed by a rotational vent that blasted intense heat, setting his shirt ablaze. Rectangular burns appeared in a precise grid across his chest. Dazed and shocked, he stumbled from the clearing, tearing away the burning fabric. Hospital doctors doctored his injuries, photographing the wounds and preserving his riddled shirt. Subsequent soil samples from the site tested radioactive, with these details entering official records. Weeks later, two mysterious visitors arrived. They knew his name without introduction and detailed his medical journey with unsettling accuracy. One visitor described his chest wounds in perfect detail without Mikolak ever revealing them. They requested his shirt, scorched soil, and rock samples with quiet expectation rather than a typical request. When Mikolak inquired about their affiliation, their responses varied. One claimed federal status, another mentioned security, and a third referenced defense. None provided credible identification. Their questions seemed more like confirmations. Had he spoken to Americans? Would he publish his account? Had he duplicated soil test results? The shorter visitor produced a plain white card bearing only a name in block letters. No agency, rank, or insignia accompanied the identification. After less than an hour, they departed in a black sedan that moved slowly away, as if certain of a return. Strange disturbances followed their visit. Drawers remained open, notebooks appeared, shifted, and tools were mysteriously displaced. His wife began receiving phone calls that would inexplicably dissolve into silence. Silence. A black sedan haunted Molak's neighborhood, parked for long intervals with two unmoving figures inside. When approached, it would crawl away, only to return days later. Evidence began slipping from his control. The laboratory that received his shirt never returned it. Soil test results came back incomplete, radiation data quietly omitted. His hospital files, once routine, were suddenly marked restricted. Access became complicated, delayed, sometimes outright refused. The official investigation continued. Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers visited, took statements, and examined the site. Department of National Defense analysts reviewed his injuries and the soil. Their reports confirmed the burns, the shirt, the radiation. Yet hundreds of pages made no mention of the two men who had previously asked for evidence at his kitchen table. Seeking clarity, Mikolak approached the authorities. At the RCMP offices, he explained the two plain-clothed men who had demanded evidence. Their response was immediate. RCMP investigators worked in uniform with proper identification. Whoever had come was not theirs. The Department of National Defense officials showed interest in Falcon Lake, but dismissed his description of the men as impossible. Defense investigators, they insisted, did not operate in secrecy or without paperwork. The Winnipeg Police Service also denied involvement. They had no unit investigating aerial phenomena, no investigators in suits. Denial followed denial, closing every potential avenue of confirmation. The men remained real yet unclaimed, their knowledge precise, their presence undeniable, but no authority would admit to sending them. The quiet toll on Mikolak was severe. His health deteriorated with recurring nausea, headaches, and weakness. Burns healed into scars, but unease remained. He grew guarded, speaking sparingly to reporters, repeating only public information to researchers, saying little to friends. At home, he checked windows before bed and taught his children never to answer questions about him. Prospecting trips, once his refuge, ended. The wilderness no longer held promise. It carried memory. To one friend, he quietly confided the weight of his experience. The Falcon Lake case stands as Canada's most famous UFO encounter, distinguished by its rare physical evidence, grid pattern burns, a damaged shirt, radioactive soil. It's among the most thoroughly documented cases worldwide. Yet beneath this legacy lies a rarely discussed layer of silent calls, missing files, and men who demanded silence without leaving a trace. Michael carried scars both visible and invisible. His experience reflected a pattern spanning decades, a sky encounter followed by ground intrusion where the object vanishes but the men remain. Falcon Lake was never just about what descended on the granite outcrop. It was about what pursued him home. Strangers who demanded everything, claimed nothing, and left him bearing an unbearable burden. Dr. Richard Oppenheimer's warning emerged not through a letter or midnight phone call, but in the most unsettling manner possible. Two men entered his office as if they already owned it, without knocking or introducing themselves. Their dark suits showed no street dust, their expressions devoid of humanity. One man moved directly to the filing cabinet, his gloved hand tapping the drawer, a silent reminder of its contents. The other sat opposite, gaze fixed and unwavering. "We need to talk about your interviews," he said, his voice flat and rehearsed. Oppenheimer understood then that his research's real danger wasn't academic ridicule, but the attention of men who didn't ask, but commanded. A careful academic, Oppenheimer was no sensationalist. He didn't call press conferences or write alarmist articles. Trained in methodical documentation, he had become intrigued by Minnesota's increasing UFO reports in the early 1960s. The stories varied wildly. Farmers witnessing discs hovering over fields, patrolmen describing lights tracking their cars along empty highways. Oppenheimer's quiet obsession with Minnesota's mysterious sightings consumed him. Rural landscapes stretched wide, offering unobstructed views of strange aerial phenomena. Reports flooded in from farmers, students, and local authorities, accounts that most dismissed as mere rumors. But Oppenheimer was different. He approached each story with methodical precision. Home interviews, cafe conversations, police station meetings, he captured every detail. Witnesses sketched glowing shapes, described impossible movements. Diagrams and transcripts filled his carefully organized cabinet. A testament to years of patient documentation, the open skies seemed to invite these unexplained encounters. Minnesota became an unexpected epicenter, its vast expanses revealing secrets that Michigan or Ohio could only whisper about. Oppenheimer noticed patterns, recurring shapes, consistent colors, similar maneuvers described independently by unrelated people. Lakes and highways seemed to mark invisible pathways. His colleagues oscillated between mockery and admiration. For Oppenheimer, this wasn't about believing or disbelieving. It was about meticulous record-keeping, about preserving testimonies that might otherwise fade into forgotten whispers. Then they arrived. Two men who moved with unsettling certainty. One stationed himself by the cabinet, hand resting on metal as if claiming ownership. The other leaned across the desk, reciting names and quotes with chilling accuracy. They knew everything, every interview, every unpublished transcript. When Oppenheimer asked their identity, their response was clinical. "We represent security interests," one said flatly. "No badge, no explanation." The other simply declared, "Your research is no longer required." The encounter was measured, yet unmistakably final. Two men entered Oppenheimer's office, their words calm but loaded with unspoken authority. When Oppenheimer probed about their affiliation, "Are you with the Air Force with Blue Book?" they responded with calculated vagueness. "Government. Defense." No specifics, no identifiable agency. They did not raise their voices. They did not make physical contact, but their message was clear. His work would end. Without ceremony, they rose, cast a final glance at the filing cabinet, and departed. The door clicked shut, leaving Oppenheimer in a room that felt fundamentally transformed. The intrusion didn't conclude with their exit. It seeped into his workspace, corroding his sense of control. A week later, he discovered his filing cabinet subtly violated. Select interview papers had vanished. The names they had spoken were gone. The lock remained intact, drawers undisturbed, yet the gaps were conspicuous. Other files bore signs of manipulation. Sentences crossed out, words rewritten in a handwriting that mimicked his own but imperfectly. A transcript's date shifted by a single digit, just enough to disrupt his carefully maintained chronology. Initially he suspected his own oversight, but a pattern emerged. Selective removal, delicate distortion. His professional sanctuary was no longer secure. Papers on his desk inexplicably moved, drawers left slightly open. Returning from lectures, he'd find a chair displaced, a book reshelved backwards. Nothing dramatic, just persistent reminders that he was not alone. The telephone followed suit. Silent calls, faint breathing, occasional mechanical hums before disconnection. At home, a dark sedan appeared, lingering near his street. Neighbors observed it. When Oppenheimer emerged, the car would roll away slow, deliberate. Each small disruption carried a clear message. His work was under constant surveillance. Control had slipped from his grasp. Seeking clarity, he quietly reached out to officials, hoping to understand the boundaries of this unseen pressure. The United States Air Force's Project Blue Book openly investigated UFO reports across Minnesota. Yet when Oppenheimer described two mysterious men who had visited him, official responses were unequivocal. Blue Book investigators always worked in uniform with proper identification, and neither they nor the Minnesota State Police sent anonymous visitors to private offices. Local police suggested Oppenheimer might have encountered pranksters, but these denials only deepened the mystery. The men who visited him demonstrated an unsettling knowledge, quoting names and phrases never made public, handling his files with remarkable precision. No agency would claim them. Their visit seemed to exist in an institutional limbo, tangible enough to leave traces, yet so elusive that no official record acknowledged their existence. The encounter profoundly changed Oppenheimer. His work and demeanor transformed dramatically. He began locking his office repeatedly, first twice, then 3 times, and still found evidence of intrusion. He compulsively rewrote transcripts, scrawling notes in his notebooks. This is the original. Do not alter. Check against copy. Sleep became impossible. He would lie awake, alert to every car slowing on the street. Lights burned continuously through the night, not from carelessness, but from a deep, unspoken anxiety. Colleagues observed his metamorphosis. Where he once spoke openly about his research, he now avoided the subject completely. He refused invitations to present findings, declined witness interviews, and gradually his promising project ground to a halt. To students, he appeared distracted and disengaged. With close friends, he would only admit that the visitors had deeply unsettled him. He never described them in detail. The silence in his tone spoke volumes. Within months, his work was over. Files were boxed and set aside, never to be revisited. The Minnesota incident left no physical evidence, no photographs, no burned clothing, no radioactive soil. Its legacy was absence. An interrupted archive, a silenced researcher, an abandoned project. In UFO research history, Oppenheimer's case illustrates not the drama of a sighting, but the quiet, profound power of suppression. A car approached slowly along the gravel lane, its tires rolling with a steady, measured pace that carried across the fields. Headlights swept across the barn and turned deliberately toward the house, coming to a halt at the porch with the engine idling low. 2 men stepped out, their dark suits stark against the dusty road, polished shoes reflecting the porch light. Despite the gravel they'd crossed, the Gunters were an unremarkable family by any county measure. They kept livestock, grew crops, and lived by the rhythms of land and season. Their name carried a reputation for steadiness, for people who met obligations and neither courted trouble nor spread tales. Yet in the months before this night, something strange had begun pressing against the edges of their lives. Lights had started appearing over their farm, glowing spheres that hovered low, pulsed softly, then darted in sharp arcs into the tree line. They came without sound, brighter than lanterns, too steady to be aircraft. Neighbors whispered of the same lights, but mostly in passing. Curiosity grew until one night the father decided to fetch a camera. On this particular night, the farm was quiet. Children had gone to bed early. The mother folded laundry at the kitchen table, and the father stood on the porch, cooling himself in the autumn air, accustomed to the honest silence of open land. Without greeting or hesitation, the 2 men climbed the steps. The father, lantern in hand, half raised a question. They did not answer. One simply said, "We'll need to come inside." And they did. These visitors were not skeptics, journalists, or police. They were something else. Unnamed, unclaimed, but undeniably effective. The story reflects a wider pattern where witnesses often spoke of intimidation after strange sightings. Here, even a cautious and methodical researcher was not spared. The message was clear and devastating. This was not just about keeping witnesses quiet. It was about ending inquiry itself. For Oppenheimer, the lesson was simple. The lights in the sky might be endlessly debated, but when these men arrived, the debate was no longer his to pursue. His silence became the final entry in his files, a testament to the Gunter estate intrusions in rural Kentucky during the late 1960s. The night sky was clear after the rain, stars scattered sharp above the fields. Late summer was settling in as the children finished their chores. One of them spotted something unusual near the tree line, a light brighter than Venus, hanging steady and pale, pulsing slowly as if breathing. Soon another light appeared, smaller and quicker than any plane, darting upward with impossible speed. The father, familiar with county skies and the regular hum of crop dusters and military training flights, recognized this was different. He stepped onto the porch, jaw set in concentration. The mother joined him, silent, her hand resting on the children's shoulders. When the larger light dipped lower, hovering above the pasture, the father retrieved the family's simple box camera. Bracing himself against the porch post, he raised the viewfinder and clicked 3 times. The shutter whispered against the open night. The light seemed to sense their attention, then arced sharply upward and vanished into darkness. The family stood motionless, witnessing something beyond explanation. Later, when the slides were developed, they showed only grainy frames with faint glowing orbs above the horizon. but it was enough proof that something had been there. They carefully stored the photographs in a small box within the family trunk, believing the incident would soon be forgotten. Weeks or months passed. Then came the sedan. Two men entered the kitchen as if it belonged to them. One seated himself deliberately in the father's chair, hands folded with precise calculation. The other moved methodically along the walls, examining every surface shelves of dishes, the mantel clock, the family Bible. His gaze lingered longest on the trunk. Without asking, without explaining, the seated man spoke flatly. Photographs were made here. We will require them. Not a request, but a statement. The father stiffened. The mother drew the children closer. Their captured memory, once a private curiosity, was no longer theirs alone. Two men entered the house, moving with an air of quiet authority. At the kitchen table, one sat while the other stood near the trunk. His hand rested on the lid, lingering with a sense of confirmation. A small box, he murmured softly, though not to anyone in particular. The father felt his chest tighten as frames came into view. No one outside the household knew the number or location of these photographs. The men carried themselves like meticulous auditors, their presence a silent inventory of the space. The seated man studied each family member's face, his gaze settling longest on the children. The youngest child looked away under the weight of his stare. Meanwhile, the standing man moved about the room with deliberate precision. He adjusted a chair slightly, aligned a spoon perfectly, and brushed his fingers across the Bible's cover, leaving it slightly askew. Their words were few but laden with absolute certainty. These matters will not be discussed further. You understand your responsibility. Each statement closed without room for response. No papers exchanged hands. No names were given. Only the phrase, "State Security," repeated. After roughly 40 minutes, they rose in unison. At the doorway, the seated man surveyed the kitchen one last time. His companion adjusted his cuffs and stepped outside. The sedan's engine started with a soft growl, its headlights sweeping across the yard before carrying the strangers down the gravel lane. The house felt altered in their wake, as if something intangible had been removed, though everything appeared unchanged. Disturbances began subtly. A week later, the father discovered the slide box missing from the trunk. No signs of forced entry were evident. Letters and keepsakes remained untouched. Only the photographs had disappeared. Incremental changes followed. A recipe card misplaced. A drawer left partially open. The Bible, typically spread open at its ribbon, now closed and turned. These trivial shifts bore an unmistakable trace of another's presence. Neighbors reported a dark sedan parked at the property's edge, engine running, lights extinguished. It would hover for extended periods, departing only when approached, then return days later to resume its silent watch. The telephone developed a faint mechanical click at the start of calls. Occasionally, the family's own words would echo back thin and delayed, as if an unseen listener repeated them seconds later. The children whispered of a man at their periphery, always just beyond clear view. The father watched from the window as dusk fell, his silhouette still against the fading light. Dogs stood motionless, ears alert but silent when he rushed outside with a lantern. The yard was empty. Small events accumulated, pressing on the family's nerves. The farm no longer felt private. Their sense of home was eroding. Seeking help, the father turned to familiar channels. The county sheriff's office. Deputies listened half-heartedly, scribbling notes and dismissing concerns. Kids imagined things, they said. Locks slipped. Unsatisfied, he escalated. A detailed letter to the Kentucky State Police yielded nothing. Weeks passed with a response claiming no officers had been dispatched and no state security division existed. The FBI in Louisville received his final plea. Their reply was curt. No role in civilian aerial matters, no record of agents visiting the Gunter property. Denial met him at every turn. Yet the men had been real. They stood in the kitchen, touched the trunk, named the slides. An inexplicable absence remained. The family adapted quietly. The father added nightly checks, moving through doors and windows, lantern in hand. He shifted the trunk between rooms, knowing the gesture was futile but unable to stop. The mother drew curtains earlier, arranging kitchen items with meticulous precision to detect any disturbance. Children carried their silence to school. Strange lights mentioned by classmates were met with mute response. Nights became vigils of listening for gravel-crunching tires. The farm continued. Animals fed, crops tended, but an unseen presence watched. Privacy became performance. Photographs vanished. Trust disappeared with them. The certainty of home dissolved. No newspapers recorded the Gunter estate. No official file preserves the story. Only memory fragments survive, shared with researchers years later. The pattern remains clear. Strangers arrive with impossible knowledge. Evidence captured, then gone. Silence left behind. A glimpse of the rural men in black phenomenon. Intrusion complete. The ordinary rooms of kitchens and family spaces became theaters of silent invasion, where authority arrived without name or explanation. Something private had been taken, never to be returned. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker knew this deep in their bones after that night in Pascagoula, Mississippi. On October 11, 1973, Hickson was 42, a welder at the local shipyard known for his steady, practical nature. Fishing was his quiet escape from long shifts. Parker, just 19 and newly hired, was timid and uncomfortable with attention. He had joined Hickson that evening reluctantly, looking up to the older man but having no appetite for extraordinary claims. Their routine fishing trip along the Pascagoula River transformed into something unimaginable. A strange bluish light descended over the marsh, silent and otherworldly. Three beings emerged, moving with an unnatural, stiff gait. Parker collapsed in terror. Hickson felt his body seized, muscles frozen by a force beyond his control. Back in the kitchen days later, Hickson faced two strangers who seemed to know everything. One sat at the table, mechanically reciting his testimony from the sheriff's office, line by line. Another stood by the door, silent and watching. The voice revealed details Hickson had never spoken aloud, flashes from the craft, sensations too intimate to have been overheard. Parker sat rigid in the corner, pale and unable to meet anyone's eyes. Hickson pressed his cigarette into the ashtray. Understanding this was no interview. These men were not here to ask questions. They were here to demonstrate they already knew everything that had happened that night by the river. Moments after the encounter, both men found themselves back on the riverbank. The craft had vanished. The river remained still. They went directly to the sheriff's office, shaken and pale, their world forever altered. Hickson and Parker were deeply shaken by an encounter they could not explain. After the initial event, they were left with a lingering sense of unease that would only intensify. Days later, two men arrived at Hickson's kitchen with an unsettling purpose. One sat directly across from Hickson, while the other stood silently by the door. The seated man began speaking Hickson's own testimony verbatim, words from the sheriff's office delivered with chilling precision. But then he delved deeper, revealing intimate details Hickson had never spoken aloud. Sensations of paralysis, unexplained light. The moment Parker collapsed, these were secrets that should have remained unshared. The speaker's words circled and repeated, seemingly testing Hickson's reactions. The silent companion watched Parker intently, who remained motionless, his white-knuckled fists betraying his inner turmoil. No identification was offered, no papers produced. These men were not seeking information. They were measuring and dissecting every nuance. Their departure was as choreographed as their arrival. Chairs tucked, jackets smooth. They moved in perfect synchronization before sliding into a dark sedan that pulled away methodically, headlights dimmed. For Hickson, the kitchen encounter was far more terrifying than the original river incident. Where the craft had controlled his body, these men now sought to control his narrative. In the days that followed, strange occurrences mounted. Telephone calls carried metallic echoes, mail arrived suspiciously opened, and Hickson's own words seemed to haunt him from unseen sources. The experience left both men forever changed, their reality fundamentally altered by an encounter they could neither fully explain nor escape. Newspapers twisted Hickson's words, printing statements he swore he never said. Sentences seemed too polished to be his own. On rural roads, cars followed with an eerie precision. If he slowed, they slowed. If he stopped, they turned away, only to reappear days later. Neighbors watched dark sedans park near the house at strange hours. Some claimed to see men in suits outside, and a growing unease settled over the community. People who once greeted the family now crossed the street to avoid them. Parker bore the heaviest burden. At barely 19, he withdrew completely. Avoiding journalists and gatherings, he kept silent, even with friends. His fear wasn't about ridicule, but recognition, a sense that speaking might summon those mysterious men back. Hickson approached the situation differently, older and more composed. He spoke cautiously in interviews. The memory of men reciting his own testimony in a monotone haunted him. He believed official channels would ultimately clarify everything. On the night of their encounter, Hickson and Parker had gone directly to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. They submitted to hours of questioning and allowed deputies to place a secret recorder in the interrogation room. Later, the sheriff admitted that the men's private words carried a terror too raw to be fabricated. Yet when Hickson asked about the strangers who followed, deputies became defensive. No plainclothes men had been dispatched. They insisted. Their office had no such unit. If visitors had appeared invoking authority, they were not county lawmen. Attention shifted to the United States Air Force and Project Blue Book, which logged UFO reports. While Pascagoula was in their files, Air Force procedures were strict. Investigators always traveled in uniform, carried identification, and left paperwork. Hickson was adamant. The men in his kitchen did none of these things. They carried no papers, gave no names, and moved with an uncharacteristic precision. Reporters pursued the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bureau's response was equally definitive. No agents had been sent to Pascagoula, and no investigation existed. No case file, no field report, nothing. With each inquiry, the contradiction grew sharper. The sheriff's office acknowledged the men's fear was real, yet denied any involvement. The Pascagoula abduction is often remembered for its riverbank encounter and mysterious beings. But for those who lived through it, the true story unfolded in its aftermath, a tale of intimidation and silence. Hickson and Parker, the primary witnesses, responded to their experience in starkly different ways. Hickson became a cautious public speaker, carefully sharing just enough to maintain control. Parker, a shy 19-year-old, retreated entirely, avoiding the subject for decades out of deep fear. Their families felt the weight of the encounter too. Hickson's wife remembered disturbed phone calls and strange cars parked outside. Parker's relatives urged him to stay quiet, sensing potential consequences of speaking out. The men who visited after the incident were most haunting. They would recite Hickson's own testimony back to him in voices stripped of human emotion, claiming nothing yet demanding everything. Their presence made one thing clear. Once spoken, the experience no longer belonged to the witnesses. These mysterious figures dressed in black suits, standing silently at the edge of properties, became a recurring phenomenon. In the Scottish Highlands, the O'Brien family experienced a similar encounter around 1971 or 1972. Children first spotted three men in the misty dusk, motionless against the landscape, watching the farmhouse before making their calculated approach. For Hickson, the legacy was a lifetime of measured disclosure. For Parker, it was decades of silence, broken only when he grew old enough to care less about potential listeners. Their stories reveal a deeper narrative about control, intimidation, and the unsettling aftermath of extraordinary encounters. The Air Force acknowledged the initial sighting but distanced themselves from subsequent events. The FBI denied any involvement entirely. What remained unaddressed were the very men who had most directly confronted the witnesses, leaving behind a silence heavier than disbelief. The O'Brien family was practical and private, tied to the land by contract and necessity. Their days were marked by the turning of the seasons, hard work and little else. Andrew worked the farm while Margaret raised their two children in the quiet valley, far from the wider world. Then something happened that would unsettle them deeply. It was not a story they would have chosen to tell. One night, a glow appeared above the pasture, hanging in the air as though anchored to nothing. No sound, no heat, just an eerie light that made the grass below shimmer pale. Andrew stared, bewildered. No plane moved like this, no lamp could float so still. Margaret would later describe it as a lamp without flame, while the children whispered that it looked alive. Suddenly, it shifted sideways and rose into the cloud cover, vanishing without a trace. The night returned to silence. The O'Briens spoke of it only among themselves, reluctant to mention it beyond their farmhouse walls. 3 nights later, a car broke the yard's quiet. Andrew stepped outside to find a black vehicle, idling by the gate, its surface gleaming unnaturally in the half-light. 3 men emerged, their suits too sharp for the countryside, collars buttoned high against the damp air. They entered the house with the confidence of those who needed no permission. At the kitchen table they sat with folded hands, their posture stiff and synchronized. Their presence felt more like an inspection than a visit. Their words were clipped, rehearsed. They told the family the matter was closed. "Do not discuss the light," one said flatly, as though the decision had already been made for them. They carried no warmth in their expressions, only the stillness of officials who seemed to know more than they were saying. The family was not to speak of what they had seen above the pasture. The household transformed after their visit. 3 men, claiming to work for the Communications Bureau, arrived with an unsettling precision that unnerved Margaret and Andrew. Their movements were synchronized, their eyes distant and measuring. When Andrew tried to argue about reporting what he had witnessed, one man delivered a flat statement. You will not speak further. It wasn't a threat, but a final verdict. Strange occurrences followed immediately. Margaret found her sewing box disrupted, threads scattered randomly. Andrew noticed tools inexplicably shifted in the shed. A kitchen drawer stood ajar one morning. Though no family member claimed responsibility, the children spoke of seeing one of the men standing silently in the yard at night, watching the windows. Each time Andrew investigated with a lantern, the yard was empty. A black car began appearing mysteriously on the road into the glen, parked at unusual hours. When neighbors approached, it would roll away slowly, only to reappear days later. Even their telephones seemed compromised. Margaret would lift the receiver to hear a faint hum, with her words sometimes echoing back metallically, suggesting another line had joined their conversation. The family's social connections rapidly unraveled. Margaret stopped attending gatherings. Andrew ceased visiting the pub. The children were strictly warned never to mention the incident again. The silence felt more oppressive than the original encounter. Seeking answers, Andrew approached a local constable, hoping for some reassurance. Instead, he was told definitively that no plainclothed investigators had been sent and no Bureau of Communications existed in Scotland. Desperate for confirmation, he wrote to the Scottish office. Their response mirrored the constable's. No officials had been dispatched, and no record of such a bureau existed. When the O'Brien family encountered three men who knew intimate details about their farm and sighting, government agencies denied any knowledge or involvement. The Ministry of Defense confirmed having regional files but claimed no communications bureau existed. This left the family in a perplexing situation. These men were either incredibly well-informed pranksters or officials from an unacknowledged office. The encounter's aftermath profoundly affected the family's daily life. Curtains remained drawn before dusk, lights burned longer than usual, and children avoided windows, haunted by memories of pale faces. Intimidation worked effectively. Andrew reluctantly admitted the sighting years later, but refused to describe the visitors. Margaret chose complete silence. The children, carrying an unspoken unease, would not discuss the incident openly. Their silence wasn't born of forgetfulness, but of deliberate pressure. The family believed reopening the memory might re-invite these mysterious men. No photographs, recordings, or tangible evidence emerged from the encounter, rendering the O'Brien case mostly obscure, except among researchers studying intimidation patterns. The story follows a familiar trajectory, an unexplained light, followed by men invoking false authority and demanding silence. When the family sought official confirmation, they encountered denial. Trapped between belief and skepticism, they retreated into quiet. For the O'Briens, the most lasting memory wasn't the light above their pasture, but the three synchronized strangers in suits, speaking with authoritative tones that carried no identifiable institutional weight. The craft left no trace, but the men's visit resulted in a silence that endured for decades. A silent campaign that first erased testimony before eliminating any other evidence. This incident, occurring on January 20th, 1996 in Varia, Minas Gerais, Brazil, exemplified how intimidation can suppress extraordinary experiences. In 1996, the quiet Brazilian city of Virginia in Minas, typically known for its coffee production and rolling hills, suddenly found itself at the center of international intrigue. Reports emerged of a mysterious crash in the countryside, followed by sightings of small, unusual beings that would transform the community's narrative. Three young women became key witnesses, describing a creature with brown, oily skin and enormous red eyes crouched near a wall. Their account was quickly followed by other locals reporting military trucks with covered shapes and unusual hospital activity. Journalists, researchers, and international media descended on the town, drawn by these extraordinary claims. But the openness was short-lived. Families who had initially spoken freely began to retreat. Those who once filled newspapers with detailed accounts now issued retractions. Doors that were once open to journalists slammed shut, creating an atmosphere of suppressed tension. Behind this silence, locals whispered of mysterious visitors. Men dressed in black, carrying themselves with an air of official authority, began arriving after dark. They came in pairs, sometimes accompanied by soldiers, sometimes alone. Their approach was not to ask questions, but to give instructions. These visitors were systematic. They entered homes, carrying unreadable documents and speaking of state security. Families were told to retract their statements, deny their experiences, and treat the entire event as mere rumor. Children were directly instructed to contradict their earlier accounts. The father of one family was warned against giving interviews. What truly frightened the community was not the alleged creature, but the men who followed in its wake. Within days, families who had previously spoken out were issuing press retractions, effectively erasing their original testimonies. The flood of initial testimony dried up, replaced by a pervasive enforced silence. The incident began with a woman whose husband worked at the local hospital. She had casually mentioned unusual military activity in the wards. Shortly after, two men arrived at her door. Their approach was not overtly threatening, but their message was clear. Stop discussing the matter. Later, she confided in a neighbor, expressing that the men in suits, not the soldiers, were truly intimidating. Young women who initially claimed to have seen something strange gradually retreated into silence. They never formally retracted their stories, but subsequent interviews revealed their growing reluctance to discuss details, with a strong desire for privacy. Researchers attempting to follow up encountered consistent roadblocks. Doors remained unanswered, phones rang endlessly, and witnesses who had previously been eager to share suddenly denied everything. These men moved with an air of ownership, as if the town was their personal domain. They arrived unannounced, referenced non-existent offices, and persistently urged witnesses to dismiss their experiences as mere imagination. This was not outright suppression, but a subtle campaign of quiet pressure. Its impact was immediate and far-reaching. Newspapers that had once published vivid witness accounts now printed retractions. Locals who had previously spoken openly to journalists now refused to comment. The atmosphere of silence spread quickly. In neighborhoods across Virginia, people spoke in hushed tones, even in private spaces. Whispers circulated about tapped phones, watches in parked cars, and the potential return of mysterious men if names were published. Researchers from outside were struck by the dramatic transformation. Where locals had been enthusiastic and open in the initial days, by February, many completely avoided interviews. Some witnesses apologized quietly, claiming they had been mistaken. Others simply turned away without explanation. Evidence began to disappear. Hospital staff who had previously hinted at unusual activity stopped responding to inquiries. Rumors of military trucks carrying wreckage never materialized into concrete proof. Journalists' file requests were consistently denied or delayed. The Brazilian army acknowledged its presence in Virginia, confirming troop movements and vehicle presence. They characterized these as routine exercises, unrelated to any unusual events. Yet their visibility was undeniable. Locals vividly remembered military uniforms, trucks, and soldiers positioned strategically around key locations. The story that had seemed so vibrant in January was fading, not from lack of interest, but through a deliberate, calculated retreat. The men in suits who arrived unannounced carried themselves differently from soldiers. They knocked on doors after dark, spoke in flat tones, and referenced security without naming a specific government branch. When challenged, they left no documents, only instructions. Journalists contacted local police who denied any involvement. State authorities offered no comment, and the Ministry of Defense acknowledged public rumors but dismissed them as imagination. No one admitted to sending these visitors who went door to door. This unique characteristic of the Virginia case, an open military presence alongside hidden civilian visitors, set it apart. Unlike other incidents where authorities completely denied an event, here the Army confirmed its presence in the area while denying the most memorable aspect, the pressure to stay silent. The silence campaign extended beyond individual experiences. It transformed the entire town's atmosphere. Virginia became a place where stories dissolved, memories became uncertain, and neighbors grew hesitant to ask questions. Families lived with the knowledge that unknown individuals had entered their homes, spoken with authority, and left them powerless. The threat was not direct, but implied. The possibility of those men returning was enough to maintain silence. For the young women who first described the creature, the experience became a heavy burden. They shied away from attention, refused interviews, and gradually spoke less about what they had seen. One woman quietly told a researcher, "It is not the being we are afraid of, it is the men who follow." The community absorbed this unease. Once bustling shops and cafes fell silent. The event became a fragmented, tentative topic, never discussed with full confidence. Today, the Virginia case is internationally recognized as Brazil's most famous UFO incident. Researchers highlight crash rumors, hospital reports, and accounts of strange beings. Within Brazil, however, it is remembered differently, as a story first told, then silenced. The Army's open presence and the hidden presence of the men in suits created a distinct pattern. Public denial was matched with private intimidation. Unlike other UFO cases, Virginia was not suppressed through ridicule alone, but through a deliberate campaign of silence. The intrusion began on live television, unexpectedly shattering the routine of a November 22nd broadcast in Chicago. Viewers watched their screens dissolve into static, then transform into a jarring image. A figure in a rubbery Max Headroom mask, head bobbing against a moving metal background, the distorted voice mocked, the broadcast hijacked with unsettling ease, all over in less than 2 minutes. The FCC labeled it illegal and bizarre, an unprecedented event. Most viewers nervously laughed it off as a prank, but for one independent researcher, this was no joke. It was a mystery-demanding investigation. He was a local electronics enthusiast, part of a small circle passionate about radio signals, pirate transmissions, and broadcast anomalies. For years, he had built his own receivers, mapped frequency patterns, and traded recordings with like-minded hobbyists. The Max Headroom intrusion captivated him completely. How had someone overpowered Chicago's transmitters? What equipment enabled such an invasion? Why target specific stations on a news channel, once a public television station airing Doctor Who? Questions drove his research. He began collecting recordings, VHS tapes traded between enthusiasts, some clearer than others, each replayed until the static became familiar. Weeks into his investigation, 2 men in black suits appeared at his door. They knew his name, his collection, the tapes he had gathered. They did not come to ask, they came to take. In the aftermath, families who once spoke freely now kept their silence. Not because they had forgotten, but because they learned that speaking invited unwanted attention. The creature itself, whether real or imagined, became secondary. What remained was the memory of that knock, pale faces in dark suits, and how an entire town learned silence could be enforced without a single official admitting responsibility. He had been piecing together a puzzle of signal disruptions, corresponding with others who shared his suspicions about the hijack. The equipment required seemed far beyond the capabilities of simple pranksters. With each passing day, his conviction grew stronger. This was no amateur mischief, but a deliberate, organized, and expensive operation that exposed critical vulnerabilities in broadcast television's infrastructure. But it wasn't his conclusions that drew attention. It was his relentless documentation, a collection of tapes and notes meticulously assembled in his small Chicago apartment. They arrived on an early winter day, 2 men in dark, sharply pressed suits, wearing overcoats too heavy for the mild weather. They introduced themselves by name only. No titles, no agencies mentioned. One carried a thin briefcase, the other remained silent a step behind. Their approach was direct. "You've collected tapes," the first man stated. "We'll need those." When the researcher asked about their representation, he received only a repeated directive that the tapes were required for review. Their quiet authority was unmistakable as they stepped inside. At his dining table, they opened the briefcase and withdrew a plain folder. Inside were pages he was not permitted to keep, documents with his own name typed across the top, detailing his correspondence with other hobbyists and even listing the addresses of those with whom he had shared tapes. The message was unambiguous. They knew everything. They instructed him to surrender all VHS recordings of the hijack and his notes. "This material is not for private study," one said. The other methodically collected the tapes, stacking and securing them in the briefcase. No receipts were given, no forms signed. Before departing, the taller man fixed him with a steady gaze and delivered a clear directive. "Do not continue." The car rolled away silently, leaving the researcher staring at the empty space where his work had been. The aftermath was swift and devastating. His once collaborative research group disintegrated. Some members refused to continue, paralyzed by fear of similar visits. Others completely denied any involvement. The trust that had bound them together vanished overnight. Desperate, the researcher attempted to rebuild, reaching out to friends in hopes of obtaining duplicate tapes. He had been deeply involved in investigating the Max Headroom broadcast hijacking, collecting materials from various sources. Getting information proved challenging, with many potential contributors refusing to help. Those who did share warned him about keeping evidence only briefly. Even the surviving documentation seemed questionable. A second-generation copy he obtained contained distortions he insisted were not present in the original source. Strange occurrences began mounting. Pages vanished from his locked cabinet, with drawers mysteriously opened and papers rearranged, though nothing of monetary value was taken. A black car with tinted windows repeatedly parked across from his building. His phone developed an unusual clicking sound when calls connected, and sometimes his own words would echo back in a delayed metallic tone. Gradually, he withdrew from public interactions. He stopped attending meetings, declined reporter inquiries, and became increasingly isolated. Years later, he would simply state, "The hijack disturbed me." The Federal Communications Commission launched an immediate investigation, confirming the intruder had used a powerful microwave signal to override broadcasts. They characterized the act as a serious federal crime with potential fines and imprisonment. Despite extensive months-long inquiries, the FCC never identified a suspect. Investigators interviewed station engineers, traced equipment sales, and tested transmitter security. The case officially remained unsolved. When questioned about the men who had taken research materials, the FCC denied any direct involvement. They emphasized that their investigation was conducted through station management, not through independent approaches to private citizens. Local Chicago police corroborated this stance, stating no record existed of investigators matching the described men. The individuals who visited seemed to operate outside any official documentation. This contradiction created significant uncertainty. Were they actually FCC agents who misrepresented their identity, or were they connected to some other unknown authority? The visit fundamentally altered his approach. Where he once pursued anomalies with enthusiastic curiosity, he now viewed everything through a lens of deep suspicion. He stopped communicating with fellow researchers, changed phone numbers multiple times, and became increasingly paranoid. Friends recalled a dramatic personal transformation, with one noting he believed he was being watched, that they could return at any moment. The Max Headroom signal hijack remains one of the most infamous unsolved cases in broadcast history, yet beneath the surreal imagery and mocking tone lies a quieter, more unsettling narrative about information, evidence, and control. Mac lived in constant fear. The hijack had shown him the potential of technology, and the subsequent visit demonstrated the power of silence. He drew curtains early, checked the street before leaving, and avoided strangers. When the topic of his headroom experience arose, he grew tense and silent. In a moment of vulnerability, he confided in a close friend that it wasn't just about the tapes. They wanted him to stop investigating. They wanted him to understand. They could see everything he had done. The psychological weight was overwhelming. He felt exposed, vulnerable, watched. The story connects to a broader phenomenon of intimidation. Men in suits appeared, claimed authority, demanded silence, and left no official trace. The parallels were unmistakable. This was not about UFOs or strange lights, but about suppressing information. The encounter began in a Philadelphia library in the early 1980s. Roy gave interviews between 1981 and 1982. Peter Reich sat quietly when a voice cut through the library's silence. A pale man in a black suit had seated himself nearby, unnoticed. His eyes were fixed, unblinking, his expression unreadable. The broadcast faded. The hijacker was never caught. The researcher withdrew into obscurity. What remains is a double mystery. Who hijacked the Chicago airwaves, and who followed to ensure no independent records survived? Peter Royage's experience stands as a testament to an event on the edge of explanation, where witnesses sought to preserve the truth, and mysterious visitors worked to ensure it would not endure. Peter Royage was no ordinary academic. As a professor of humanities and social sciences, his expertise lay in folklore, myth, and how societies construct narratives around the unknown. He specialized in studying UFO stories, abductions, and strange beings, always maintaining a scholarly, analytical approach. His colleagues respected him as a serious researcher, not prone to exaggeration. He lectured on mythology, taught courses on oral tradition, and had written extensively about the role of the extraordinary in shaping cultural memory. More than a believer in UFOs, he was a documentarian of belief. So when a man suddenly appeared beside him in the university library and stated, "You study unidentified flying objects," Peter felt an immediate unease. The words landed with a weight that suggested the man already knew the answers. Richevich had never personally witnessed a UFO. His connection to the phenomenon was purely academic. What made his situation unusual was that this encounter did not follow a sighting but his research. While compiling notes on witness accounts across cultures, he repeatedly encountered descriptions of dark-suited men who appeared afterward pale, mechanical, and intimidating. To Peter, these figures were symbols of suppression woven into modern UFO folklore. Until that moment in the library, when such a figure sat beside him, the man's arrival was inexplicably sudden. One moment the chair was empty, the next it was occupied by a tall individual dressed in a black suit, white shirt, buttoned high, with unusually pale skin. He had studied the stories of men in black, figures who appeared after sightings and pressured witnesses into silence. They were part of UFO mythology. But now, that mythology was not just a story, it was sitting next to him, leaning in close, speaking in clipped tones. The encounter left an indelible mark on Peter, sharp-eyed and unblinking. The man had leaned in with precise, methodical questions. He probed not about general topics, but about Peter's personal work on unidentified flying objects. Why this research? What drove his curiosity? Peter's attempts to understand the stranger were futile. When he asked who the man was, he was met with silence. Instead, the visitor shifted tone, delivering a cryptic warning. Some things are better left unstudied. It felt less like advice and more like a direct command. As abruptly as he arrived, the man stood and walked away. No farewell, no explanation. By the time Peter gathered his thoughts, the visitor had vanished completely. Later investigations revealed no trace, no library sign-in, no staff recollection, no record of his presence. For days, Peter replayed every detail. The man's voice, his precise knowledge of Peter's work, the way he leaned in, all of it haunted him. Though he had studied the phenomenon of mysterious encounters, experiencing it firsthand transformed everything. His research notes took on a new urgency. Where he once wrote about folklore, he now documented a personal experience. He meticulously described the man's mannerisms, his phrasing, his sudden disappearance. He tried to categorize the encounter to fit it into existing narratives, but it defied explanation. The experience fundamentally altered Peter's approach. He became more cautious, more guarded. His lectures and writings about UFOs carried a new hesitation. Students noticed the shift. Friends remembered him saying, "The man was not interested in folklore. He was interested in me." Rakovich never filed a police report. What could he have said? That a mysterious man questioned him in a library and then simply disappeared. Instead, he discreetly inquired about potential government interest in UFO researchers. Colleagues suggested Project Blue Book, but that program had long since ended. His world had changed. The line between research and personal experience had blurred, leaving Peter with more questions than answers. Decades after the event, Peter Rakovich's encounter remained a chilling footnote in academic circles. No university record, no official body acknowledged the mysterious visitor who warned him away from his research. The encounter existed in a liminal space too specific to dismiss as random chance, yet too undocumented to confirm as an official incident. This was familiar territory for UFO researchers. Like many witnesses in his own collected stories, Peter found himself caught between memory and institutional denial. The CIA had monitored UFO activities in the 1950s and 60s, but no evidence suggested they were tracking academics in the 1980s. The impact was subtle but profound. The visitor's words, "This subject is not for you," did not threaten violence, but suggested constant surveillance. Peter wasn't afraid. He was unsettled by the implied observation of his work. His response was strategic. He became more private, more guarded. In lectures, he shifted focus. Folklore took precedence over factual accounts, a deliberate distancing from his own experiences. To colleagues, he spoke candidly, "I know now what my witnesses felt. I thought I was safe because I was only writing about stories, but the stories have their own watchers." The Roy Shavich case stood out. Unlike typical men in black encounters triggered by sightings or physical evidence, this was about research itself. The visitor targeted a scholar, not to suppress testimony, but to suppress stuff. It revealed a broader reach. These mysterious figures weren't just silencing witnesses, but academic investigation. Rachevich never fully abandoned his work. He continued writing, but with increased caution and academic detachment. Discussions of the library encounter became rare and hesitant. His story serves as a stark reminder: the men in black operate beyond conventional boundaries. Their interest lies not just in silencing those who witness, but those who document and analyze. For Rakovich, the library encounter transformed him from an objective researcher to an unwitting participant in the very folklore he studied. These encounters mark a moment when folklore becomes reality. The stories are no longer just file notes, they're living experiences. Government agents arrive unannounced, materializing in hallways, doorways, or parked cars. Their presence is always the same: black suits, pale faces, probing questions that dig into the heart of what you witnessed. Some call them government agents. Others suggest something far more mysterious. Rex Heflin's story unfolded on an ordinary August afternoon in 1965. A 38-year-old highway inspector in Santa Ana, California, Heflin was accustomed to solitary work, long hours documenting road conditions and infrastructure issues. That day, while checking radio equipment on Mifford Road, a strange movement caught his eye. Just beyond the railroad tracks, A disc-shaped object hovered silently against the pale California sky. Broad, metallic, moving with an unsettling deliberateness. Heflin's professional instinct kicked in. As a trained inspector, his first response was to document. When they leave, what you captured is no longer yours. Two men in black suits appear, pale faces, blank eyes. They arrive without a sound, taking with them any evidence of what you've seen. Who are these mysterious visitors? Government agents? Aliens in disguise? Or something else entirely? Their stories remain shrouded in mystery. Like phantoms, they appear and disappear, leaving more questions than answers. This is part of our Men in Black series. Who do you think they really are? Share your thoughts below. And if you enjoy these encounters, like and subscribe. Help us continue uncovering these enigmatic stories. Rex Heflin's highway inspection work took an unexpected turn one day when he photographed something extraordinary. Using his professional camera, always at hand from years of documenting accident sites, he captured images of an unidentified flying object against the California sky. The object hovered, allowing him multiple shots, including one that showed a smoky ring-like trail suggesting something had been expelled into the atmosphere. The photographs developed with remarkable clarity, a structured disc with a domed center tilting against the horizon. When Heflin first shared the images with colleagues at the California Division of Highways, reactions varied from laughter to serious contemplation, yet no one could dispute the image's precise detail. News spread quickly. The Santa Ana Register printed the photographs in black and white, and within days they circulated nationally. The images carried significant weight, taken in daylight by a government employee using a Polaroid camera. They seemed beyond simple manipulation. Public response was immediate and intense. Letters and phone calls flooded in from curious readers and researchers. Suddenly, Heflin found himself at the center of what many considered one of the decade's most compelling UFO sightings. But such attention inevitably draws scrutiny. Days after the photograph's publication, he received a phone call from someone claiming to represent NORAD. The voice was mechanical, the request direct. The Air Force required the original Polaroids for analysis. Something about the interaction felt scripted. Nevertheless, Heflin agreed to surrender the photographs. Shortly afterward, two men appeared at his office, tall, identically dressed in black suits with white shirts and narrow ties. Their demeanor was unnervingly uniform. Pale faces, fixed expressions, deliberate movements. They presented no identification. "Mr. First, DC Heflin," one said, signaling the start of an increasingly strange encounter. Two men arrived at Heflin's office with a single, unambiguous demand. "We're here for the photographs." Their request carried no room for negotiation. The encounter left Heflin unsettled. When he sought details about their affiliation, they offered only vague references to official channels. Their demeanor was polite yet commanding, suggesting an authority that brooked no resistance. Reluctantly, he retrieved the Polaroids from his desk and handed them over. After a curt thank you, the men departed in a black sedan, driving away from the government vehicle lot without passing through the base's entry point. From his office window, Heflin watched them vanish, the photographs never to be returned. Soon, the sedan became a constant, haunting presence. It appeared near his home, outside his office always the same, dark and unmarked, with two figures inside. The situation escalated one evening when his daughter answered a knock at the door. Two suited men stood outside, asking to speak with her father. Their questions chilled Heflin. They probed with disturbing specificity about additional photographs, potential copies, and hidden negatives. When confronted, the men offered no explanation. They simply turned, walked in synchronized steps to their vehicle, and drove off in silence. What truly unnerved Heflin was not their words, but their movement, mechanical, rehearsed beyond human nature. Paranoia took hold. He began altering his routines, circling blocks before returning home, drawing blinds at night, and scanning the street before speaking. At work, conversations would abruptly stop when he entered. Colleagues whispered about OSI investigators asking questions, warning him not to investigate further. Diners at home grew tense. His daughter recalled how he would pause mid-meal, scanning the street always waiting, always watching. A knock? A call? She remembered. It was always there. The visitor's silence spoke volumes, a pressing presence more threatening than any direct confrontation. While Heflin lived under this shadow, official narratives followed a different trajectory. NICAP researchers continued their work, seemingly unaware of the psychological warfare unfolding around one of their own. National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena delved into the surviving copies of Heflin's photographs. Their analysis concluded these were single-exposure Polaroids of a structured object, not composites or hoaxes. These images were considered among the most compelling UFO evidence of the era. Yet the Air Force, through Project Blue Book, dismissed the case, suggesting the photos could have been staged or misidentified. The contradiction was striking. If the photographs were worthless, why had men invoking NORAD and OSI come to seize the originals? Why had Heflin's family endured silent surveillance? To those paying attention, the message was clear. Public dismissal masked quiet suppression. Heflin himself sought no notoriety. A highway inspector by profession, he was not chasing UFO fame. But the encounter reshaped his life. He stopped giving interviews and withdrew from public discussions about the photographs. Friends noticed the change, describing him as quieter, more guarded, less at ease. He measured his words carefully and watched the street before speaking. "They just needed me to remember," he later told a confidant. This sentence captured the essence of the Men in Black phenomenon: control through the pressure of being watched, the awareness that silence was safer than speech. Decades later, digital scans of Heflin's surviving copies underwent modern analysis. Experts found no evidence of trickery, confirming the images as genuine single-exposure Polaroids of a structured object in the sky. However, the originals, which would have been the clearest evidence, never resurfaced. For researchers, the Heflin photographs represented more than just images of a disk in daylight. They embodied a recurring pattern. A witness captures something extraordinary. Men arrive under the guise of official authority, evidence disappears, and silence follows. The case left investigators with persistent questions. Why would men claiming connections to NORAD and OSI go to such lengths to recover photographs the Air Force publicly dismissed as inconclusive? Why had Heflin's family endured silent surveillance if the incident was meaningless? The true weight of Rex Heflin's story was never just about the disk in the sky. It was about the men who followed, nameless and precise, moving like shadows in daylight. They left no documents, no official trace, only the absence of photographs and an unsettling silence. My Ford Road today looks like any other stretch of Southern California asphalt, busy with commuters passing without a second thought. The ordinary landscape conceals an extraordinary moment that unfolded above it, and the unsettling visits that followed on the ground. The contradictions lingered, becoming part of the case's enduring weight. His story stands as one of the clearest examples of how physical evidence and human testimony could be swallowed by something larger, an unseen machinery of suppression. His photographs were important not only for what they showed in the sky, but for the shadow that descended afterward, a shadow that shaped his life as much as the craft itself. In the end, what remained was not just the image of an object in the sky, but a reminder of how easily evidence can vanish and how quietly a life can be reshaped by unseen hands. The photographs spoke once, but their silence has lasted longer. And perhaps that silence was always the point. Ralph and Judy Rankin's mystery began in New Jersey, 1966, not in the sky, but in their own home. The first sign was not a knock at the door, but a click on the telephone line. Words cut short by bursts of static, voices that echoed conversations already spoken, and silences that seemed placed with intent. They were not casual observers, but active researchers, part of a growing civilian network dedicated to preserving UFO reports. Their files brimmed with letters, clippings, and witness statements, fragments of a larger puzzle they believed pointed to a greater truth. But their curiosity did not go unnoticed. In 1966, the Rankins found themselves on the other side of the mystery, no longer the ones asking questions, but the ones being questioned. What began with strange disturbances would culminate in a visit that left them shaken, convinced that someone or something wanted their silence. Ralph and Judy Rankin's home buzzed with the energy of dedicated UFO research. Filing cabinets and folders crammed with letters, reports, and newspaper clippings occupied corners of their living room and study. Their commitment went beyond mere curiosity. They were part of a growing network of civilian researchers across the country, exchanging notes on sightings, comparing patterns, and supporting each other against ridicule. Ralph meticulously managed their correspondence and documentation, while Judy often spoke directly with witnesses. Together, they embodied a new approach to UFO investigation. Ordinary people filling the void left by an official system that seemed intent on dismissing unexplained phenomena. Their phone was a constant conduit of information, ringing with new leads and inquiries from fellow researchers. But something shifted in the spring of 1966. At first, subtle signs emerged. Background noise, Faint clicks interrupting conversations, static bursts that garbled words. Ralph contacted the phone company, but technicians found no technical issues. The situation escalated one evening when Judy answered a call that sent chills down her spine. A voice recited verbatim fragments of her previous conversations, as if playing back a recording. When she attempted to engage the caller, the line went silent. Shortly after, Ralph began noticing unusual surveillance. A black sedan with tinted windows appeared repeatedly near their house, parked just far enough away to seem random, yet strategically positioned. The Rankins tried to laugh off the potential monitoring, but an underlying tension was palpable. Late one afternoon, a knock disrupted their routine. Two men in dark suits, white shirts, and narrow ties stood on the porch. Their pale complexions and unnaturally fixed gazes immediately set the Rankins on edge. "We understand you've been collecting information," one said in a monotone voice. They requested entry, and the Rankins, maintaining politeness, stepped aside. The men moved methodically through the living room, their eyes meticulously scanning walls, cabinets, and neatly stacked folders. Immediate questioning began. The origin of their files, the identities of their sources, and the extent of their personal connections to witnesses. That day, two men visited the Rankins in their suburban home, transforming an ordinary afternoon into something unsettling. Their demeanor was chillingly uniform. Faces like masks, expressions unchanging, questions delivered with cold precision. When Judy offered tea, they seemed not to hear, their focus entirely on gathering information. What truly unnerved the couple was the men's extraordinary knowledge. They referenced intimate details about the Rankins' research that had never been published, names of correspondents, case descriptions shared only in private letters. When Ralph questioned how they obtained such information, their response was brutally simple: "We have our ways." For nearly an hour, these mysterious visitors asked questions, listened intently, and made occasional notes in small black pads. Upon leaving, they offered no credentials, no explanations. They simply thanked the Rankins in unison and departed. Ralph watched through the window as they entered a dark sedan that pulled away silently, without headlights, dissolving into the suburban streets. The aftermath was subtle but profound. Their living room, once a sanctuary of meticulous work, now felt violated. Drawers stood slightly ajar, papers subtly displaced. Nothing was stolen, yet everything felt contaminated by an invisible intrusion. That night, Judy's fears crystallized. The initial knock had seemed ordinary, but everything afterward was deeply abnormal. These men spoke with official authority but provided no substantiating evidence. Their questions penetrated the core of the Rankins' research, leaving the house stripped of its previous comfort. Strange phone incidents compounded their anxiety. Judy would answer to find only silence or hear her own words eerily repeated. Ralph suspected their correspondence was being monitored, letters potentially copied before delivery. What began as enthusiastic research into UFO phenomena had transformed into a source of mounting dread. In subsequent months, the Rankins gradually withdrew from their work. They ceased communication with fellow researchers, stopped submitting reports to NICAP, and abandoned their meetings. When pressed about their sudden retreat, they offered only vague explanations. "We've had some pressure," or "it's best we step back." Among their colleagues, whispers and speculation grew, but the Rankins remained resolute in their silence. The silence descended gradually. Ralph and Judy Rankin's once vibrant UFO research shifted dramatically after their encounter. Friends noticed the change. Ralph grew quieter, more cautious in conversation, while Judy seemed constantly preoccupied, often glancing nervously at windows during discussions. Their withdrawal from research wasn't impulsive, but a carefully considered decision rooted in fear. Every car slowing near their curb made Judy tense. Phone rings carried a sense of dread. Ralph felt he had failed not just himself, but the entire community of researchers who depended on shared trust. The implications of their experience were deeply unsettling. The UFO phenomenon they discovered extended far beyond observing craft in the sky. It reached into researchers' homes, across telephone lines and correspondence, crossing personal thresholds with an intimidating presence. They had never sought fame, only truth. Yet their work had drawn the attention of unnamed forces, transforming their passionate research into a source of profound anxiety. The Men in Black phenomenon, they learned, wasn't limited to those who accidentally witnessed extraordinary events. It targeted those actively pursuing and documenting evidence others wanted forgotten. Their story spread quietly through the UFO community, eventually documented in NICAP files, is a clear example of intervention targeting researchers themselves. The suppression wasn't about removing physical evidence, but about intimidating the people who built networks of inquiry. Word of their experience became a cautionary tale. For NICAP, it represented the risks faced by ordinary citizens peering into secretive realms. For the Rankins, it marked the quiet turning point that ended their investigative work, their passion silenced by fear of further intrusion. The rank of silence spread outward, cutting communication lines and weakening the research community. What began as curiosity had transformed into a deeply personal confrontation with an unexplained, threatening force. The humid Indiana summer was closing in as two pale-faced men in dark suits stood on the Franklin home's porch. Their arrival was sudden, a sharp knock breaking the evening's quiet. Sheila, a 29-year-old office secretary, froze as she peered through the curtain. When she cracked open the door, one of the men spoke her name with unsettling familiarity. "We need to speak with you about what you saw," he said, his voice low and authoritative. No identification, no explanation accompanied his words. Sheila's life had been ordinary, centered on her job, church, and family. She was practical, reserved, and deeply connected to her community. She had no prior involvement with UFO research, just a passing curiosity. Her story wasn't one she sought to share, but emerged through the observations of those close to her and her reluctant conversations with investigators. The men entered her home with an oppressive deliberateness, as if invited. In that moment, Sheila understood the true threat wasn't what she had witnessed weeks earlier in the sky, but the individuals now intent on erasing that memory. Her encounter that July evening in 1978 was relatively unremarkable by UFO standards, yet it would become part of a larger narrative about silencing and intimidation. Decades later, her story would be a quiet testament to how easily truth can be suppressed. The incident highlights a broader pattern. It's not only witnesses who are silenced, but those who seek to understand. Files disappear, photographs vanish, and when investigators themselves become afraid, the silence grows deeper and more complete. In the end, stories like Sheila's are not just about mysterious visitors in black suits. They are about the fragility of inquiry and how quickly a search for truth can be transformed into a reason for silence. Sheila first noticed something unusual while driving, a brilliant light hovering above a field outside town. Initially thinking it was a helicopter, she slowed her car and realized the object was disc-shaped, glowing softly from its edges and suspended silently in the air. The sighting lasted mere minutes before the craft shot upward and vanished completely. The next day, she shared her experience with a co-worker familiar with UFO investigations. Encouraged to document her encounter, she cautiously wrote down details and conducted a brief phone interview. She believed the matter was settled. Then the men arrived. Two strangers appeared at her door, introducing themselves without providing names. They claimed to be investigators but carried no official identification. Their demeanor was unnervingly calm and precise. What was most disturbing was their intimate knowledge of details she had not made public. The exact date, the road she traveled, even her conversation with her co-worker. Their questioning felt less like curiosity and more like verification. They methodically probed her memory. How long had she stopped? Had she taken photographs? Who else knew about her sighting? One man pulled out a small notepad he never used, while the other stared unblinkingly. Sheila later described their speech as mechanical, like listening to a rehearsed recording. When she hesitated, their tone subtly changed. They advised her firmly to forget what she had seen, suggesting it would be better if she dropped her involvement with the UFO group. Their words weren't threatening, but carried an unmistakable weight of warning. As abruptly as they arrived, they left. No handshake, no pleasantries. They walked to a black sedan that moved with an unnatural silence, disappearing down the street. In the days that followed, Sheila felt constantly observed. A dark, unmarked car would idle nearby. When she returned home, always with two figures inside. Each time she considered approaching it, the vehicle would vanish. Strange clicks and echoes began interrupting her phone conversations, adding to her growing unease. A previously open demeanor vanished after the mysterious visit. Neighbors observed a stark transformation in Sheila's personality. Where she had once been gregarious and warm, she now became withdrawn and cautious. Her smile disappeared, and her conversations grew shorter and more guarded. Something had fundamentally changed. 2 weeks after the encounter, she discovered her living room subtly altered. A lamp had been moved, and her desk papers were no longer in their original arrangement. Most unsettling was the disappearance of her notebook containing details of her sighting. When she shared this with a close friend, her voice trembled with fear. "They came back when I wasn't here," she whispered. "I don't know how, but they came back." The experience rapidly eroded her sense of security. She stopped discussing the sighting entirely, telling her family only that she had said too much and needed to drop the subject. When her sister pushed for more information, Sheila's face would tighten. "You don't understand," she would say. "It's not safe." Her anxiety manifested in small, telling behaviors. She began unplugging her phone at night and became selective about answering the door. Friends who had known her for years noticed her transformed state. One described her as constantly on edge, living as if danger could arrive at any moment. Muon investigators found her reluctant and guarded during follow-up interviews. She confirmed basic details of her sighting but grew visibly anxious when discussing the visit. She acknowledged 2 men arriving and their warning but refused to elaborate. "They told me not to talk," she would whisper, adding, "I shouldn't even be saying this." At work, her colleagues noticed dramatic changes. She stopped casual conversations, avoided group lunches, and would often stare out the window, seemingly lost in thought. One co-worker recalled her saying quietly, "It's not the light I'm afraid of, it's the men." Researchers were particularly disturbed by how specific the men's knowledge seemed. They had referenced details that only her co-worker and the field investigator had been told, suggesting a level of surveillance that deeply unsettled everyone involved. Sheila Franklin's UFO experience never became a headline, passing quietly among researchers as a subtle indicator of changing Men in Black tactics in the late 1970s. Unlike earlier high-profile UFO cases with dramatic photographs and physical evidence, her encounter represented something different. The silencing of an ordinary witness. Her testimony alone was sufficient to provoke a visit from mysterious men determined to suppress her story. Friends would later note that she avoided discussing the experience for the rest of her life, confirming only that she had been instructed to forget. The weight of their warning pressed down on her, making silence seem her only safe option. When youth investigators inquired about the incident, they found troubling contradictions. Local police denied sending any officers to her home, insisting they had no reason to interfere with her report. The men who visited her had carried themselves with official confidence, yet no agency claimed them. Their credentials dissolved under scrutiny, and their presence left no trace. Her credentials were firm, but their authority was inexplicable. For Sheila, the contradiction was unbearable. She wanted to believe she could turn to someone for protection, some agency that would explain the inexplicable. Instead, she found only denial and silence. The very absence of explanation became its own kind of answer. She had no photographs, no debris fragments, no dramatic abduction narrative. What she possessed was simply her account and the profound psychological impact of being told to forget. MUF researchers were struck not just by the incident's details, but by its consequences. Her visible transformation, her rapid withdrawal from cooperation, and the mysterious specificity of her visitor's knowledge. Her fear was real and enduring, lasting long after the initial sighting. The men's warning echoed through her life, a persistent reminder of something she was never meant to discuss. Sheila Franklin's story reveals a chilling pattern that runs through decades of Men in Black encounters. In 1978, her Indianapolis street looked like any other houses lined up, children playing, cars coming and going. But beneath this ordinary surface, an extraordinary event had unfolded. What began as curiosity transformed into dread. 2 men had once knocked on her door, stepping inside uninvited. A black sedan idled at the corner, its headlights dimmed, its presence unexplained. These visitors changed everything. Their pale faces and flat voices spoke her name with an unnerving familiarity. They delivered a warning without explicit threat, yet it settled deeply into her bones. Sheila understood they already knew everything she had tried to keep private. The Franklin case isn't about photographs or recordings. It's about the testimony of a woman with no reason to fabricate her fear, where evidence vanishes and witnesses retreat. Her story stands as a testament to something larger. For researchers, this case demonstrates that the phenomenon wasn't limited to early UFO investigations or prominent figures. It reached into ordinary lives, reminding people that what they witnessed was not truly their own. The lingering question remains: were these visitors government agents or something that merely wore the shape of men? No record exists, no trace remains, yet their impact was undeniable. In the end, Sheila's legacy is silence. She saw something in the sky and told the truth. Then they came. The men entered and silence spread. It wasn't the light that changed her life. but those who followed men with blank faces, flat voices, whose presence echoed long after they departed. For weeks after reporting a UFO sighting near his Illinois home, Sherman's life began to shift in ways both subtle and unnerving. Late one evening, a luminous oval object had passed silently overhead, gliding above the tree line before tilting and dissolving into the clouds. He reported the incident casually to local authorities and a regional UFO group, with no photographs or physical evidence, just his testimony. The sighting should have been just another entry in the countless UFO reports filling Midwestern newspapers during the 1970s. Yet for Sherman, this brief encounter was only the beginning. Within weeks, a dark sedan started appearing at the end of his street, always parked with two men inside. They never left the vehicle, never approached him, but their presence felt deliberate. At first, Sherman dismissed the car as a coincidence. Perhaps it was neighbors or visitors to another house. But the pattern grew impossible to ignore. The sedan was present late at night when the street was silent, and early in the morning as he left for work. When Sherman drew near, the men remained impassive. Their faces were pale and features unnaturally rigid. Once, he watched one turn his head with a slow, mechanical precision, meeting his gaze without emotion. Sherman began documenting these appearances meticulously. He recorded dates in a notebook, sketching license plates that seemed to change between visits. Sometimes out of state, sometimes non-existent. Small, strange alterations started appearing in his home, adding to his growing unease. 3 nights in a row, then again a week later, always in the same location, the encounters continued. What had begun as a momentary sighting now felt like a calculated surveillance. This was more than a single interview or request for evidence. It was a quiet, persistent erosion of his normal life, conducted by silent men whose very presence spoke volumes. By the 1970s, Sherman was convinced he was being watched by something far more mysterious than government officials taking notes. The coincidence had transformed into what felt like deliberate design, stripping away his sense of peace and leaving him with an unsettling certainty that something extraordinary was happening. When Sherman first noticed something was off, it was subtle. A chair had shifted slightly. Papers on his desk were rearranged, though nothing was missing. It felt like someone had entered his space, examined it carefully, and left without taking anything. Strange phone behaviors followed. Calls would break up with bursts of static. Sometimes when he picked up the receiver, there was only silence, then a sharp click, as if someone had just hung up. He replaced his locks and had the phone line checked. No explanation emerged. The car kept returning. Its occupants waited silently. Sherman became convinced these weren't ordinary men. Their movements were too precise, their posture unnaturally rigid. Once, driving past, he saw them turn their heads in perfect synchronization, pale faces illuminated by dashboard light. Neighbors observed similar oddities. They spoke of the car parked motionless for hours, of men sitting like statues. When Sherman suggested involving authorities, people hesitated. If their government, one neighbor warned, we'd only create problems. Even local law enforcement seemed strangely disinterested. A patrol car once passed the sedan, slowed, then continued without stopping, as if the vehicle existed in some invisible zone. Sherman eventually tried confronting them directly. Walking slowly toward the car, he watched for any reaction. The men remained completely still. Only when he was just 20 feet away did the sedan suddenly start, headlights flashing, driving smoothly away, not frantically, but deliberately. This experience transformed Sherman. He became hypervigilant. He'd circle blocks before turning home, leave every room's lights burning through the night. Sleep became fragmented, interrupted by imagined sounds, a knock, an engine's low hum. Friends noticed his change. Once social and open, he grew withdrawn. Conversations dominated by his persistent sense of being watched. I don't mind their questions, he told a friend. What terrifies me is not knowing when they'll appear or what they've already done inside my home. Constant surveillance eroded his sense of security, bleeding into deep paranoia. Sherman's case revealed a peculiar moment in UFO investigation policy. While Project Blue Book had shut down in December 1969, effectively ending the Air Force's public UFO program, interest hadn't disappeared entirely. The Office of Special Investigations, OSI, remained active, quietly interviewing witnesses in sensitive cases. Yet Sherman's experiences defied standard official protocols. His family noticed the profound impact of these encounters. His sister remembered phone calls where he whispered as if someone might be eavesdropping. A cousin noted Sherman's increasing isolation, declining holiday gatherings, and making excuses about leaving his house unattended. Though the beings in the car never spoke or entered his home, their silent presence had thoroughly disrupted his sense of security. Regional UFO research groups documented his testimony, tracking the mysterious car and home disturbances. Some speculated about potential FBI surveillance, a practice not uncommon in the 1950s and 60s. However, the encounters didn't align with typical Bureau procedures. Instead, they resembled the well-known phenomenon of men in black, mysterious figures who communicated through an unsettling, oppressive silence. Sherman sought confirmation through official channels, contacting a local police captain he knew. When he asked about unmarked cars in the neighborhood, the captain initially laughed off the suggestion. But upon further questioning about potential outside agency involvement, the captain's demeanor changed. If they are involved, he cryptically warned, you wouldn't want to know. By the second year, Sherman felt constantly observed. He no longer trusted his locks, phone, or daily routine. His notes became increasingly frantic, filled with dates and sketches of cars that seemed to materialize and vanished inexplicably. Small, unexplained incidents accumulated. His radio mysteriously tuned to an unfamiliar frequency, his back door found unlocked when he was certain he'd secured it. Nothing was ever stolen, but the psychological pressure was relentless. His world had been subtly invaded. The men's approach was psychological, not confrontational. Sherman later reflected that the silence was the most devastating aspect. Had they asked for details, he would have shared everything, but they never spoke. Their mere presence was a message. They were watching. Doubt crept into his perception of reality. Small details became sources of uncertainty. Was the door locked? Had the chair been moved? The boundaries between what was real and what might have been manipulated began to blur. This erosion of certainty led Sherman to withdraw completely from UFO discussions. He stopped attending meetings, ceased responding to researchers, and even avoided mentioning the subject to friends. This wasn't about disbelief, but survival. They want me quiet, he told one final correspondent before cutting off all communication. Over time, their intrusive presence diminished. A car outside his home appeared less frequently, eventually vanishing altogether. Sherman's witness status faded, becoming nothing more than a footnote in researchers. Unlike other cases involving direct threats or harassment, Sherman's experience was marked by its subtlety. No explicit warnings were issued. Instead, control was exerted through quiet intimidation. A parked car, moved objects, suggestive phone line clicks. Researchers saw echoes of similar incidents involving the Robinson and Rankin families, where government interests seemed to merge with something less defined. For Sherman, the experience was straightforward. He had witnessed something unusual in the sky, reported it, and subsequently felt his life was under constant, invisible surveillance. His most profound statement captured the essence of his experience. It wasn't what I saw that changed me. It was what came after. It was knowing I wasn't supposed to talk. Though his story remains largely overlooked, it provides a stark illustration of MIB's psychological tactics. The power lies not in confrontation, but in the unspoken threat. Silence becomes the most potent weapon. Today, the Illinois streets where Sherman lived appear unremarkable. Just another quiet Midwestern neighborhood, holding its secrets. The year 1973 marked a pivotal moment in UFO history, with Pennsylvania's Westmoreland County at the epicenter of an extraordinary wave of unexplained phenomena. From September through November, the region became a hotspot for bizarre sightings that would challenge everything people thought they knew about the night sky. Farmers, hunters, and police officers reported seeing strange lights and objects moving in ways that defied explanation. Luminous spheres glided low over fields. Beams of light stretched down from tree lines. Some witnesses even described encounters with tall, otherworldly figures moving with an unnatural gait. Stan Gordon, a young investigator from Greensburg, dedicated himself to documenting these incidents. His phone never stopped ringing. Notebooks filled with handwritten statements, county maps bristled with location pins, and he photographed landing sites where grass showed signs of unexplained scorching or flattening. A more sinister element emerged in the form of mysterious visitors. Men in dark suits began appearing at homes across the county, their knocks deliberate and rhythmic. They asked questions that went far beyond casual conversation, seeming to know details they shouldn't have known. These visitors were unlike any officials people had encountered before. They carried no identification, spoke in flat, mechanical voices, and left behind an unsettling silence. Families who had witnessed strange lights, hunters who had seen luminous objects, and police officers who had pursued glowing craft all found themselves subject to these unexplained interrogations. For Sherman, like many others, the memory never faded. A fleeting sighting had transformed his life, making silence feel safer than speaking out. His experience echoed a pattern seen in countless similar encounters. The lights vanish quickly, but the silence remains. Local newspapers publish stories of multiple witnesses seeing glowing craft on the same night. Police dispatchers log calls about objects moving at impossible speeds. The Westmoreland County UFO wave had become more than just a series of sightings. It was a phenomenon that would be remembered for decades to come. The Pennsylvania sky was alive with strange sightings that defied explanation. Helicopters were too low. Conventional aircraft couldn't reach these heights. Farmers and families watched in stunned silence as unidentified objects moved eerily across landscapes. A disk hovered over a pasture, beaming light through fog and startling cattle. Another glowing object crossed Route 30 so low it lit up the inside. State troopers gave chase down winding roads, only to see these objects suddenly shoot upward and vanish. Soon after news reports spread, something even stranger began happening. Mysterious visitors started showing up at witnesses' homes. Dark-suited men would appear, speaking with an unsettling precision. They knew details witnesses hadn't shared publicly. At one farm, 2 men knocked on a door, asking specific questions about the sighting. When the farmer hesitated, one leaned in and said chillingly, "We already know more than you've told anyone." These encounters followed a consistent pattern. The visitors never identified their agency. They pressed witnesses about photographs and media contact. A retired steel worker who reported lights above a quarry was visited by men claiming to be from the Air Force. When he confirmed no photographs existed, they immediately lost interest. Later, when he tried verifying their credentials with the Pittsburgh Air Force detachment, he was told no investigators had been sent. Witnesses described the visitors as deeply unnerving. Their speech was flat and emotionless, as if reading from a script. Movements were mechanical, faces blank. One witness told Stan Gordon, "The men seemed to be learning human language in real time. Despite lacking any official identification, they carried an authority that left families too intimidated to question them." A police officer's encounter with a glowing object on a back road soon took an unexpected turn. Days after the chase, a man claiming to be from the Air Force approached him. When asked to show credentials, the stranger deflected, focusing instead on grilling the officer about the details of his sighting. "We don't show papers," he stated. "We ask questions." Unsettled, the officer later verified the encounter with the local Air Force base. No one matching the man's description existed, and no one had been sent to interview him. A similar pattern emerged with other witnesses. One family recalled visitors who seemed out of place, making telling mistakes that revealed their unfamiliarity with the area. They mispronounced a local township's name and asked about road conditions any local would know, convincing the family these men were outsiders. As weeks passed, a clear shift occurred. Witnesses who had initially spoken openly now grew silent. Farmers retracted interviews. Families stopped discussing the lights they had seen. Stan Gordon noticed this dramatic change. Calls that were once free-flowing now ended abruptly. Witnesses cancelled follow-up meetings with vague excuses. Some even refused to open their doors. One woman's experience stood out. After reporting a glowing object near her property, she called Gordon in tears. Men had visited her home, asking invasive questions about her sighting, her family, her children, her daily life. Their tone wasn't threatening, but their seemingly complete knowledge was deeply unsettling. She felt they already knew everything about her. After this encounter, she refused to speak again. Another witness followed a similar path. A man who had proudly shown Gordon scorched ground where a UFO supposedly hovered later became hostile when Gordon returned with colleagues. He now claimed the mark was from a brush fire. Contradicting his earlier detailed account, Gordon believed he had been pressured to change his story. Officially, the response was minimal. Project Blue Book, the Air Force's UFO study, was in its final year. By 1973, the investigation had been significantly reduced. Fewer investigators, shrinking budgets, and a stance leaning toward closure characterized the program. The 1969 Condon report had already set the stage for its eventual shutdown. UFOs were officially deemed non-threatening, with no need for further investigation by the government. Yet in Pennsylvania, sightings continued to flood in. The encounters described by witnesses did not align with standard military procedures. Where Air Force Office of Special Investigations, OSI, typically conducted documented interviews with shown credentials and filed reports, the encounters in Westmoreland were different. Visitors carried no identification, offered no official record. Stan Gordon reached out to military contacts, who confirmed no official teams had been sent to the county. Local police quietly acknowledged seeing mysterious outsiders asking questions, men who appeared and vanished without coordinating with law enforcement. Researchers speculated about NORAD's potential involvement. Radar operators along the East Coast had logged unidentified returns that season, showing sudden accelerations and movements inconsistent with known aircraft. Internal memos later revealed NORAD shared information with the Air Force during Blue Book's final days, though witnesses never received official acknowledgement. The result was a pervasive uncertainty. Were these visitors connected to official channels, OSI agents, Air Force intelligence, or NORAD liaisons? Or were they something else entirely, mimicking authority but answering to no one? For Gordon and witnesses, this lack of clarity became a form of psychological intimidation. The impact was profound. Witnesses who once spoke freely now felt hunted. Farmers stopped answering phones. Families kept curtains drawn even during daylight. Children grew anxious at unfamiliar cars. A young couple who had reported a luminous craft near their farm stopped answering phones entirely. One state trooper was warned off the record not to discuss a chase involving a glowing object, effectively silencing him. In 1973, the Westmoreland County UFO wave became more than just a series of sightings. It was a story of suppression and silence. Dozens of witnesses saw extraordinary lights moving through Pennsylvania's night skies, but something more sinister was happening on the ground. Pale men in dark suits would appear at doorsteps, asking precise questions and leaving an unsettling stillness behind. Stan Gordon, who studied the events, realized the most significant aspect wasn't the UFO sightings themselves, but the systematic intimidation that followed. Witnesses who might have shared detailed accounts suddenly withdrew. Their voices were stifled by an unexplained fear. Communities across Westmoreland County felt watched. Their potential testimonies erased before they could be recorded. The hills and valleys looked peaceful, dotted with farms and winding back roads. But in 1973, two mysteries coexisted. The silent, glowing objects moving overhead, and the quiet visitors who seemed intent on preventing their stories from being told. This pattern wasn't unique to Pennsylvania. Similar encounters occurred in Scandinavian countries during the 1950s and 1960s. Men would arrive at farms, speaking Norwegian with an unsettling precision. Their questions were calculated, their demeanor rigid. Official-looking papers with unrecognizable seals added to the strangeness. Gordon understood that these encounters demonstrated how a few intimidating individuals could effectively erase extraordinary experiences. Hundreds might witness something remarkable, but a handful of mysterious visitors could silence those accounts more thoroughly than any official denial. The lights would pass quickly, but the silence, that remained, lingering in the shadows, a testament to the fragility of human testimony. In the decades following World War II, Scandinavia became a landscape haunted by aerial enigmas. Sweden, caught between neutrality and Cold War tensions, and Norway with its vast, silent fjords, emerged as epicenters of unexplained sightings. From ghost rockets streaking across late 1940s skies to disc-shaped objects hovering over rural landscapes, the region was rife with mysterious encounters. Ordinary people, farmers, fishermen, everyday citizens, began documenting these experiences. Some collected physical evidence, metallic fragments, scorched grass patches. They believed their reports would trigger serious investigations, trusting in institutional transparency. Instead, they often found themselves confronting strange visitors who claimed official status but inspired more questions than answers. A Norwegian farmer near Trondheim experienced such an encounter after witnessing a disc-shaped object landing briefly in his field. He described a glowing rim and ground-shaking vibrations. Days later, two men arrived at his home, dressed in dark, heavy clothing, and speaking Norwegian with an awkward clipped cadence. When the farmer requested identification, one produced a document with an unfamiliar seal. The paperwork looked official at first, but closer inspection revealed misspellings and uneven typesetting. Their interrogation focused intensely on whether he had collected anything from the landing site. Though he had secretly pocketed a small metal shard, he denied taking anything. The men exchanged a cryptic glance, nodded stiffly, and departed. Weeks later, the metal fragment mysteriously vanished from a locked drawer. A similar narrative unfolded in Sweden, where a fisherman near Umeå reported a luminous craft hovering over a lake, only to be subsequently visited by two men claiming affiliation with the technical ministry. These encounters left behind a lingering atmosphere of doubt. Where strange lights appeared, these peculiar officials would follow, creating an unsettling silence that persisted long after the initial sightings. Military radar at northern bases, like Bodu, occasionally tracked these objects. adding credibility to the mounting testimonies. By the 1950s, researchers and journalists had begun documenting these phenomena, transforming local whispers into a broader narrative of unexplained aerial mysteries that challenge conventional understanding. Across Scandinavia, strange encounters began to paint a consistent picture. Men would arrive unexpectedly, asking precise questions with an unsettling demeanor. Their approach was always the same. What time, what distance, what evidence? Norwegian and Swedish witnesses described similar experiences. A farm couple recalled visitors at dusk, men in long coats and hats whose eyes seemed to study them with unnatural intensity. The wife noted their faces appeared oddly smooth, as if emotions had been deliberately erased. A schoolteacher shared an equally bizarre interaction. These visitors followed a rigid script, pausing unnaturally between questions and continuing mid-sentence as though reciting memorized lines. When he tried interrupting, they simply continued, completely ignoring his attempts. One Norwegian fisherman found their unfamiliarity most revealing. They asked about a train station in a village that had never had one, betraying their disconnection from local reality. Their stiff movements and awkward inquiries suggested they knew the area only through distant research. The encounters left deep psychological marks. Witnesses who once freely discussed their experiences suddenly fell silent. The Trondheim farmer, who previously shared details openly, now warned a neighbor, "It is not wise to talk." The fisherman, who had enthusiastically described a glowing craft, began avoiding the location where he'd seen it. Families reported strange surveillance. Black cars would park near homes for hours, occupants motionless, driving away only when approached. Children were explicitly instructed never to discuss these mysterious visitors. With each account, a pattern emerged. Impersonal, mechanical interactions that suggested these weren't ordinary government representatives, but something far more unusual. A haunting pattern emerged from the stories of those who witnessed unexplained phenomena. School teachers, farmers, fishermen, and others across different regions found themselves entangled in encounters that defied normal explanation. The authority figures they approached offered only contradictions. When the Trondheim farmer brought a strange document to the local police station, officers quickly dismissed it as a forgery. They claimed no investigators had been dispatched and did not recognize the signatures. Similarly, in Yuma, officials denied the existence of the technical ministry the visitors represented. One fisherman knew these were no mere pranks. He remembered the visitors knowing intimate details, like the exact hour he went to bed. A Swedish constable privately shared with a researcher that he had received multiple similar complaints. People consistently reported men in suits asking probing questions after UFO sightings, then vanishing without a trace. These encounters left witnesses profoundly unsettled. Their trust in institutions crumbled as official channels refused to acknowledge the experiences. Something was operating beyond their understanding. The psychological impact was severe. A Norwegian farmer described the encounter as suffocating, feeling the air itself had been drained from the room. Another fisherman avoided his boat for months, not because of the UFO, but from fear of the visitor's return. A Swedish teacher compared speaking with them to conversing with a photograph, their presence both real and unnervingly hollow. Physical symptoms followed for many. Dizziness, fatigue, and headaches plagued some, while others simply withdrew from social interactions. A school teacher who once encouraged students to record their sightings now kept such drawings locked away, believing some things were never meant to be kept. The constable's haunting question lingered. If these visitors are not ours, then whose are they? In small towns and villages across Scandinavia, silence was already a shield against ridicule. But the visits added a deeper weight, a sense that not just neighbors, but powerful unknown forces wanted witnesses to stay quiet. The Scandinavian Men in Black reports stand among the earliest and clearest European accounts of this phenomenon. They revealed something crucial. Whatever force drove these encounters was not limited to a single country. The pattern emerged with unsettling consistency. A sighting would be reported, then a witness questioned. Sometimes a sample would be taken or a file disturbed, always followed by enforced silence. While the lights themselves left no permanent mark, the men who followed ensured any remaining evidence was erased or minimized. For researchers, the lesson was clear. The mystery of lights in the sky was only a fragment of a larger story, one that unfolded in ordinary living rooms and doorsteps, where everyday people confronted strangers who wore authority without truly embodying it. Witnesses carried memories that outlasted the fleeting lights. They recalled men whose humanity seemed incomplete, official-looking figures who behaved like imposters. These encounters lingered in memory like shadows, more disturbing than the disk overhead. Today, Scandinavia's farms and fjords bear little visible trace of those encounters. The ghost rockets of the 1940s are remembered as Cold War curiosities, the disks and lights of later decades as unexplained mysteries. But for those who once opened their doors to these strange visitors, the experience was fundamentally different. They remembered mismatched papers, awkward voices, stiff movements. More than anything, they recalled a draining sensation of not having spoken to actual men but to something merely wearing human form. And above all, they remembered the silence, heavy, deliberate, and enduring. Take the Niagara Falls incident of June 1967. A Canadian family had planned a quiet evening near the rushing water when strange lights appeared. They shared their experience with almost no one, not even close friends. But days later, men arrived at their door, possessing impossible knowledge of details never spoken aloud. That was the moment silence transformed into pure fear. Here's the rewritten text. Something strange happened to a Canadian family near Niagara Falls in the summer of 1967. A story that would break the silence of an ordinary evening walk. What began as a quiet family outing transformed into an encounter that would haunt them long after the night's mist had cleared. As they walked by the roaring waters, the family's gaze was drawn upward. Bright, spherical lights danced above them in ways no conventional aircraft could. The children pointed, wondering if they were seeing fireworks or stars. But these lights defied explanation, hanging motionless, drifting through the mist with an almost sentient curiosity. For several breathless minutes, they watched the impossible. The lights seemed to survey the landscape below, moving with an intelligence that sent chills down their spines. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the lights flickered and vanished into the darkness. They returned home unsettled, choosing to keep their extraordinary experience a secret. No police reports, no calls to newspapers, just a shared moment of wonder within their family. They believed their silence would protect them. They were wrong. Days later, a sharp knock disrupted their home. Two men in impeccable dark suits stood at the doorstep, their expressions cold and calculating. "We'd like to discuss what you saw near the falls," one said. The father was stunned. He had told no one about the lights. The men entered uninvited, moving through the living room with calculated precision. Their eyes methodically scanned photographs, papers, every corner of the room. Their questions were rapid and pointed. "What time did you arrive? How many people were with you? Did you take photographs?" When the father answered no to the last question, the men exchanged an unreadable glance. Their interest seemed both intense and mysterious. This encounter became one of the few documented men in black cases in Canada, a chilling reminder that some phenomena recognize no borders. The men came and went quickly, their visit lasting less than 20 minutes. Yet the impact was profound. After they left, the family sat in stunned silence, each member replaying the strange encounter in their mind. The visitors had known details about their sighting that were never shared, and their knowledge was deeply unsettling. Questions swirled. How did they know the exact location? What was their connection to the lights above the falls? That night, the children were too frightened to sleep alone. The father remained vigilant in the kitchen, watching the dark street through the window. Every passing set of headlights made him tense, and ordinary sounds like creaking floorboards or the refrigerator's hum now felt loaded with potential threat. In the weeks following the visit, the family's behavior changed dramatically. The children no longer played freely outside, and curtains were kept closed more often. When asked about their weekend, the parents gave vague, clipped responses, carefully avoiding any mention of the lights. Their silence stemmed from fear. They believed discussing the encounter might somehow summon the men back. So their story remained private, shared only years later with researchers who documented the case in confidential files. The visitors had been peculiar, official-looking but offering no identification. Their speech was flat, their expressions unnaturally stiff, their questions invasive. The children, now grown, would later reflect on their unease. It wasn't just that the men knew what they had seen, but that they seemed to know what the family had not done. Specifically, that no photographs existed. This encounter transformed the family's perspective. What had once been a somewhat wondrous shared secret about strange lights became a source of deep dread. The father, previously sociable, grew increasingly private. At work, he spoke less and visibly withdrew when UFOs were mentioned. The mother became fiercely protective, refusing to let the children wander outside after dark. Years later, the mystery remained. Who were these men, and what was their true purpose? In 1967, Canada was experiencing an intense period of UFO activity. Reports came from civilian groups and official agencies like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and National Research Council. Multiple high-profile cases drew international attention that year. Near Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, a glowing object crashed into the waters in October, with local police officers and multiple witnesses reporting the event. The Canadian Coast Guard launched a search, and both Canadian and American authorities, including NORAD, logged the incident. Yet no official explanation was ever provided. During that summer, radar units along the US-Canadian border tracked unidentified aerial objects, noting movements and speeds beyond known aircraft capabilities. Defense officials quietly documented these incidents in internal logs and memoranda. Against this backdrop of unexplained aerial phenomena, the Niagara Falls encounter took on deeper significance. Researchers noted that men in black reports emerging in Ontario coincided with government tracking, suggesting witnesses were not only seeing extraordinary things, but were being subtly discouraged from discussing them. The family's experience exemplified this broader pattern. Their children grew up remembering not just the lights over the falls, but how their parents became more cautious, private, and wary of strangers afterward. The memory of the mysterious knock at the door became inseparable from the memory of those lights. While the Niagara Falls case never achieved the fame of other encounters like the Heflin photographs, it demonstrated how the UFO phenomenon crossed national borders. The lingering weight of the incident showed that unexplained aerial encounters were not confined to the United States. The distant, silent UFO and the deliberate, unforgettable men who followed created a lasting impression. Though the family never filed a formal report, their story eventually reached Canadian researchers, becoming part of the rare documented men in black activities outside American territory. In the quiet rivers of Minas, Brazil, a story unfolded that would forever change José Antonio da Silva's life. On an early morning in 1962, what began as a routine fishing trip turned into an encounter that would haunt him for years to come. Dilver had pushed his small boat into the mist-covered waters, surrounded by the gentle splash of oars and the soft calls of waking birds. His life was defined by simple rhythms: cast the nets, wait, return home with enough fish to feed his family. But this morning would be different. A strange glow rose above the tree line, first faint, then growing in intensity. Dilver initially mistook it for sunrise catching on fog, but the light moved with purpose, descending toward him until it hovered directly over the river. A domed, metallic craft appeared, seamless and silent, with no engine sound, just a brilliant humming. A beam of light engulfed his boat. Dilver felt his body lift, becoming paralyzed and weightless. In fragmented memories, he later described seeing figures that resembled men but moved unnaturally, surrounded by strange instruments and panels. This was not an isolated incident. Similar unexplained occurrences had appeared in other locations: Ontario, Santa Ana, New Jersey, and Maine. Each brought with them mechanical questions and knowledge that seemed beyond normal understanding. For Dilver, the encounter was just the beginning. Soon after, pale strangers arrived, asking questions no ordinary person should know. They made it clear that silence was not just preferable. It was necessary. The message was unspoken but unmistakable. Some stories are better left untold. Niagara Falls would later see a similar event in 1967, where a family witnessed lights moving impossibly across the night sky. Like Dilver, they learned that what you see can follow you home, and that some encounters demand absolute silence. The story of José Antonio da Silva stands as a reminder that the world holds mysteries far beyond our comprehension, moments that challenge everything we believe about reality, space, and our place in the universe. As the sun hung high in the sky, Dilver found himself on a rocking boat. Hours seemingly vanished. His nets lay untouched, and a strange sensation lingered from an inexplicable encounter. Cold and pressure had surrounded him, with unrecognizable sounds echoing around him. A sharp pain in his head was his last memory, before everything went black. Returning home, Dilver was visibly shaken. His family quickly noticed his changed demeanor, his silence, disheveled appearance, and distant gaze. Initially, he shared only fragments of his experience with them, but in a small community, secrets rarely stay hidden. Whispers of strange lights spread, and journalists soon arrived, eager to hear his story. At first, Dilver was reluctant and embarrassed, but gradually he began to speak. His account emerged: a fisherman taken aboard an unknown craft, examined by beings not of this world, and returned with missing time. Researchers saw it as an extraordinary claim, part of a growing collection of abduction reports from South America. For Dilver, each retelling felt like a dangerous exposure. The publicity made him uneasy, as if speaking would somehow invite unwelcome attention. Weeks after his story reached the press, his fears materialized. One evening, walking home along a dusty road, two men approached. They were incongruous against the rural landscape, tall, dressed in immaculate dark suits, their shoes gleaming as if just stepped from a city street. Their Portuguese was correct but stilted, spoken like a rehearsed lesson. "You must stop speaking of what you saw," one said. Dilver froze. Their presence felt fundamentally wrong. Their faces seemed more like masks than human features. Pale, unblinking, foreign in a way he couldn't precisely describe. No explanations, no credentials, just a direct command: do not talk to reporters, do not give interviews, do not repeat the story. Dilver stammered, insisting on the truth of his experience. The men remained impassive. The encounter began with two men moving in perfect unison, one drawing close enough to Dilver that their faces nearly touched. No threats were spoken aloud, yet the threat was palpable. The precision of their speech, the emptiness of their stares, the way they seemed to consume the night's normal sounds. All of it was deeply unsettling. When they finished, the men walked away, their black suits melting into the twilight, their footsteps eerily quiet against the dirt. Though the encounter lasted mere minutes, its impact would be profound and lasting. That night, Dilver shared the experience with his family. His wife remembered his trembling, his voice breaking as he repeated the strange words. His children recalled how he barred the door, pacing restlessly and scanning the windows, as if expecting the men to return. From that moment, Dilver was transformed. Reporters seeking follow-up interviews were turned away. Researchers found his door closed. Neighbors observed his dramatic shift from a sociable man to someone withdrawn and distant. He confided in relatives about feeling constantly surveilled. Unfamiliar cars would park at the town's edges. Silent men would appear briefly before vanishing without explanation. The local fisherman, who once freely discussed his story, now maintained a heavy silence. His children remembered his constant vigilance, checking windows, scanning roads, before venturing outside. Even at home, he was restless, pacing rooms deep into the night. While the initial abduction had been terrifying but brief, the subsequent visit had fundamentally altered his existence. He began fishing less, staying close to home. Night travel was now avoided. His conversations became guarded, each word carefully measured. The steady demeanor he once possessed gave way to nervous pauses. The beings who took him for hours had done more than just that. The men on the road had stolen something equally significant: his sense of security. In the UFO community, Dilver's case initially spread through newspaper accounts, but over time the story's trajectory would change dramatically. The story of Jose Antonio Dilver echoed through the community like a whispered warning. Neighbors spoke in hushed tones, parents cautioned children about strange lights, and an unspoken fear spread beyond Dilver himself. His encounter became more than a mystery. It was a cautionary tale that silenced an entire community. Dilver's experience wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of a broader pattern that stretched far beyond the local landscape. Years later, Brazil would become the epicenter of one of the most extensive UFO investigations in history. Operation Plate in the late 1970s revealed a shocking landscape in the Amazonian town of Caris, where entire communities reported bizarre encounters, beams of light descending from strange craft, causing burns, illness, and even deaths. The Brazilian Air Force meticulously documented these events. Photographs, radar readings, and hundreds of testimonies remained classified until the 1990s. Within these files, researchers found a familiar pattern of witness management and efforts to suppress open discussion. The men in black who had haunted Dilver's story were not unique to local folklore. They were the same pale visitors in dark suits seen in Santa Ana, New Jersey and Maine, now walking the dirt roads of Brazil. Whether through military channels or mysterious roadside encounters, the message remained consistent: silence. Dilver's response became a template for future witnesses. He retreated into private life, never seeking publicity again. Neighbors remembered him not for what he claimed to have seen, but for the fear that seemed to follow him afterward. His cautious quiet mirrored the experiences of later witnesses in the Amazon, who reported not just lights in the sky, but ominous warnings to remain silent. Today, the rivers of Minas Gerais continue to flow, carrying fishermen's nets and the weight of forgotten stories. Few remember the morning when Jose Antonio Dilver returned home shaken, marking the beginning of a story that would ripple through time and space, challenging our understanding of the unknown. Ron Johnson was a respected figure within the Mutual UFO network, known for his balanced approach to investigating unexplained phenomena. Based in Missouri, he served as a state section director, managing local investigators and case files. Unlike many in his field, Johnson was neither a sensationalist nor prone to embellishment. Instead, he documented cases with precision, earning trust from witnesses across various professions: farmers, teachers, and police officers who sought his measured perspective. His thoroughness in investigating sightings, from mysterious lights to close encounters with physical evidence, set him apart. Colleagues valued his steady judgment and ability to handle sensitive accounts responsibly. Johnson's calm demeanor provided a sense of credibility to those who feared ridicule for their extraordinary experiences. On June 9, 1994, during a crowded MUF meeting in Missouri, Johnson's life took a sudden, shocking turn. Moments after discussing case files with his notes spread before him, he collapsed at the table. Colleagues watched in disbelief as a healthy man in his early 40s, known for his sharp mind, succumbed to violent convulsions. His death remained shrouded in mystery, with toxicology reports offering no conclusive explanation. In the weeks leading up to his death, Johnson had shared with friends that he had been warned not about typical health risks, but by men who approached quietly, their questions pointed and their message clear: stop asking. Within the UFO investigator community, his tragedy was not an isolated incident. Some believe Johnson's meticulous documentation had drawn attention from beyond MUF circles. His detailed notes, well-organized files, and precise questioning suggested he was getting too close to something significant. Weeks before his sudden death, he hinted at encounters with forces beyond explanation. The incident recalled an earlier, equally mysterious event involving an abduction. For Dilver, the experience was extraordinary, but it was the subsequent visit that truly endured. After the craft had come and gone, men arrived with a command sharper than any memory of light in the sky. Their presence lingered in every cautious glance, every silence that followed. Perhaps this was always the point, not to erase the memory of what happened, but to ensure it remained buried in silence. Johnson shared with his colleagues a troubling encounter with two unidentified men after a regional MUF meeting. These men approached him near the exit, addressing him by name before he could introduce himself. They guided him to a quiet conversation away from the crowd. Their demeanor was calm, but their questioning was intense and precise. They focused on the physical evidence MUF currently held in Missouri, specifically inquiring about trace samples from a field where a disc had been reported. The men pressed Johnson about whether he possessed the samples or had distributed copies of the analysis. Johnson later told a colleague that the men's questions felt rehearsed and impersonal, delivered in clipped, calculated tones. When he tried to understand their identity, they repeatedly deflected, claiming only to be from official channels without offering any identification or credentials. The encounter took a more menacing turn when one of the men leaned in and lowered his voice. He warned Johnson that pursuing certain leads, especially those involving physical traces, would be detrimental to his health. His MUFON colleagues noticed his distress after the meeting. Some observed him returning to the table, visibly shaken, shuffling his notes more quickly than usual, and scanning the room nervously. In the following weeks, he shared fragments of the story with trusted peers. Different investigators recalled various details. Some described the men as official without being official, while others noted Johnson's emphasis on their knowledge of unpublished files. One particularly striking quote was Johnson saying, "They knew more about my cases than I had told anyone outside MUF." Publicly, Johnson laughed off the incident, making jokes about overly informed suits. However, those close to him recognized this as nervous humor. Privately, he admitted the encounter disturbed him more deeply than any previous skeptical challenge. His behavior began to change. During meetings, he continued to contribute, but with increased caution. Where he once shared details freely, he now spoke in generalized terms, keeping his notes closed until his turn to speak and quickly returning them to his folder afterward. Ron's behavior changed after a key discussion. His family noticed subtle shifts. He drew blinds earlier. He checked the street before opening doors. His wife recognized he seemed more guarded, though she didn't understand the full context. A friend described it simply: Ron looked like someone who knew he was being watched. The day of his death seemed ordinary. Johnson attended a routine MUF gathering, not presenting anything extraordinary, just contributing quietly, listening carefully, managing files as usual. During the meeting, he sipped from a glass. Minutes later, he collapsed violently. Witnesses were stunned by the sudden, dramatic episode. Medical help arrived immediately, but nothing could be done. For MUF members, the shock was profound. Johnson had no known health issues. His death felt strangely choreographed out of context. The glass on the table became an object of intense speculation. Authorities processed the incident quickly. Toxicology tests revealed nothing conclusive. No poison was detected. No clear medical explanation emerged. The final report simply labeled it an unexplained death. Police saw no suspicious circumstances, treating it as an unfortunate tragedy. When MUF members suggested prior warnings, officials dismissed their concerns. The investigative stance was clear. Without toxins, there could be no crime. For MUFON, this inconclusiveness was more disturbing than any definitive conclusion. A natural cause would have been easier to accept. But this unexplained collapse following weeks of reported intimidation suggested something more sinister. Johnson's death rippled through the community. Well respected and well liked, his sudden passing created both grief and unease. Some colleagues insisted it was mere coincidence. Others whispered about potential threats, convinced his work had exposed him to forces wanting silence. In the months following, the impact was evident. Some colleagues reduced their activities. Certain members avoided cases involving physical evidence. Others continued working but became more guarded, less open about their research. A few withdrew entirely from public UFO investigations. Ron Johnson's death changed everything for the Mormon research community. A longtime investigator summarized the stark impact. His passing revealed the vulnerability of those probing sensitive territories. Johnson's family was left to navigate the aftermath, fielding calls from reporters and fellow researchers while receiving minimal official explanation. His wife later reflected on the most painful uncertainty, not knowing whether his death was random chance or something more deliberate. The incident cast a long shadow over those who had shared their stories with him. Some witnesses worried their previous testimonies might have drawn unwelcome attention. Others became hesitant to continue sharing information, fearing potential consequences. Over time, Johnson's death became a cautionary tale within MUFON's internal narrative. His files were re-examined, each case now viewed through the lens of his final warnings. Colleagues remembered him not just as an investigator, but as someone who sensed growing risks in his work. For the broader UFO research community, his story underscored a critical realization: investigators themselves could become targets. The boundary between documentation and personal danger was far more fragile than many had previously understood. Though rarely discussed outside specialized circles, Johnson's 1994 death remains officially unexplained. Unofficially, it remains connected to the mysterious encounters he had been investigating. Colleagues remember a man who transitioned from making jokes about secretive authorities to becoming increasingly guarded. They recall his final moments: the collapse at the table, unfinished notes, a half-filled glass, and they remember the profound silence that followed, a silence filled with unanswered questions and unspoken implications. Tonight we step into the shadows of the men in black. They appear without warning, at your door, in a hallway, or waiting in a car. Always the same. Black suits, pale faces, questions that pierce right to what you saw. August 3rd, 1965, Santa Ana, California, USA. Rex Heftlin, a 38-year-old highway inspector, was working a typical day. The sun blazed down on Nifford Road, heat rising from the asphalt as he pulled his government truck to the roadside. His routine involved long hours documenting road conditions, but this day would be different. While checking radio equipment, a flicker of motion drew his attention skyward. Just beyond the railroad tracks, a disc-shaped object hovered silently, broad, metallic, and moving with an unsettling deliberateness against the pale California sky. It was something no work manual could have prepared him for. They come after the photographs, after the evidence you thought was yours. Two men in black suits, pale faces, blank eyes arrive without a sound. When they leave, what you captured no longer belongs to you. Some say they're government agents. Others believe something far stranger. This is part of our Men in Black series. Who do you think they really are? The legacy of such encounters is more than just the cases studied. It's a reminder that in UFO research, the real weight sometimes comes not from lights in the sky, but from the men who appear afterward. Their warnings carry a finality no file could capture. We may never know their true purpose, but here the stories remain. Until next time, keep your eyes on the sky, your doors locked after dark, and your mind open to the unknown. Heftlin was a highway inspector, accustomed to documenting scenes with precision. When an unidentified craft appeared unexpectedly, he didn't freeze. Instead, he did what came naturally. He grabbed his ever-present Polaroid camera. With practiced skill, he captured the object, taking multiple shots as it hovered against the sky. One photograph revealed a curious smoky ring trailing behind the craft, suggesting something had been released into the atmosphere. The object then tilted dramatically, accelerated, and vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Heflin later admitted he was simply doing his job, not seeking extraordinary attention. When the photographs developed, they were startlingly clear. A structured disc with a distinct domed center hung against the California horizon. Heflin first shared the images with colleagues at the California Division of Highways. Their reactions varied from laughter to serious contemplation, but no one could dispute the photograph's clarity. The Santa Ana Register soon printed the images in black and white. Nationally, they began circulating rapidly. These weren't blurry snapshots, but daytime images taken by a government employee using a Polaroid, lending them immediate credibility. The public response was swift and intense. Letters and phone calls flooded in from researchers and curious citizens. Days after publication, an unexpected call came to Heflin's office. A NORAD representative spoke with a mechanical tone, requesting the original Polaroids for analysis. Something about the conversation felt scripted, but Heflin ultimately agreed. Shortly after, two men arrived at his workplace. Tall and dressed identically in black suits, with narrow ties and white shirts, they carried an unsettling presence. Their pale faces and blank expressions hinted at something beyond a routine government investigation. Two men stood before Mr. Nephew Heflin, their movements calculated and synchronized. "We're here for the photographs," one stated without emotion. No badges, no identification accompanied their demand. Their tone carried an undeniable weight of authority that discouraged any resistance. Reluctantly, Heflin retrieved the Polaroids from his desk. The men thanked him briefly, then turned and walked out to a black, unmarked sedan in the government vehicle lot. They departed without checking in at the base's entry point, and the photographs were never returned. Soon, the black sedan began appearing with unsettling frequency. It would park across from Heflin's home or down the street from his office, always the same vehicle, always with two figures inside. The situation escalated one evening when his daughter answered a knock at the door. Two men in suits stood outside, asking to speak with her father. Their questions were disturbingly precise. Had he taken additional photographs? Were copies distributed? Were negatives hidden in the house? When Heflin confronted them, they offered no explanation. They simply turned, walked in perfect unison to their sedan, and drove away in silence. What truly terrified Heflin was not their words, but their movements synchronized and expressionless beyond normal human behavior. His life transformed. He began circling blocks before returning home, drawing blinds at night, and constantly scanning his surroundings. Workplace dynamics shifted. Conversations would stop when he entered. Colleagues whispered that someone from the Air Force Office of Special Investigations was asking questions about him. Dinners became tense affairs. His daughter would later recall how he would pause mid-meal, scanning the street through the window always, waiting, always anticipating something unnamed. A knock? A call? She remembered. It was always there. The visitor's silence spoke louder than any threat. Their presence was a psychological weight that pressed down on every aspect of Heflin's existence. The Heflin UFO case unfolded with an unsettling silence. A highway inspector, never seeking fame, found his life transformed by an extraordinary encounter. His photographs, studied by NICAP researchers, were deemed among the most convincing UFO evidence of the era. Yet, the official narrative told a different story. The Air Force's Project Blue Book dismissed the images, suggesting they might be staged or misidentified. But the contradiction was striking. If the photos were worthless, why did men from NORAD and OSI come to seize the originals? Why did Heflin's family endure silent surveillance? Those paying attention understood the message. Public dismissal masked quiet suppression. Heflin withdrew from public discussions, becoming more guarded. Friends noticed the change. He measured his words carefully, watching the street before speaking. He stopped giving interviews. A confidant recalled Heflin's chilling words, "They just needed me to remember." This captured the essence of the men in black phenomenon. Control through psychological pressure, not violence. The awareness that silence was safer than speech. Decades later, digital scans underwent modern analysis. Experts found no evidence of trickery, confirming the images as genuine single-exposure Polaroids of a structured object. But the original photographs never resurfaced. For researchers, the case represented a recurring pattern. A witness captures something extraordinary. Official men arrive, evidence vanishes, and silence follows. The investigation left more questions than answers. Why would officials go to such lengths to recover photographs they publicly claimed were inconclusive? Heflin's experience became more than a personal incident. It was a window into a broader, more complex narrative of suppression and mystery. Rex Heflin's story emerged as a stark illustration of how physical evidence and human testimony can be erased by an unseen mechanism of suppression. The photographs he captured were significant not just for what they revealed in the sky, but for the consequential shadow that descended afterward. A shadow that shaped his life as profoundly as the craft itself. Myford Road today bears no visible trace of the extraordinary moment that unfolded above its ordinary landscape. Commuters pass by, unaware of the remarkable events that once transpired, the road looking like any other stretch of Southern California asphalt. The true essence of Heflin's experience extended beyond the disc he photographed. It centered on the nameless, precise men who followed, moving like daylight shadows, leaving behind no documents or official records. Only an absence remained, the vanished photographs and the subsequent silence. What ultimately lingered was not merely an image of an object in the sky, but a stark reminder of how effortlessly evidence can disappear and how quietly a life can be reshaped by unseen forces. The photographs spoke once, but their silence has endured far longer. Perhaps that silence was always the intended outcome. For Ralph and Judy Rankin of New Jersey, the mystery began not in the celestial realm, but within their own home. The first indication was not a knock at the door, but subtle disturbances on their telephone line. Words interrupted by static, echoed conversations, and strategically placed silences. The Rankins were not casual observers, but dedicated researchers, part of a growing civilian network committed to documenting UFO reports. Their files brimmed with letters, clippings, and witness statements, fragments of a puzzle they believed revealed a larger truth. Their persistent curiosity, however, did not go unnoticed. By 1966, the Rankins found themselves transformed from investigators to subjects. What started with strange communications would culminate in a visit that left them deeply unsettled, convinced that something or someone was watching. The Rankins' passion was evident in their home, where filing cabinets and folders overflowed with letters, reports, and clippings. They weren't just collecting documents, they were building a network. Across the country, they corresponded with other researchers, sharing notes on sightings, comparing patterns, and offering support to those ridiculed for their beliefs. Ralph, meticulous and organized, managed the correspondence and filing system. Judy took a different approach, often speaking directly with witnesses. Together, they embodied a new kind of UFO research. Ordinary people filling the void left by an official system that dismissed unexplained phenomena. Their phone was a lifeline of information, ringing frequently with new leads and inquiries. But something changed in the spring of 1966. At first, it was subtle, background noise, faint clicks interrupting conversations. Then came loud static bursts that drowned out words. When Ralph contacted the phone company, technicians found nothing wrong with the line. One evening, the call sent chills down Judy's spine. The mysterious voice repeated her earlier conversations verbatim, as if playing back a recording. When she tried to respond, the line went silent. Strange cars began appearing near their house. A black sedan with tinted windows would park nearby, just close enough to seem accidental but never staying long enough for Ralph to investigate. They joked about being watched, but an undercurrent of unease ran beneath their nervous laughter. They were researchers, not whistleblowers, yet someone clearly wanted them to know they were being monitored. Late one afternoon, a knock interrupted their day. Two men stood on the porch, dressed identically in dark suits, white shirts, and narrow ties. Their pale complexions and unnaturally fixed stares were immediately unsettling. "We understand you've been collecting information," one said in a monotone voice. They asked to enter. The Rankins, maintaining their politeness, stepped aside. The men moved slowly through the living room, eyes methodically scanning walls, cabinets, and neatly stacked folders. Questions began immediately, probing the origins of their files and contacts. The two men arrived without warning, their faces eerily neutral, expressions locked in place. Ralph and Judy Rankin noticed immediately how these visitors seemed more like automatons than human beings. They referenced intimate details from the Rankins' private research, names from confidential letters, case descriptions never published publicly. Their interrogation felt clinical, methodical. Questions fired like a checklist, probing the sources of the Rankins' UFO investigations. When Judy offered tea, they didn't even acknowledge her gesture. Their knowledge was unsettling, cutting deep into the couple's personal work. "We have our ways," was the only explanation offered when Ralph questioned their sources. They spent nearly an hour in the living room, taking sparse notes in small black pads, their presence transforming the space from comfortable to alien. As abruptly as they arrived, they departed. No credentials, no further explanation. Through the window, Ralph watched them slide into a dark sedan that pulled away silently, without headlights, dissolving into suburban streets. Something fundamental had changed. Drawers stood slightly ajar, papers subtly displaced. Nothing was stolen, yet everything felt violated. The house no longer seemed safe. Phone calls became strange, silence punctuated by echoes of Judy's own words. Ralph suspected their correspondence was being monitored, letters intercepted before reaching their destinations. The excitement of their research curdled into fear. Gradually, the Rankins retreated. They stopped communicating with fellow researchers, withdrew from NICAP, abandoned meetings. When pressed, they offered only vague explanations. Their once passionate UFO research had become a potential threat. The UFO research community understood something had changed with Ralph and Judy Rankin. Their once passionate pursuit of truth had been transformed by an encounter that left deep psychological scars. Friends noticed the shift immediately. Ralph became quieter, more guarded in conversations, while Judy seemed constantly on edge, her eyes frequently darting to windows during discussions. What had begun as an earnest investigation had drawn unexpected attention. Forces they could not name or fully comprehend had reached into their lives, crossing boundaries of personal safety and professional curiosity. Every phone call now carried potential threat, and each car slowing near their curb triggered instant anxiety. The silence they now maintained was itself a form of surrender. They had never sought fame, only understanding, but their work had attracted something far more complex than academic interest. Their withdrawal from research wasn't a choice made lightly, but a survival mechanism born of genuine fear. Within the UFO research networks, their story spread quietly. NICAP documented their experience as a critical case study, not of an extraordinary sighting, but of systematic suppression. The Men in Black phenomenon they discovered was not just about controlling physical evidence. It was about intimidating researchers, cutting communication lines, and weakening investigative networks. Their account revealed a chilling reality. The mystery extended far beyond unexplained craft in the sky. It reached into homes, across telephone lines, through correspondence, anywhere individuals dared to ask uncomfortable questions. The Rankin case became a stark reminder of the risks faced by ordinary citizens who venture into shadowy realms of hidden knowledge. The suppression was psychological, strategic. By instilling fear and isolation, these unknown forces effectively neutralized potential investigators without ever firing a shot or destroying a single document. Ralph and Judy's experience demonstrated how powerful silence could be as a weapon of control. For researchers like NICAP, their story was more than a personal tragedy. It was a cautionary tale about the complex, often invisible mechanisms that protect certain secrets. Ralph and Judy Rankin's names have faded from public memory, known only to those who delved into UFO research history. Their former home now belongs to new residents who remain unaware of the mysterious encounters and hushed conversations that once filled its rooms. The encounter left a lasting mark, a stark reminder that silence can be enforced not just on witnesses, but on those who investigate. Evidence can vanish. Photographs can disappear. When researchers themselves become afraid, the veil of secrecy grows thicker and more impenetrable. At its core, their story transcends the simple narrative of two men in dark suits. It speaks to the fragile nature of truth-seeking and how easily curiosity can be suppressed. In July 1978, a pivotal moment unfolded in an ordinary Indianapolis home. Sheila Franklin, a 29-year-old office secretary, lived a typical life centered on work, church, and family. She was practical, reserved, and deeply connected to her community, with no particular interest in UFOs beyond casual curiosity. As sunset painted the sky, a sharp knock interrupted the evening's quiet. Through the curtains, Sheila spotted two men standing on her porch, pale-faced strangers in dark suits that seemed out of place in the heavy summer heat. When she cracked open the door, one man spoke her name with unsettling familiarity. "We need to speak with you about what you saw," he said, his voice low and authoritative. No identification was offered, no explanation given for how they knew her. Instinctively, Sheila stepped back. The men entered as if invited, their movements calculated, and their presence overwhelming. In that instant, she understood the real threat wasn't what she had witnessed weeks earlier, but those who had come to erase her memory of it. Her story emerged, not from a desire for attention, but because friends and family noticed the profound change in her. Muff Field investigators documented her reluctant testimony, preserving an account that would otherwise have remained hidden. In July 1978, Sheila experienced something extraordinary during her drive home. A brilliant light hovering above a field caught her attention. What she initially thought was a helicopter revealed itself as a disc-shaped craft glowing at its edges and suspended silently in the air. The entire encounter lasted barely 2 minutes before the craft shot upward and disappeared. The next day, she shared her experience with a co-worker familiar with UFO research, who encouraged her to document the sighting and contact an investigator. Sheila followed the advice cautiously, giving a brief phone interview. She believed the matter was closed until 2 men arrived at her door. Their introduction was peculiar. No names, no official badges, just a calm yet unsettling presence. They demonstrated an uncanny knowledge of details Sheila had not publicly shared: the exact date, her driving route, even her conversation with her co-worker. Their questioning felt more like verification than genuine curiosity. They methodically probed her memory. How long had she stopped? Had she taken photographs? Who had she told? Would she still contact the UFO group? One man carried a small notepad he never used, while the other watched her unblinkingly. Sheila later described their speech as mechanical, like listening to a recorded message. When she hesitated, their tone shifted. They advised her firmly to forget what she had seen, their words not shouted but carrying an unmistakable weight of warning. As abruptly as they arrived, they left, walking to a black sedan that moved with an unnatural quietness. Sheila watched from her window, shaken until their tail lights vanished. In the days that followed, an unsettling feeling of surveillance consumed her. A dark, unmarked car would idle down her street, always with 2 figures inside. Whenever she considered approaching it, the vehicle would mysteriously disappear. Strange clicks and pops began interrupting her phone calls, adding to her growing sense of unease. Sheila's demeanor changed dramatically in the weeks following her encounter. Friends and co-workers noticed a stark shift in her personality. Once friendly and talkative, she became withdrawn and nervous. Her smile faded quickly, and her conversations grew shorter and more guarded. Strange incidents began to pile up. During phone calls, she heard an odd echo of her own voice, as if someone were listening in. A co-worker's nervous joke about government interference only heightened her anxiety. At home, she became hypervigilant, carefully checking the street before opening her door and abandoning her evening walks, convinced a mysterious sedan was watching her. 2 weeks after the initial encounter, Sheila discovered someone had been in her living room. A lamp was slightly moved, papers on her desk were out of order, and most disturbingly, her notebook detailing her sighting had vanished. When she told a close friend about the intrusion, her voice trembled. "They came back when I wasn't here," she whispered. "I don't know how, but they came back." Fear began to consume her. She stopped discussing the sighting entirely, telling her family only that she had said too much. When her sister pressed for details, Sheila's response was chilling. "You don't know that." Her paranoia manifested in small but telling ways. Unplugging her phone at night, avoiding unexpected visitors, and becoming constantly on edge. At work, her transformation was equally apparent. She no longer joined lunch groups, rarely chatted with colleagues, and often stared out the window as if expecting something. One coworker remembered her whispering, "It's not the light I'm afraid of, it's the men." More investigators found her deeply reluctant to discuss details. She would confirm basic facts about her sighting, but grew visibly anxious when pressed about the visit. "They told me not to talk," she admitted in a near whisper. "I shouldn't even be saying this." What disturbed researchers most was the precision of the men's knowledge. They seemed to know details that should have been impossible for outsiders to know. Something was deeply wrong with Sheila Franklin's UFO encounter. While most sightings faded into obscurity, hers carried an unsettling undertone of suppression. Researchers noted how she abruptly withdrew after a mysterious visit from unidentified men who seemed to know intimate details about her. Unlike dramatic UFO cases of the 1950s and 60s involving physical evidence and sensational photographs, Franklin's experience was quieter but equally disturbing. She possessed no spectacular proof, just her testimony, yet this alone was enough to trigger a visit designed to silence her. Local police denied sending anyone to her home. No official agency claimed responsibility for the men who had spoken with such authoritative confidence. Their credentials dissolved under careful examination, leaving only unanswered questions. Friends observed her transformation after the encounter. She stopped discussing her experience entirely, even with sympathetic researchers. When rarely pressed, she would only confirm that she had been instructed to forget. The weight of that directive pressed down on her, making silence feel like her only safe option. Muff investigators found her case troubling. They documented her dramatic behavioral change and the mysterious visitor's inexplicable knowledge. Her story became a subtle reference point, illustrating how Men in Black operations had evolved by the late 1970s, now focused on suppressing ordinary witnesses rather than seizing physical evidence. The absence of explanation became its own haunting answer. Sheila Franklin's experience never became a headline, but among researchers, it spoke volumes about the subtle mechanisms of silence. In 1978, Indianapolis seemed like any ordinary neighborhood. Houses lined the block, children played on sidewalks, and cars came and went. But for Sheila Franklin, this street held a haunting memory that would reshape her entire existence. Once an open and curious woman who freely shared her experiences with friends and colleagues, Sheila was transformed by an encounter that silenced her. The mysterious men who visited her home fundamentally altered her world. Their pale faces, flat voices, and unexplained presence left an indelible mark. Her story wasn't about the light in the sky anymore, but about the men who followed it. They entered her home uninvited, delivering a warning so subtle yet so powerful that it settled deep into her bones. She understood they knew everything she had tried to keep private. The black sedan that idled at the corner, its headlights dimmed, became a symbol of her lost sense of security. No physical evidence remained of that day, no photographs, no recordings. Her testimony stood alone, revealing a pattern that stretched across decades of similar encounters. For researchers, Sheila's case represented more than an isolated incident. It demonstrated that these strange encounters weren't limited to prominent figures or early UFO investigations. Ordinary people like her were touched by something inexplicable, a phenomenon that reminded witnesses that what they saw was never truly their own. A lingering question remained: were these visitors government agents or something else entirely? Their presence left no official record, their words no trace, yet their impact was undeniable. Sheila Franklin's legacy became one of silence. She saw something in the sky, told the truth, and then they came. The men with blank faces and emotionless voices entered her life, and everything changed. It wasn't the light that transformed her, but the aftermath of her encounter. Her story stands as a testament to the mysterious men in black, those shadowy figures who appear and disappear, leaving only whispers and unanswered questions in their wake. In the 1970s, Dan Sherman experienced an encounter that would transform his understanding of reality. What began as a brief sighting of a luminous object over an Illinois roadway soon became a persistent, unsettling experience of surveillance. The night of the encounter was clear. An oval, silent object glowing pale blue-white drifted across the tree line, tilting before disappearing into clouds. Sherman reported the sighting casually to local authorities and a regional UFO group, never expecting it would mark the beginning of something extraordinary. Weeks after the initial sighting, strange details began to emerge. A dark sedan appeared at the end of his street, always parked with two men inside. They never moved, never approached him, yet their presence felt deliberate. At first, Sherman dismissed it as random, perhaps visitors or neighbors, but the pattern grew undeniable. The car's presence became unnervingly consistent. Late at night, when the street was silent, early morning before anyone else stirred, it was there. When Sherman drew near, the men remained motionless. Their faces were pale, features unnaturally rigid. Once, one turned his head with a mechanical slowness, meeting Sherman's gaze without emotion. Sherman started documenting these appearances meticulously. He tracked dates in a notebook, sketching license plates that seemed to change mysteriously, sometimes out of state, sometimes non-existent. What had started as a momentary UFO sighting had transformed into something far more complex. This was more than a simple investigation. Sherman felt he was experiencing a systematic erosion of normalcy, conducted by silent, watchful entities whose very presence spoke volumes. The slow, calculated nature of their surveillance suggested something far stranger than routine government interest. Small changes started appearing inside Sherman's home. A drawer slightly open, a chair moved a few inches, papers on his desk shuffled in unfamiliar ways. Nothing was missing, but the order seemed subtly disturbed, as if someone had entered and examined things without taking anything. His phone line also behaved strangely. Calls were interrupted by static bursts, and sometimes when he picked up, he heard only silence followed by a disconnecting click. Sherman replaced the lock and had the phone line checked, but no explanation emerged. The car continued to return, its occupants waiting silently. He grew increasingly convinced these men were not ordinary. Their movements were too synchronized, their posture unnaturally rigid. Once, as he drove past, both turned their heads in perfect unison, pale faces illuminated by the dashboard glow. Neighbors noticed something odd too. Some remarked on the car parked for hours without lights, while others described the men as sitting motionless like stone statues. When Sherman suggested involving the police, neighbors hesitated. If they're from the government, one warned, we'd only create trouble. Even Sherman's attempt to engage local law enforcement seemed futile. A patrol car slowed near the sedan, glanced over, and then drove away without stopping. The vehicle remained untouched, seemingly exempt from normal scrutiny. One day, Sherman decided to approach the car himself. Walking slowly, he watched for any reaction. The men remained absolutely still. Only when he was within 20 feet did the sedan suddenly start, headlights flashing before driving away smoothly and deliberately, as if his approach had triggered a predetermined departure. This experience transformed Sherman's life. He began altering routines, circling blocks before turning home, leaving every room's lights burning at night. Sleep became shallow, interrupted by imagined sounds, a knock, an engine's distant hum. Friends noticed his transformation. Once sociable, he grew withdrawn. Conversations now dominated by a pervasive sense of being watched. "I don't mind them asking questions," he confided to a friend. "What I mind is the watching." Sherman's world shrank as the unexplained surveillance took its toll. Holiday gatherings became something he avoided, telling family only that he couldn't leave his house empty. His sister remembered phone calls where he whispered as if someone might be listening. The beings in the car never spoke or entered his home, but their mere presence destroyed his sense of security. His case fell into an unusual bureaucratic blind spot. Project Blue Book had shut down in December 1969, leaving the Air Force without an official UFO investigation program. Yet interest hadn't disappeared entirely. The Office of Special Investigations, OSI, continued interviewing witnesses in sensitive cases, but their agents always identified themselves and followed standard protocols. Sherman's experience didn't match these norms. Regional UFO groups documented his testimony, noting the car's details and home disturbances. Some suggested FBI involvement, knowing that UFO witness surveillance wasn't unprecedented in the 1950s and 60s. However, the behavior didn't align with typical bureau procedures. Instead, it resembled the infamous Men in Black, visitors who communicated through unsettling silence and mere presence. Desperate for answers, Sherman reached out to a local police captain he knew. He asked about unmarked cars in the neighborhood. The captain initially laughed off the suggestion, claiming no records existed. But when Sherman pressed about potential outside agency involvement, the captain's tone changed. "If they are involved," he said cryptically, "you wouldn't want to know." By the second year, Sherman felt completely exposed. He stopped trusting his locks, phone, or daily routine. Neighbors became potential informants. His notes became increasingly frantic, filled with dates and sketches of cars that seemed to materialize and vanish without explanation. The constant surveillance had transformed paranoia into his new reality. Dan Sherman's case exemplifies a chilling form of silent intimidation that went far beyond typical UFO witness experiences. Strange occurrences began subtly, his radio unexpectedly tuned to an unfamiliar frequency, and he would find his back door unlocked when he was certain he had secured it. No items were ever stolen, but the message was clear. He was not alone. The most unsettling aspect, Sherman later recalled, was the absolute silence of the men who watched him. They never demanded anything directly or spoke a word. Their mere presence was intended to unsettle him, eroding his sense of personal control and security. Doubt began to consume him. He questioned every detail of his memory. Had he truly locked that door? Was that chair always in that position? Reality itself seemed to dissolve into a haze of uncertainty. The psychological pressure became overwhelming. Gradually, Sherman withdrew completely from UFO circles. He stopped attending meetings, ceased responding to researchers, and avoided discussing the subject even with close friends. His retreat was not born of disbelief, but of self-protection. "They want me quiet," he told one final correspondent before cutting off all communication. Their visits became less frequent over time. The mysterious car appeared only occasionally, then vanished entirely. Sherman's reputation as a UFO witness faded, and his case became nothing more than a footnote in researchers' archives. Unlike other more dramatic encounters, Sherman's experience was characterized by its subtlety. No direct threats were made, no evidence demanded. The control was psychological, implemented through seemingly minor disruptions that continuously reminded him he was being watched. His experience resonated with other surveillance cases, like the Robinson family in Maine and the Rankins in New Jersey, where government interests seemed to blur into something less definable. For Sherman, the explanation was simple. He had witnessed something unusual and was subsequently made to understand he should not speak about it. In his own words, "It wasn't what I saw that changed me. It was what came after. It was knowing I wasn't supposed to talk." Though often overlooked, Sherman's story provides a profound insight into the psychology of men in black encounters, demonstrating the profound power of unexplained, silent intimidation. Silence transformed into a weapon in the streets of Illinois where Sherman once lived. Now the neighborhood appears ordinary, with no visible trace of the dark sedan that once lingered at the corner or the men who occupied it. Yet for Sherman, the memory remained vivid. The UFO phenomenon in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, during October 1973, became a pivotal moment in American unexplained encounters. Throughout the hills and valleys, something extraordinary was unfolding. A wave of sightings swept across the region, with farmers, hunters, and police officers reporting strange lights and mysterious craft. Strange visitors followed these sightings. Their knocks were deliberate and rhythmic, unlike typical interactions. Men in dark suits appeared at doors, carrying an air of unspoken authority. They asked questions that seemed to reveal more than they should know. Their demeanor was mechanical, their voices flat, and they carried no standard identification. Stan Gordon, a young investigator from Greensburg, documented this intense period meticulously. His notebooks filled with handwritten statements, county maps marked with pins, and photographs of landing sites showing scorched or flattened grass. Local newspapers published accounts of bizarre encounters. The reports were consistent and chilling. Witnesses described luminous spheres and disks gliding low over fields, beams of light stretched from tree lines. Some even spoke of encountering tall, strange figures moving with an unnatural gait. For Sherman and others like him, these experiences reshaped their understanding of reality. The lights would vanish quickly, but the silence remained a lasting testament to an inexplicable phenomenon that defied conventional explanation. A wave of unexplained activity swept through Pennsylvania, with multiple witnesses reporting extraordinary sightings on the same night. State troopers and police dispatchers were inundated with calls describing objects moving at impossible speeds, too fast for helicopters and too low for standard aircraft. Farmers and families described surreal encounters. One farmer watched a disc hovering over his pasture, its beams of light piercing through the fog and unsettling his cattle. Another family witnessed a glowing object silently crossing Route 30, so low it illuminated the interior of their car. Pursuing these objects, state troopers would chase them down winding country roads, only to see them shoot upward and disappear without a trace. Soon after these reports reached the press, strange follow-up encounters began. Witnesses started reporting visits from mysterious men in dark suits who appeared with unsettling precision. These unidentified officials would arrive uninvited, asking detailed questions about the sightings. One farmer who had observed a glowing disc received two visitors who seemed completely out of place in the rural evening. When he hesitated to answer their questions, one leaned in and chillingly stated, "We already know more than you've told anyone." The farmer was stunned. He had only shared details with Stan Gordon, yet these strangers knew specifics he hadn't disclosed. Similar experiences occurred across the region. Families who had reported luminous spheres over cornfields were visited by these men who would pointedly ask if they had spoken to reporters. Their message was clear and threatening. You should avoid speaking further. A retired steel worker who reported lights above a quarry experienced a comparable encounter. Two men claiming to represent the Air Force intensely questioned him about potential photographs. When he confirmed he had taken none, they immediately lost interest and departed. Weeks later, when he contacted the local Air Force detachment to verify the visit, he was informed no such investigators had been sent. None of these visitors carried identification or badges, yet they projected an authority that left witnesses frightened into compliance. Witnesses consistently noted something distinctly unnatural about these men. Their speech was flat, their demeanor mechanical, creating an atmosphere of profound unease. Their speech was rigid, stripped of natural inflection, almost as if reading from a prepared text. The men who appeared seemed robotic, with movements stiff and faces devoid of emotion. Over time, a pattern emerged that Stan Gordon couldn't ignore. Witnesses who initially spoke openly began shutting down. Farmers who had eagerly shared interviews with reporters suddenly withdrew their statements. Families that once described strange lights now refused to answer questions. Communication became increasingly difficult. Calls that previously flowed freely now ended abruptly. People who had agreed to follow-up meetings cancelled without clear explanations. Some witnesses wouldn't even open their doors when Gordon arrived. One witness told Gordon the men spoke as though they were learning the language in real time. A police officer who had chased a glowing object down a back road was later approached by a man claiming to be from the Air Force. When asked to show credentials, the stranger deflected, instead pressing for details about the sighting. "We don't show papers," he said bluntly. "We ask questions." The officer's unease grew when he later confirmed no such person existed at the local Air Force base and no one had been sent to interview him. Local families noted strange inconsistencies. The visitors seemed unfamiliar with basic rural details. They mispronounced a local township's name and asked naive questions about well-known roads, revealing they were likely outsiders. One woman's experience was particularly unsettling. After reporting a glowing object near her property, men visited her home, asking invasive questions about her family, children, and daily routines. Their tone wasn't threatening, but their apparent knowledge was deeply unnerving. She felt they already knew everything about her. Another witness, who had proudly shown Gordon scorched ground supposedly from a UFO landing later, changed his story completely. When Gordon returned with colleagues, the man claimed the mark was from a brush fire, contradicting his earlier detailed account. At the time, Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official UFO study, was in its final year. By 1973, the program was winding down, leaving many questions unanswered. The UFO investigation landscape was disintegrating. Budgets dwindled, investigators grew scarce, and official reports like the 1969 Pondan document had essentially declared the phenomenon closed. Despite this, UFO sightings in Pennsylvania continued to surge. Local witnesses spoke of mysterious visitors who defied standard military protocols. Where official OSI agents typically showed credentials and filed comprehensive reports, these unidentified men left no trace. They carried no identification, offered no paperwork, and vanished as quickly as they appeared. Stan Gordon's inquiries revealed an unsettling pattern. Military contacts denied sending any official teams to Westmoreland County. Local police quietly confirmed they had observed similar outsiders asking questions, individuals who never coordinated with law enforcement. NORAD's radar operators along the East Coast had logged strange signals that season. Unidentified returns showed impossible accelerations and movements beyond known aircraft capabilities. Internal memos suggested ongoing communication between NORAD and the Air Force. Even as Project Blue Book wound down, the uncertainty was paralyzing. Were these visitors connected to official intelligence channels? Were they OSI agents, military personnel, or something entirely different? For Gordon and the witnesses, the ambiguity itself became a form of psychological warfare. The community's response was telling. Witnesses who once spoke freely now felt hunted. Farmers stopped answering phones. Families kept curtains drawn, even in daylight. Children grew anxious at the sight of unfamiliar vehicles. One young couple who had reported a luminous craft over their farm's ridge ultimately stopped answering their phone altogether, consumed by fear of anonymous contact. In 1973, the hills and valleys of Westmoreland County harbored two profound mysteries. Silent, glowing discs and spheres drifted through night skies, while pale men in suits walked purposefully to doorsteps, leaving behind an unnerving stillness. The UFO wave became more than just aerial phenomena. Stan Gordon later reflected that the most striking aspect wasn't the number of sightings but the overwhelming silence that followed. Witnesses who should have shared detailed accounts instead retreated into fear, their voices systematically suppressed. Across Westmoreland County, a palpable paranoia settled over communities people felt not merely observed, but actively managed. Their accounts were methodically erased through intimidation, creating gaps in documentation that could never be reconstructed. Each silenced testimony represented a lost fragment of potential understanding. Even a state trooper, speaking off the record, admitted he had been warned against discussing a chase involving a glowing object. His advice was clear: stay silent. This pattern of suppression became the wave's most significant legacy. The encounters demonstrated how Men in Black activity could amplify a UFO event's impact, not through explanation, but through systematic silencing. Dozens of witnesses could observe extraordinary events, yet a few quiet interventions could eradicate those experiences more effectively than any official denial. Today, Westmoreland County appears unchanged, farms and back roads stretching across familiar terrain. But those who remember know differently. The lights passed quickly. The silence, however, endures, still lingering in the shadows, waiting. In the post-war decades, Scandinavia became a landscape of aerial mysteries. Sweden, neutral but tense with Cold War undercurrents, and Norway witnessed a surge of unexplained phenomena. From ghost rockets streaking across late 1940s skies to disks and spheres hovering over rural villages, the region was alive with strange sightings. Military bases in northern Norway tracked objects low over fjords, while ordinary citizens, farmers and fishermen, began documenting these encounters. Some collected physical evidence, metallic fragments, scorched grass. With a strong cultural trust in institutions, many believed reporting such events would trigger serious investigation. A notable early case near Trondheim involved a farmer who witnessed a disc-shaped object landing briefly in his field. He described a glowing rim and a humming vibration that shook the ground. Days later, two mysterious visitors arrived, claiming to be police. Their appearance was immediately unsettling. Dark, heavy coats, functional but awkward Norwegian. When the farmer requested identification, one produced a document with an unfamiliar seal. The agency name was misspelled, the typeface uneven. When questioned, they spoke only of confidentiality. Their interrogation focused intensely on what the farmer might have taken from the landing site. Had he collected soil? Found fragments? Though he had indeed pocketed a small metal shard, he denied having anything. The men exchanged a silent glance, nodded stiffly and vanished as quickly as they had appeared. This was not an isolated incident. Across Norway and Sweden, witnesses to strange lights were visited by men who looked like officials but seemed fundamentally different. Where UFO sightings occurred, these visitors followed, leaving behind a lingering atmosphere of silence, doubt and unease that persisted long after the lights had faded. Near Umeå, a fisherman reported a luminous craft hovering over a lake. Soon after, two officials arrived, claiming to be from a technical ministry, a department Sweden did not even possess. Their questioning followed a rigid pattern: time, distance, evidence. They inquired about material, but left abruptly when told none existed. As similar reports grew, the nature of these visits became increasingly strange. A Norwegian couple described two men arriving at their farmhouse at dusk. Wearing long coats and hats, they spoke politely, yet their gaze focused intently on the husband. The wife later noted their faces seemed unnaturally smooth, as if devoid of genuine expression. A Swedish school teacher who had collected student drawings of a daylight disk experienced equally unsettling encounters. The men's communication felt mechanical. They paused too long between questions and resumed mid-sentence, suggesting a memorized script. When the teacher attempted to interject, it continued uninterrupted, completely disregarding his attempts to engage. In northern Norway, another fisherman recounted how these mysterious visitors appeared bewildered by local details. They asked about a train station in a village that had never had one. To him, this revealed more about their nature than their awkward language. He believed they had studied the area through maps and reports, but lacked genuine lived understanding. Witnesses consistently reported similar oddities: stiff postures, lifeless manners, and documents that looked impressive until closely examined. The encounters profoundly affected those involved. The Trondheim farmer, who had lost a fragment, became reluctant to discuss his experience. Once open about his sighting, he now warned a neighbor, "It is not wise to talk." The Umeå fisherman, previously eager to describe the glowing craft, began avoiding the lake where it had appeared. Years later, he told a friend that the sky's light hadn't frightened him. The visitors had. His family remembered a black car parked near their home for hours, its occupants never leaving, only watching. The aftermath of strange sightings left witnesses silenced and shaken. Neighbors spoke of lights passing over farms, but those who saw the events firsthand kept quiet. Families instructed their children never to discuss the mysterious encounters, and teachers locked away evidence that might hint at something beyond understanding. Authorities consistently responded with denial and contradiction. In Trondheim, a farmer brought a strange document to local police, who quickly dismissed it as a forgery. Similarly, in Umeå, officials claimed no knowledge of the supposed technical ministry, yet witnesses remained unconvinced. One fisherman noted with chilling precision that these visitors knew intimate details like the exact time he went to bed. A Swedish constable privately revealed receiving multiple similar complaints. People consistently reported visits from suited men following UFO sightings, with identical questioning techniques and an unsettling ability to vanish without trace. His unspoken question hung in the air: If these men weren't from official channels, then who were they? The psychological impact was profound. A Norwegian farmer described the encounter as suffocating, as if the very air had been depleted. Another fisherman avoided his boat for months, not from fear of the UFO itself, but terror of the men who might return. Teachers and school administrators suppressed student drawings and testimonies, believing some experiences were never meant to be shared. What remained was a pervasive sense of uncertainty. Witnesses trusted their institutions but found those same institutions unwilling to acknowledge these extraordinary encounters. The silence spoke volumes, suggesting something was operating beyond official understanding, leaving those touched by these events permanently altered. Witnesses to these encounters spoke of an eerie hollowness. People told researchers the visitors felt like talking to a photograph present yet unreal, with responses that seemed automatic. In the days following these visits, some experienced physical symptoms: dizziness, fatigue, headaches. Others simply withdrew from social life. The fear ran deep. A woman warned her daughter never to speak of their family's sighting, insisting that the men would return if anyone talked. In small towns and villages, ridicule already silenced many, but these visits added a heavier weight to sense that not only neighbors, but powerful strangers wanted them quiet. The Scandinavian Men in Black reports were among the earliest and clearest European examples of this phenomenon. They revealed that whatever force drove these encounters was not limited to a single country. The pattern repeated with unnerving regularity. A sighting reported, a witness questioned, a sample taken, or a file disturbed, followed by enforced silence. While the lights themselves left no permanent trace, the men who followed ensured that any remaining evidence was erased or minimized. For researchers, the lesson was clear. The mystery of the lights was only part of the story. The real narrative unfolded in quiet living rooms and doorsteps, where ordinary people confronted strangers who wore authority without truly embodying it. Witnesses were left with a lingering memory of men whose humanity seemed incomplete. They were imposters borrowing official appearances, their presence more disturbing than the dramatic lights in the sky. Today, the farms and fjords of Scandinavia carry little visible trace of these visits. The ghost rockets of the 1940s are now seen as Cold War curiosities, the discs and lights of the 1950s and 60s as unexplained mysteries. But for those who once opened their doors to these strange visitors, the story was fundamentally different. They remember mismatched papers, awkward voices, and stiff movements. More than anything, they remember the silence that followed, heavy, deliberate, and enduring. A silence that spoke volumes about an encounter that defied explanation. It was the summer of 1967 when a family in Ontario near Niagara Falls stepped out for an evening walk. The night was clear, the water's roar a constant backdrop. Suddenly, their attention was drawn upward to something extraordinary. Hovering above the mist were lights, bright, spherical, moving in ways no conventional aircraft could. The father would later recall their strange behavior, darting across the sky and then holding perfectly still. His children pointed, wondering if they were seeing a firework or a star. But these weren't typical night sky phenomena. Fireworks don't hang motionless, and stars don't descend through mist, glowing with an eerie presence. For several minutes, the family watched in stunned silence. The light seemed almost sentient, drifting with the mist, pausing as if surveying the landscape below. Then, as quickly as they appeared, the lights flickered and vanished into the darkness. They returned home unsettled but silent, deciding to keep their experience private. No police report, no newspaper contact, no official communication, just a secret shared within their home. Or so they thought. Days later, a knock disrupted their silence. Two men in dark suits stood at the door, their appearance meticulously precise. Black coats, white shirts, narrow ties, and expressions devoid of emotion. "We'd like to speak with you about what you saw near the falls," one said. The father was stunned. He hadn't told a soul, not co-workers, neighbors, or family. Yet these strangers spoke of the incident as if they'd witnessed it themselves. They entered without full invitation, moving through the living room with an unsettling confidence. The family never widely shared what they experienced that night. What was meant to be a quiet evening near the falls had become something more, a mysterious encounter with unexplained lights and subsequent visitors. Their story remains one of the few documented men in black cases in Canada, a chilling reminder that such phenomena know no borders. When silence became fear, it was clear this encounter was far from over. The lights they'd witnessed were just the beginning of a story that would follow them home, carried not by the mysterious lights, but by the pale men who arrived afterward. The family sat in silence after the door closed, each member replaying the words in their head. The men had come and gone, their brief visit leaving a lasting impact. Their questions had been quick and pointed. What time did you arrive at the falls? How many people were with you? Did you take photographs? When told no, the men exchanged an unreadable glance. One pressed again, more firmly. Are you certain no photographs were taken? The father repeated they had carried no camera. The men nodded in unison and left without another word. The entire exchange lasted less than 20 minutes. The strangeness lay not only in the men's appearance, but in the knowledge they carried. How could they have known about the sighting? How could they have known the exact location and details never shared? That night, the children refused to sleep alone. The father remained awake in the kitchen, watching the dark street. Passing headlights made him tense. Ordinary sounds, a creak of floorboards, the refrigerator's hum, now felt weighted with watchfulness. Neighbors soon noticed the family's withdrawal. Children no longer played freely in the yard. Curtains stayed drawn. When asked about their weekend at the falls, parents gave clipped answers, avoiding any mention of the lights. They feared the memory might summon the men back. The family never reported the encounter to local authorities, believing this might draw the mysterious visitors again. Their story circulated quietly, shared years later with researchers who documented the case in private notes. What lingered was not just the mystery of the lights above the falls, but the greater mystery of the visitors afterward, described as official-looking but offering no identification. Their speech was flat, their expressions stiff, their questions invasive. The children, now grown, would later reflect on their unease. It wasn't just that the men knew what they saw. It was that they knew what the family hadn't done. They seemed to be searching for photographs that never existed, as if needing proof that no proof was taken. The visit marked a turning point for the family, a moment that would haunt them for years to come. The summer of 1967 was a pivotal year for UFO sightings in Canada. Mysterious aerial phenomena swept across the country, drawing attention from civilian groups and government agencies like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the National Research Council. In October, a glowing object dramatically crashed into the waters near Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, with local police officers and the Canadian Coast Guard documenting the event. NORAD and other authorities logged the incident, yet no official explanation was ever provided. Along the US-Canadian border, radar units tracked unidentified objects moving at impossible speeds, quietly noting these encounters in internal logs and memoranda. Against this backdrop of unexplained activity, a small family's experience in Niagara Falls took on deeper significance. What began as a wondrous sighting of strange lights above water transformed into a source of profound unease. The father, once outgoing, became increasingly withdrawn. He spoke less at work, avoided social gatherings, and visibly tensed at any mention of UFOs. The mother grew protective, forbidding her children from wandering the neighborhood after dark. Though the UFO itself was distant, silent, and brief, the subsequent encounter with men who were close, deliberate, and unforgettable left a lasting mark. The family never formally reported their experience, but their story eventually reached Canadian researchers who recognized it as part of a rare documentation of men in black activities outside the United States. For researchers, the emergence of Men in Black reports in Ontario during a period of documented government tracking suggested something more complex. Witnesses were not just seeing extraordinary things, they were being subtly warned against speaking about them. While the Niagara Falls case never achieved the fame of other UFO encounters, its quiet weight endures. It demonstrates how the phenomenon transcended borders, manifesting even where official investigations remained limited. For the family, the legacy was deeply personal, a shared secret that would overshadow their lives for years to come. The Falls of Niagara have witnessed countless visitors, but few know of the extraordinary events that unfolded in 1967 when a family stood on its edge and saw something impossible. Lights moving across the night sky with unnatural speed. For this family, the encounter would change everything. Their children would grow up remembering not just the mysterious lights, but how their parents transformed afterward, becoming more cautious, more private, more wary of strangers. The memory of that night became forever linked with an equally haunting follow-up. A knock at the door. Pale-faced men in black suits arrived, asking mechanical questions that revealed knowledge no outsider should possess. This was not an isolated incident confined to one location. Researchers noted similar encounters across different regions, from Santa Ana to New Jersey, from Maine to Ontario. Far from these falls, a similar story unfolded in the quiet rivers of Minas, Brazil. In 1962, fisherman Jose Antonio da Silva set out before dawn, expecting nothing more than a routine day of casting nets. Instead, he would return with an unbelievable account of being taken aboard a craft not of this earth. For most, such an encounter would be burden enough. But for De Silva, the greater weight came later, when strangers arrived to enforce a chilling message. Silence was safer than truth. That morning, as he pushed his small boat into mist-covered waters, nothing suggested the extraordinary would interrupt his routine. The silence was broken only by splashing oars and distant bird calls. A glow rose above the tree line, faint initially, then growing in intensity. De Silva first mistook it for sunrise catching fog, but the light moved purposefully, descending until it hovered directly over the river. What followed would challenge everything he understood about his world. Dilver's world was turned upside down that day. On the boat, a silent, metallic craft hovered above him, bathing his vessel in an otherworldly light. He felt his body lift, suspended and paralyzed. Fragments of memories haunted him, figures like men, but not quite, strange instruments, cold sensations, and indecipherable sounds. A sharp pain pierced his head, and then darkness. When he came to, the boat rocked normally. The sun was high, his nets untouched, and ours had vanished. This bewildering experience would have been enough to unsettle anyone, but for Dilver, it was just the beginning. Returning home, he was visibly shaken. His family noticed immediately. His silence, disheveled appearance, and distant gaze spoke volumes. Initially, he shared only snippets with them, but in a small community, news travels fast. Neighbors began whispering about strange lights, and journalists soon descended, eager for details. At first, Dilver resisted, embarrassed by his own story, but eventually he spoke. His account, consistent if hesitant, told of an inexplicable abduction, a fisherman taken aboard an unknown craft, examined by non-human entities, and returned with lost time. For researchers, it was another piece in the growing puzzle of South American abduction reports. For Dilver, however, each retelling felt like a dangerous exposure. Weeks after the story broke, the consequences manifested. One evening, walking home along a dusty road, two men approached. They were strikingly out of place, tall, dressed in immaculate dark suits, their shoes unnaturally pristine against the rural backdrop. Their Portuguese was correct but mechanical, as if learned from a textbook. "You must stop speaking of what you saw," one of them said. Dilver froze. Something was fundamentally wrong. Their presence was unnatural, their manner impossibly precise. Their pale, unblinking faces seemed foreign, almost alien. In that moment, Dilver understood that his encounter was far from over. The encounter changed everything for Dilver, though it lasted mere minutes. Strangers had approached him, men with faces that seemed more like masks. Devoid of individual character, they delivered their instructions with chilling precision. Do not talk to reporters. Do not give interviews. Do not repeat the story. When Dilver tried to insist on the truth of his experience, they moved with unsettling synchronization. One leaned close, repeating the command in a flat, emotionless tone. No explicit threats were made, yet Dilver felt deeply threatened. Their blank gazes, the way they seemed to drain sound from the night, were profoundly intimidating. That night, Dilver shared his experience with his family. His wife remembered his trembling, his broken voice. His children recalled his restless pacing, how he barred the door and constantly glanced at windows, as if expecting the men to return. From that moment, Dilver transformed. Reporters seeking follow-up interviews were turned away. Researchers found his door permanently closed. Once sociable, he became withdrawn, avoiding conversations and declining invitations. To relatives, he confided feeling constantly watched. Unfamiliar cars would park at the town's edge. Silent men would appear and vanish without explanation. The fishermen who once openly discussed his story now maintained a heavy silence. Neighbors first noticed subtle changes. His absent laughter at gatherings, his absence from the marketplace. His children remembered his constant vigilance, always checking windows, scanning the road before venturing outside, restlessly pacing rooms at night. For Da Silva, the abduction itself had been brief, but the visit's impact was profound and enduring, fundamentally reshaping his routines and eroding his sense of peace. Jose Antonio Dilver's story became a haunting chapter in South American UFO encounters. What began as an extraordinary experience soon transformed into a tale of silent intimidation. After his encounter, Dilver changed dramatically. He stopped fishing, avoided night travel, and became extremely cautious in conversation. The local community absorbed his unease. Parents warned children about strange lights. Neighbors whispered about the incident. The men in black had spread a profound sense of fear beyond Dilver himself, creating an atmosphere of collective apprehension. Dilver's case revealed more than a personal story. It demonstrated that UFO phenomena weren't confined to the United States. The same mysterious visitors seen in New Jersey and Maine were now walking Brazilian dirt roads. His experience bridged two critical aspects of the phenomenon: an extraordinary encounter followed by systematic intimidation. Years later, Brazil would become the epicenter of extensive UFO investigations. In the late 1970s, Operation Plate unfolded in the Amazonian town of Queiroz. Entire communities reported bizarre light beams from strange craft, causing burns, illnesses, and even deaths. The Brazilian Air Force meticulously documented photographs, radar readings, and hundreds of testimonies, many of which remained classified until the 1990s. Within these files, researchers discovered consistent patterns of witness management and efforts to suppress open discussion, whether through military channels or mysterious roadside encounters. The message remained unchanged: silence. Dilver's experience was no longer an isolated incident. Instead, it foreshadowed a broader climate of intimidation that would emerge in later investigations. His retreat into private life and reluctance to speak mirrored the fear that would spread decades later when witnesses reported not just lights in the sky, but something more profound and unsettling. Few remember the morning when Jose Antonio Dilver returned home shaken, claiming he had been lifted into a craft not of this world. The aftermath was swift and chilling. Strangers arrived with commands sharper than any memory of light in the sky, warning men not to talk. For Dilver, the experience was deeply personal. He never sought publicity again. His neighbors remembered him not for what he claimed to have seen, but for the fear that seemed to shadow him afterward. The craft had come and gone, but the men had stayed, their presence lingering in every cautious glance. Every silence carried a question. Perhaps that was always the point, not to erase the memory of what happened on the river, but to ensure it remained buried in silence. Today, the rivers of Buenos Aires run as they always have, carrying fishermen's nets and the weight of forgotten stories. Ron Johnson was not a household name in the UFO field, but within MUF he was trusted. Based in Missouri, he served as a state section director, managing local investigators and case files. He was the kind of member others turned to for steady judgment. On June 9, 1994, at a crowded MUF meeting in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, Johnson's life took a sudden turn. He had barely raised a glass to his lips when convulsions began. Colleagues watched in shock as this healthy man in his early 40s, known for his sharp mind and calm demeanor, collapsed at the table. Moments earlier, he had been discussing case files with his notes spread before him. Moments later, he was gone. The official cause of death was elusive. Toxicology offered no conclusive answer, but within the UFO investigator community, the tragedy did not stand alone. In the weeks before his death, Johnson had told friends he had been warned. These were not casual warnings about health risks or travel, but pointed messages from men who came quietly with one unmistakable instruction: stop asking. Johnson had worked on sightings ranging from unexplained lights to close encounters involving physical traces. His calm manner made him a reliable presence for witnesses who feared ridicule: farmers, teachers, and police officers who sought understanding. Johnson was a meticulous investigator whose careful documentation and comprehensive record-keeping earned him respect among his peers. People who worked closely with him trusted his approach and believed he would handle their accounts responsibly. His thoroughness seemed to attract attention beyond MUFON's usual circles. He was not one for sensationalism or embellishment, but rather focused on precise, detailed documentation. His files were impeccably organized, and his questions carefully crafted. Weeks before his unexpected death in June 1994, Johnson hinted at encountering something unusual. He described to colleagues an encounter with two men who seemed to be officials, though they never fully identified themselves. This interaction occurred after a regional MUFON meeting as the crowd was dispersing. The men knew his name before introductions, approaching him near the exit and guiding him into a quiet conversation. Their demeanor was calm, but their questions were unusually direct and pointed. They wanted specific information about MFON's physical evidence, particularly trace samples from a field where a disc had been reported. Their inquiries were precise, almost rehearsed, asking whether these samples were in Johnson's possession and if analyses had been distributed. When Johnson attempted to understand who they represented, they deflected, repeatedly stating they were from official channels without offering any identification or credentials. The encounter took a more ominous turn when one man leaned in and suggested that pursuing certain leads, especially those involving physical traces, might be detrimental to Johnson's health. His MUFON colleagues noticed his distress after this meeting. Some recalled he returned to the table visibly shaken. breaking from his usual calm demeanor. Others remembered him nervously shuffling his notes and scanning the room anxiously. In the following weeks, Johnson shared fragments of this story with trusted peers. Different investigators recalled slightly different details. Some noted his description of the men as official without being official, while others emphasized their apparent knowledge of his unpublished case files. One colleague distinctly remembered Johnson's unsettling observation: "They knew more about my cases than I had told anyone outside MUFON." Johnson's behavior changed subtly after a troubling encounter. At first, he laughed it off publicly, cracking jokes about suits who seemed to know too much. But those close to him recognized the nervous edge beneath his humor. His private demeanor shifted dramatically. In meetings, he became more guarded. Where he once shared details freely, he now spoke in generalities. He began keeping his notes closed until his turn to speak, quickly tucking them away after discussions ended. At home, his family noticed the transformation. He drew the blinds earlier. He checked the street before opening doors. His wife acknowledged she didn't understand the full extent of his troubles, only that he seemed constantly watchful. A close friend summed it up simply: "Ron looked like a man who knew someone was monitoring his every move." On the day of his death, Johnson was attending a routine UMM gathering. He wasn't presenting groundbreaking work or unveiling discoveries, just contributing quietly and managing files as always. During the meeting, he sipped from his glass. Minutes later, he convulsed violently, collapsing suddenly in front of witnesses. Medical help arrived immediately, but nothing could be done. For MEF members, the shock was profound. Johnson had no known health issues. His death felt unnaturally staged, its public timing raising immediate questions. Authorities moved quickly. Toxicology tests revealed nothing conclusive. No poison was detected, no clear medical explanation emerged. The final report simply labeled it a sudden, unexplained death. Police saw no reason to treat the incident as suspicious. When MUF members suggested prior warnings might exist, officials dismissed their concerns. One investigator reportedly stated, "If no toxins are found, no crime exists." For MUFON, this inconclusiveness was more disturbing than any definitive explanation. A natural cause might have been acceptable, but a collapse following weeks of reported intimidation suggested darker possibilities. The impact was immediate and unsettling. Ron Johnson had been a well-respected figure in the UFO research community, and his unexpected death sent ripples of uncertainty through MUFON's ranks. Some colleagues believed his passing was a mere medical tragedy, while others harbored darker suspicions about potential silencing. In the months following his death, the impact was palpable. Researchers pulled back, with some avoiding cases involving physical evidence and others becoming more guarded about sharing details. A few even stepped away from public UFO research entirely. One investigator summed up the collective sentiment: "We were vulnerable, and the unspoken rules of engagement were never clearly defined." Johnson's family was left to navigate the aftermath, fielding calls from reporters and fellow researchers, while receiving little official explanation. His wife later reflected on the most challenging aspect: the uncertainty of whether his death was a coincidence or something more sinister. She quoted Ron's belief that he had been warned, suggesting there were forces with knowledge beyond their comprehension. The witnesses Johnson had interviewed were also affected. Some wondered if their cases had inadvertently drawn unwanted attention, while others became hesitant to share their stories with MUFON, fearing potential repercussions. Over time, Johnson's death became a pivotal moment in the organization's history. His files took on new significance, with every case now viewed through the lens of his final warnings. The broader UFO research community saw his story as a stark reminder that investigators, not just witnesses, could face intimidation. His legacy was nuanced, remembered not just for his investigations, but for the cautionary tale he represented. The message was clear. There were boundaries in this research that, when crossed, could carry unexpected consequences. Whether by chance or deliberate action, Ron Johnson's death had fundamentally altered how researchers approached their work. The silence spoke volumes, a haunting quiet that descended after Ron Johnson's sudden collapse. Colleagues remembered his transformation. Once jovial and open about his investigations, he became increasingly guarded, hinting at warnings he'd received about knowing too much. His death in 1994 remains officially unexplained, hanging like an unresolved thread in the fabric of UFO research. At the moment he fell, his notes lay spread before him, a glass half full beside them, a scene that would become etched in the memories of those who knew him. This was more than just another case study. For Johnson and his community, the pursuit of truth carried a weight beyond the mysterious lights they tracked. The real danger lurked in the aftermath, in the shadowy figures who seemed to materialize, in the colleagues who suddenly withdrew, in the families left wondering about unspoken threats. The legacy was not in the files or the documented encounters, but in the unspoken warnings. Those cryptic messages carried a finality that no official document could capture. The men in black, always near, always watching, their presence, a constant reminder of the risks involved in peering too deeply into the unknown. We may never fully understand what Johnson encountered, but the stories remain, whispered in hushed tones. Keep your eyes on the sky, your doors locked after dark, and remember, some questions are better left unasked. Dreams can take us to wild places, weaving stories that seem both strange and familiar. Sometimes they feel so real that when you wake up, the line between what happened in your sleep and reality blurs completely. These nightly journeys through our subconscious aren't just random brain activity. They're complex narratives that reflect our deepest emotions, fears, and desires. Each dream is unique, like a personal movie created exclusively for you. They can be vivid landscapes where impossible things become possible, where gravity doesn't matter and time flows differently. Your brain becomes a master storyteller, pulling together fragments of memories, recent experiences, and hidden thoughts into a narrative that might not make sense when you're awake, but feels completely logical in the moment. Scientists have studied dreams for decades, trying to understand why we have them and what purpose they serve. Some believe dreams help process emotional experiences, working like a mental filing system that sorts through our daily experiences. Others think dreams are a way for our brains to practice dealing with potential threats or challenging scenarios, almost like a psychological training ground. Not all dreams are pleasant. Nightmares can be intense experiences that leave you feeling anxious or scared, even after you've woken up. These darker dreams often tap into our deepest fears and unresolved emotional conflicts, presenting them in symbolic or direct ways that can feel overwhelmingly real. Whether they're magical adventures or unsettling scenarios, dreams remain one of the most mysterious and fascinating aspects of human experience. They connect us to parts of ourselves we might not normally access, offering glimpses into our inner emotional landscape that we can't always see during our waking hours.